Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Yo! Yo. Oh, I forgot to press all the buttons. Oh, there it is. There it is. Look how boring. Oh, jeez. I'm so white. Oh, that's better. Sheesh. Ugh. We're gonna jump right into it. Jumping right into the Mario Karts. I guess I should put this here. I'm gonna be playing on this screen.
Hey guys, what's up? Blah blah blah.
That looks good. Boop, 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 boop. Hello there. Yo, why are you so white, bro? I don't know, because I didn't press. I have. You want to see why, actually? Oh. 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 Yo, I'm gonna destroy Jared. He won't leave me alone. Thank you for the bit. Appreciate it. This is why I'm white. Look. This is why. That's why I'm white. How you doing? Today we're just gonna play some Mario Kart with peeps. You guys could join if you'd like. If there's space, this is the friend code. If it'll work. But yeah, ads, 5 of them. Badge. Oh. Yo, what's up, Timmy? How you guys doing? I haven't been I haven't been streaming in like a day, but how's everyone doing? Oh my god. The thumbnail for me going live on Discord is funny.
I'm spectating.
That is a big ass light. Yes. So actually, it used to question of the day. Yeah, I don't know why the stuff is not working right now. The commands. That happens sometimes. It'll come back soon, I think. I used to have it so the light would reflect off of the wall and then shine onto my head. But with my setup now, I can't make the lighting good on me, so it has to be directly on my face. But yeah, the camera's on the other side now. I don't know why the commands aren't working. What did you say? I said, thanks for the bit, bro. Thanks, step bro. Is Trisket getting mad at you? I have a button on my thing so I could mute and unmute with my feet while I'm playing. So it's gonna be nice. Yo, what's up, Nathan? You're Black Yoshi. Wait, are you playing? Nathan, you're playing? You have, you got live? He won't leave me alone. You triggered him, bro.
Communication error happened.
I think there's too many people in there. Where's my... There it is. Why is it searching for players? Players should be there. Yeah, you did? Nice, Nathan. He got triggered, a problem that wasn't his. Hey, don't drag me into this, okay? Should I join? Should I talk to him? I'm not. Okay. Good. I don't want to be in that drama. You're cool and I like that. Aw, that's sweet. Kissing up to me won't work. Nah, it'll work. So, aw, that's so sweet. You didn't have to do that. Thanks for the 100 bits. Look up Goose Goose Duck. Oh, I've played it once? I think I played it once. I've heard of it from other streamers. It's like Among Us, right? Among Us. Thank you so much, bro. I really do appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. Oh! My sis sent me 2 times 20 gift cards. I use it online. Nice! Hell yeah! What a nice sister. Lobby do be a bit full. Hopefully you can get in. Yep, I'm in. Thanks, doctor. I see you and Dinella are here, so that's gonna be fun. How's everyone doing, though? How are you, Timmy? How are you, Churro? How are you, Doctor? How are you, Gamer? How are you, Nathan? No Pixel Pro right now? No! The webcam is here. Should I change it? I gotta go get a gift card. A better Jared. Nah. People are just different, you know? Can you not? Oh, you can. Never mind. I gotta get ready for this tournament.
Oh, that's so rough.
Hey! What's up?
What's up, homie? How we doing?
I'm right behind you guys.
Oh, actually?
No, I'm in front of you now. Oh shit, never mind.
I didn't know if you were actually in the game or not. I didn't see your name.
Yeah.
I'm in 4th right now. 3rd.
I'm in 12th. I'm doing amazingly.
I'm in 11th. I'm doing better than you.
I know. Well, I haven't played this game in a while.
I was gonna say you're behind Jared.
Fucking Mario speedruns for a hobby.
Yeah. Oh, Jared! No! I was about to hit you.
Shut up. Don't worry. It's okay.
You're spectating? Oh, okay. I gotta go get a gift card. Get that gift card, bro. Continue the no pixel grind. I want one day for you to be like, yo, Pink, I could get you in. So easy. I'm like one of the most famous people in no pixel.
Oh, but Doctor's right behind me, so I'm probably fucked. No!
Hitting in mid.
No!
Fucking mid player.
I get it.
Why?
Just dropping in to say hi as it's lunch for me. Hey, what's up, Chi? I'm glad to see ya. It's always nice seeing ya. Well, I guess I won't be seeing you since you left.
No, everyone's coming. Oh my god, no. Yes. Let's go, baby! First place!
Fucking monsters.
Bro, that was my first game in like a month, 2 months, and I played better than Jared. Jared sucks.
Cretins. No one. Shut up. Shut up. Literally don't
Oh no, I didn't. Never mind.
Okay, that's what we like to hear.
Oh wait,
That's
why are
what
there
we like.
2 Jareds?
There's
Just
more
noticing
than
that.
2 Jareds. Don't worry.
Wait, now I'm confused.
Yeah, no. So were we. So were we.
Oh,
Alright.
okay. I want to play the new maps.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's all I've been voting for.
I've never played any. Well, I guess that was the new map, yeah.
Gimme
Shroom Ridge.
Ninja.
That's from like DS. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
dude, they got maps out here. They got options, boy.
Why am I still Kakashi? Wait. There we go. I'm the better Jared. Lol. It's not letting you in? Aw. Yeah, the lobby's pretty full, it seems like. I'm doing good, Chi. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. PP is mid. I am mid. It's full. Aw. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I would just spectate until you could get in, because it looks like there's some random peeps in here, you know?
I'm back.
People in chat are like, it's full, it's full. They need to start making 20 race thingies.
They should. Guys, we're too popular. We have too many fans. Okay, we can't hold this.
Exactly. All right, see ya, Chi. Thanks for popping in. I really do appreciate it. It's nice to just see how you're doing from time to time, you know?
God damn it, please. Stop hitting me in the first 3 seconds.
Hello, bye.
I get my 2-second speed boost and it's instantly gone.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Damn.
Dinal.
I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck.
Whoa.
I suck.
Oh, where the you come from?
What a cool... I've never played on this map.
Okay. Oh, it's fucking cool.
This
You're
map
on the
is
top
dope as
level.
hell.
Aha, Dinal, bye. Yeah, I
Oh,
was
fuck
on
me.
the bottom level, I think.
Guys, I suck. I'm behind Caitlin. This is so bad.
Bro, this reminds me of Japan.
You can balance out. Oh, god damn it, no! No, not like this! Oh,
Why are we flying?
fuck me!
Why is this like an anime? What is this?
Because we're in an anime.
Oh,
Yeah.
Isn't it kawaii?
it is kawaii.
Oh, fuck. Dude, oh, why am I so
Last time
bad?
I tried doing the accent, you called me racist, so I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, that was pretty racist of you. Wait, which Jared are you?
I am just FMG. I mean, you know, Cancer fucking copied my entire profile, so you won't be able to tell aside from the score. Yeah.
Are you forcing me to go on your stream to see which Jared you are?
Forcing you to reconcile the fact that I'm going to be in 12th place this entire fucking session.
Oh.
Oh, I suck, dude. Oh my god.
What do you suck?
Nothing, actually.
Okay. There's
I
nothing
suck.
wrong with... Bro, it's
Yeah.
2022. There's nothing wrong with sucking, bro. Don't worry about it. Oh! Oh, this map is so cool.
Blowing, however, you're going to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can suck, but you can't blow.
Whoa!
Very one-way world. Shit. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
Oh, I got
Oh,
stuck. Oh, Jared. Here's a surprise. Oh, never mind.
Here's a what? You're going to give me a present?
Yeah,
Oh.
but it's not your birthday.
Oh, it's six.
Oh, you bitch.
No way.
God damn it. I feel like I
Oh,
should be
what?
further ahead than this, but also I feel like I should be way further behind this.
I feel like I'm playing a tournament. Why is everyone such a tryhard?
I know, right? Oh my god, second place. Oh my god, let's
Is there
go.
all of our audiences?
That's true. We got so many sweats.
I
on.
got a
The
blue
audience
shell.
is not try hard.
I got a
Fuck
blue
that.
shell. I got a blue shell in last place. What is that? Oh, that's
When
so
a lot of you
dumb.
still feel that I can't join back, suffering from
That's what she said. True. What does he suck? I don't know. I don't know. All right, I'm back. Is the music too loud, guys? If it is, I could lower it.
What does Desu mean?
Desu, it doesn't really mean anything on its own. It's like at the end of sentences.
Okay.
Why? Someone just said desu in chat?
Someone said kawaii desu, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? I
Oh,
don't actually
kawaii
know.
des. That means just like... Wait, kawaii or kawaii?
Kawaii.
Yeah, kawaii or kawaii.
Kawaii, I am assuming.
Oh, so that means cute. And then des is just the end of a sentence, kind of.
It's so... Okay.
Don't be racist. Just stop. Just stop.
It feels like day, but okay.
What did I miss? I was deafened. I just heard "Don't be racist."
That's all you needed to hear. Don't worry.
Me
Okay.
making fun of stupid suffixes.
Okay.
It's not a suffix. It's like an ending.
Or not a suffix, yeah, they...
I don't know, bro.
I don't know fucking terms that well, so yeah.
I'm terrible.
Ow!
Taylor.
We'll let that one sit. Japanese doesn't have to make sense to us. True. The same way English doesn't make sense to fucking anyone.
True.
God, I mean to do that. Oh, I suck.
You piece of shit!
How do you say dick in Japanese? There's a lot of ways.
There's a lot of ways to say dick.
Yeah. You could say ochinchin, which is like a playful way, like kids will say that. But don't say it to a kid. That would be weird.
Okay.
Yeah. What else? I don't know. Oh, I don't really say it that often, so I don't remember.
Shot with that shit. Oh, Lord.
Chin chin. Yeah, ochinchin. Exactly.
Chin chin. Like
Chin chin. It's like your chin twice.
Chin chin?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I was actually teaching a class, and there was like this song for like first graders or whatever, and it was like, ow. Well, it didn't go like that, but it went like,
Dude. Sorry.
It's okay. It was like, where's your head? Head. Where's your arm? Arm. Where's your chin? Chin. And then they're like, ah, chin, chin, ah. And I'm like, you dumbass children. It's not penis. It's English.
That's hilarious.
Oh, Jimmy, bye.
Wait, it's penis. It's English.
What the hell?
I got a rocket.
I'm behind Jared number 1, 2, and 3, I think. This sucks.
Yeah, no, number 3 is in fucking back, so don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
Ow.
And just got clapped with a lightning bolt after picking up a double, so he just wants to.
Ah! Yeah.
I overtook Jared number 2.
And ping pong, but I guess I don't matter.
Sorry.
Jewish voices don't matter. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh!
No, I didn't say it.
Oh.
6th place, goddamn.
Top 10, let's go, let's go.
When you tell your chat to do channel predictions, yet no one voted.
You guys want to channel predict in my chat?
No. I'm just kidding.
Chin.chin.
If I predicted mine, I'm going to be doing it again and hoping someone votes. So bet like there's no tomorrow. That was so close, almost stole from me, yeah.
I don't know where to keep my camera. Sorry. My stepsis came in the room. I got excited, my bad.
Okay. She's always barging in.
Yeah, she does. She likes to do that.
Okay.
How's the tournament searching going? You got in, then you got an error? Aw, that sucks, Nathan.
We got an error?
Nathan, he tried to join, he got an error.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my god, Coconut Mall.
I love Coconut Mall. Well, someone voted 5.1k on no. Wow, okay, someone all in. Damn.
That's what
prove
I
them
would
wrong. That's what you would do? I'm no faith in me, I see.
do. No, I mean, prove them wrong, yeah.
You'd prove them wrong, okay. I took the shortcut, so hell yeah.
There's a shortcut?
No, there's no shortcut. I don't know what I was
Bro,
saying.
I don't know shortcuts in any map.
I was just saying shit. There's no such thing as a shortcut in this game.
No, I know there are, but...
Just a shortcut if you run into both cars head on. You have to hit the center of their grills.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Who the
Why is a red shot? Oh, it passed me. Never mind.
I'm coming for top 5. I'm doing it.
Oh, the cars! I remember the cars! Oh.
Doesn't this bring you back to the Wii days?
Yeah. Someone stole my mushroom. Oh! Oh! You could do that?
Oh, no.
Wait. Oh my god. Shit. This feels like 300 cc. What the hell?
It's like literally 150.
I know, but it feels too fast. I feel like a boomer. Ugh.
It's too fast.
Yeah.
I'm
Just
gonna
like
beat the other Jareds. Just like what?
nothing.
No,
No,
like
I
said.
just lost my star.
I'm curious, Ping.
Just like me in bed with Jared's mom. Was what I was gonna say.
Oh
But
god.
I didn't say it, so it's okay.
You didn't say yeah, it's fine.
Ugh.
I would be saying that to Jared. No one's mom's safe from Jared.
Chin chin. Sorry, I was
Oh my
reading
God.
chat. Oh,
Let's go. Sorry, doctor. I know he has protection, so let's like double fuck him over. There we
wait,
go.
I'm so confused. Who's Peachy?
Oh, that's my friend Caitlin.
Wait,
aka
was
Peachy
Peachy in
chat.
the tournament?
That was me. I used her.
Oh
her
yeah,
copy's
that's
my
right.
thing's
Oh, you
broken.
you fixed your Switch?
I did.
Ah, who hit green shells?
That was
Oh,
me.
thank you, Coco,
Asshole.
for the gifted sub to- LOL, I'm Bambi. What's up, Kayla? I don't think you're in here, but thank you for the gifted sub, Coco. I appreciate that. I'm not gonna play.
What's up, Cortez? Yeah, I just put up the game music. I had it a bit lower because I thought it was too loud, but I bumped it up again. Should be kind of. You're in? Nice. It just ended, but nice.
Easy points. Love to hear it.
I'm back.
Liam's betting smart. I missed you. Welcome.
Oh, Nathan's here.
What the fuck?
Go ahead.
That moan. It's so overdramatic.
I got a prep for tonight with Jared's mom.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Was that an impersonation of Jared's mom?
Nah, she sounds mad hot. She's like, you know, she's like that. But I'll be back.
Cool.
All right, enjoy dinner, Cortez. So hi, good luck. Oh, I'm excited for the tournament.
No problem. It's all for charity. Appreciate that.
Lurk, thanks for the lurk. The commands are not working. I'm actually gonna try to fix that right now. 102.7 100. Get ready, cause I've gotten good in green shells. I hit 70% of the time. Damn, that's actually pretty good. But I feel like you gotta get ready. Yeah, Cloud. Why is my bot off? The hell? Okay, it still counts the times that you guys watched. That was really weird. I must have turned it off by accident. This is friend code if anyone wants to join. Okay, all the commands should work now. Okay, I'm black. I mean back.
Oh, Jared's muted. I have something to say to Jared.
Oopsies.
Okay, someone voted mute city, which means we're gonna vote Baby Park next time, right, Jared?
Oh, of course.
Okay, cool.
You know how it goes.
Yeah,
Baby Park.
the rule.
You get it?
My last race. All right, night Liam.
Good night, Liam. You have a cool name. I hope he heard me.
Oh, wait, Jimmy, are you getting the DLC notification too?
Jimmy doesn't want to talk to you.
Okay. Bye, Jimmy.
Jimmy's mom.
Oh yeah, we're talking about your mom.
I'm Jimmy's mom. You
Wait, my
wanna
mom?
my croissant?
Wait, what? That was good. Oh my god.
Croissant.
What, is that how your mom sounds?
Mom.
No, that's Carl Weezer.
Uh,
Sorry.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know,
You don't know Jimmy Neutron?
Oh yeah, Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah. Wow, thing.
I was scared of that show.
You were? What was scary about it?
His face, the animation was like he's staring into my soul. I hated it.
Being like 3D. Damn. Tragedy.
Yeah, it was like bullshit 3D.
Scared of 3D. Damn.
You stole, Nathan stole my. Oh. You missed the red show.
Was that Elmo?
That was Elmo mixed with Carl.
What's
Oh,
your
God.
best impression? I just got a star.
I suck.
Yo, Jared, what's your? Ow!
My best impression? I
Yeah.
don't know. I feel like they're all equally terrible, kinda.
Nah.
Jared,
Like Elmo, Kermit, Ronald Reagan, fucking.
I can do it. That business is like Lois wanted me to tell you about all the piece of shit I did back in the day. Now it's just my fist is a little bit too clenched up. This is terrible.
that's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
I think I can fuck you up pretty easy.
That is pretty good. Wait.
Yeah. Jared,
Hey, gravity jaw.
can you do a Scooby-Doo impression for me?
Ah!
you scared Scooby-Doo also?
I think that's... Oh, well, Shaggy's terrible.
What's up, Ping Pong? How you doing? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How's life going? How's the ping pong game going?
I'm in 11th place. Ain't going well.
Bro, we're
Oh
playing
my god,
against...
someone stole my items. Oh my god, I'm so fucked, guys.
Only the entertainment value's there because the game's
Ah!
great.
Peachy
I know, I hope
flattened
so.
me.
Nice job, Peachy. I'm never more proud of you.
Oh my god, I'm way far back.
I mean, I want to be flattened, but I don't know Peachy like that, you know what I mean? Wait.
Yo, let's go second place. Let's go, baby. Woo! Donors can second another.
Ah! Let's go! I just passed one of the Jareds. I don't know which one it is.
Oh my god, don't worry.
Oh,
You
there
and
we
me
go.
you and me both just passed the worst me. That's all that matters.
Okay. I got way too excited there.
Holy shit.
What did
Love
I do?
that. Love that so much. Beautiful. Really, really hate the red shell. As
Could have been better, Nathan. You got red shelled? Oh, that sucks. No one wants Shroom Ridge. Oh, I just burped some food. Almost threw it up.
Nice. Oh fuck! I
Thanks.
forgot Baby Park. Oh my god. Oh, you did too. It's fine. The other Jared voted for Baby Park, though. I appreciate that.
Baby Park, Baby Park, By the way, what's your best Jared impression? Jamie. Fifth is pretty good.
I gotta answer chat while I think about this.
You got fifth? Oh shit, good. Oh, you were one ahead of me, Nathan. Nice. I gotta spin the wheel.
I'm back. See, I can't do the Jared voice, but probably I would burp and then I'd say something about how Nintendo's going down. I'm gonna fuck your mother and what the hell, brother. Something
Damn.
like that, you know?
Are you saying he's too predictable?
No. We just, you know, we all have our little iconic moments. You know, we all have things we like to say. I like it. Oh God, what a communication error.
Yeah, me too. Oh, I should have
like
said
you,
no. What? Yo, when Jared comes back, just say that we didn't get an error. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm in first.
Pick up in second. I got 3 red shells. Okay, I'm gonna throw them right up your ass.
Oh no! Ah, you hit me with the red shell.
You watch
Damn.
it died? Okay, we're pretending that we're still playing Angel Bunny, just to trick Jared. Ping, I'm right up your ass, buddy, with 3 red shells.
I know, and I like. I mean, and oh no.
doing what?
I'm right behind Ping. Oh, you should see this. It's
I'm
incredible.
in.
I
I'm in
should.
first.
I should also
Oh.
hear that first bit. I should
God
have heard that.
damn. I should have muted. God damn it.
Did you not hear me walk in and say "God damn it" as Ping was saying what the idea was? Because I
Oh, I'm
fully
deaf.
vocalized me hearing you.
I'm so deaf. Oh my god.
What
Jesus
happened to your
Christ.
game? Did you pull out the computer cord or
I
something?
went to go pee and I hadn't started. I thought that would
Oh,
let it
you're
keep going.
so.
I also have a giant nose in this next me. Okay.
You turned Jewish? What?
You're allowed to make that joke now, I guess.
No, you can
Uh,
make it if you want. I don't care.
I did not laugh. I did not laugh. I did not laugh.
Who cares?
Don't
Who
laugh.
cares? They're just jokes.
Oh my god.
I'm playing with Doctor and Miguel and Nijima
You trying to
Makoto.
get in? Go for it. Get in here, little boys and girls and NBs, everybody. Get the fuck in here.
Who
Wait,
made
where
the
are we
game?
going?
I think it matters.
Wait, who are we
I
joining?
just started another lobby if you guys want to hop in here.
Oh, okay. We all have to join you. Let me restart. Everything's about Jared somehow.
Always. Never forget that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Soup, what's up?
Go keep the master cycle, why not?
Yo,
Don't
Soup.
drink and drive, kids, unless you're a professional.
Soup just joined the lobby.
Nice.
Ah,
Yo,
wait,
fair.
finish it.
Yo, Fairy's
Jimmy, did you
online.
see
Let's
this?
go.
I'm doing it, Jimmy. I'm doing it.
How you doing, Ryan? Ryan Gosling. Ryan Seacrest. Ryan Scotland. Ryan, I don't know. Reynolds? Mushroom soup. Yo, ew. You like mushroom soup? Wait, what does mushroom soup look like? Should we look at mushroom soup here? Oh, you guys can't even see it. Oh my god. Mushroom soup? Mushrooms. Ugh. Oh god. God no. I don't know. I don't like mushrooms. But if you like it, you like it, you know? No judging. No judging.
What's good?
There's so many of you in this lobby now.
What's up, guys? It's ping pong. Oh.
Oh, remember when I said I was gonna eat dinner within the hour, and that was 3 hours ago? Holy shit! What a fucking funny meme.
It's pretty funny.
I'm crying. My stomach is literally dying right now.
You got
It's cool because I have seltzer and booze to fill it.
you got the whole
Hell yeah.
squad laughing, bro.
The what?
Sorry.
Trying my hardest.
I'm sorry.
You called it jarred, like a jar. I'm gonna call you banned.
Hi, Dino. What's up? You suck ass at Mario Kart. How you doing, Dino? I'm just joking.
In this game in permaban hell.
Oh, shit.
Is Fairy joining?
I hope. Yeah, Farrah's in the game. Farrah, are you gonna join the VC?
Well, it's kind of nice that they're dressed up as me because I get to hate myself in a little bit healthier of a fashion.
Oh fuck!
I get
Awesome.
Ping pong roast someone.
Roast someone, ping pong.
Jared's name is.
Funny though.
Jared's name is Jared. There you go.
Wow.
Jared.
Elliot's name is spelt wrong.
I don't know.
I could roast you right now, Ping, but I don't know if I want to.
Do it.
Okay, fine. Ping, I think you're really entertaining and one of my favorite streamers on this platform.
Don't say that. That's cringe. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to
Although,
hear that.
actually, no. If you want to roast me, make
Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Okay.
make me
Jared?
uncomfortable. That's like,
Jared is both the coolest and least coolest Jared that I've ever known.
now that I'm okay with because there are some bad Jareds out there.
But I don't know any other Jared. So.
I know.
Oh no, Jared Leno. No, he's cooler, but he's
Jared
dead.
Leto's
so.
pretty.
Oh no, wait, he's not dead, right?
Wait, what?
Jared Leto's not dead. What the
Say
hell?
Jared Leto or Jared Leno?
One of them is dead. One of
Jay
them is
Leno
real.
Is the old host of the
Not
Late
Jay
Night
Leno. That's the guy that talks like this. I don't know, you know.
That's the guy who always talks like this with a big chin and a white hair. Yeah.
Are you making fun of people with lisps?
No,
Did
I'm
he
making
actually?
fun of Jay Leno.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Jared Leto is pretty not that great of a person, though.
Yeah, Jared
Jared's
Leto.
definitely cool.
Wait, wasn't that the old Batman or whatever? Not Batman. Rob. The thing.
Joker? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't he dead?
No.
What?
No.
He's not dead.
Wait, who's the one that died? And everyone was like, "Oh my
Ledger's
god."
the one who died.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Knight's Tale, Brokeback Mountain. You're.
Ah, how do you pass me with the rocket? I'm in third place. This game is stupid. This game makes no sense. I'm in third place the whole game, and a rocket passed me.
That's
I
my
ate
bullet
ass
bill.
the whole game, so I'm shitting my teeth. That's how this game's going.
That was me. Oh, nice, Nathan. Nice.
Call it jarred. No, call it not Jared. Jared jarred as in.
What's up, Clover? Yeah, thanks, Nathan. You doing good? That's good to hear, bro. But you get to join the tournament this Saturday, so that should be cool. I want to see you at the tournament. Clover says, let me in. One of you guys has to leave for Clover. Wait, no, Clover is better than most of us. Sorry, Clover. You You can't join this one.
Where are my resticles? Between your rise? I don't.
I'm just joking. Here's the friend code. If you're not my friends, then you could add me as a friend. And yeah, there's only 12 spots, so be there early. True.
Lie, that's pretty fucking good.
Jared, which Jared are you? Can you just tell me?
I don't know. I'm assuming the top left.
Are you
I'm
Big
the
Nose Jared? Are you Jewish
No, not
Jared?
Big Nose, dumbass.
No,
I'm
okay.
a fucking normal me.
Oh, okay. Are you guys?
Me with the big nose and me with a tiny face are not me. Like, the best I can explain it.
There's a tiny face one? I have to pay
Yes,
attention.
the one with the tiny face is. Oh, I think Liam left actually, but
Yeah.
it was just my name, like just Jared, and then a tiny like the way I said is fetal alcohol syndrome.
That's funny. Oh, there's FM Jaring now also. Jaring.
I'm fucking.
Bro,
I'm
you
gonna
like
file
it.
a
Don't
class
lie.
action lawsuit on
You
behalf of
like
every
it.
Jared.
You like it. Don't lie.
I want to scream
And shout and let it all out.
and let it all out, and all my self-doubt.
Ooh, bars. You should become a rapper.
Always.
Yeah, when are you dropping your first single, Jared?
Say that. Hopefully over the summer.
I hope so. I want to hear it.
No cap. Hopefully legit. Like real talk. Hopefully I'll have my first fucking single. Like.
Hell yeah.
Out over the summer.
How about you, Ping?
Over the summer, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, I write music sometimes. I could do it over the summer, sure.
What?
Play it on that guitar and piano, and then sing. You want to hear how I sing?
Yeah.
Hello, is it me you're looking for? Pretty good, right?
I almost tried. I know you have to sing better than that, Pig, because you like joke sing on your streams and it doesn't sound bad.
Thanks. One day I'll go to karaoke and I'll stream it.
Yes, please.
I wish I did that when I was in Japan, to be honest.
Wait, what?
There's so many Jareds.
Here's your quote.
Jared, are you in 5th?
I'm maybe in 5th, yeah.
Okay, now you're in 6th.
Lick my taint. Literally lick my fucking taint. You piece
Bro!
of shit.
Bro, what the hell? Oh, okay, we're good.
What's going on?
Asshole, you piece
We're good.
of shit.
We're good. 1 second,
my
we're good.
Oh my butthole, you miserable cunts. Oh my fucking god.
Wait, were you
Oh my-
third?
What's going on?
Fuck you.
I love you.
I did not get top 3 though. That's disappointing.
That song was so good. Thank you, Clover. You hit Jared? Lol. I try writing music, but one of these things happen. It sounds bad. The lyrics are cringe, or I get bored. Yeah, I try writing music, and then I listen to it like a day later, and I'm like, this sounds like shit. I listen to it like 5 months later. I'm like, what did I just write? I'm in. Let's go. Clover is in.
Oh, Peachy left. Goodbye, Peachy.
Bye, Peachy. Thank you for letting Jimmy partake in the tournament by using your Switch.
Yes, thank you.
You're a really good friend.
You are.
Jimmy was talking to me about you, but I'm not gonna say anything. Don't worry, Peachy.
Compliments or some dumb shit? What the fuck is this?
It's not.
There aren't enough Jareds. I agree. We gotta. Okay, next, guys, we gotta take a little break
They're
after
rookie
this.
numbers. You gotta pump that shit up.
We gotta pump this up, guys, and you gotta change your name too.
Gotta pump those numbers up, boy.
Also, y'all gotta predict channel points. Oh, wait, never mind. You already did that. I'm stupid. Okay. Next stream is a Jared only stream. We should. Oh my god, guys, the tournament, it's just Jared.
Hey, yo. Hog in chat for Amanda passing the time. Fucking shout out, Amanda.
Shout
Yeah,
out to
congrats,
Amanda.
Congrats.
Amanda's awesome.
Amanda, I don't know who you are, but I'm sure you're awesome.
Amanda. Jesus, you still haven't fixed.
That was a little aggressive, I'm sorry.
I see you haven't fixed your mic yet, yeah?
Oh my god, fine, I'll be quieter. Hold on.
Nah, I'm joking. It's fine.
I also just yelled into the mic, so that probably didn't help.
Your voice is amazing for America's audition for America's Got Failure. Lol. I thought you said like America's Got Talent for a second.
Versus what?
Ow!
What it was earlier.
I mean, I think the same.
You think of the same?
I think. I don't know. Are you trying to go like quieter or what?
A little quieter. This is the quietest it goes.
I thought you were fine earlier, but I don't know what your levels look like on your side.
Okay.
For me, it was fine.
You're okay. You're okay.
Okay.
You're kinda okay.
Yeah, you're a little bit.
Oh,
like,
thank
just
you.
a little bit.
All right, fine. You know.
Yeah, you're not a 10,000 viewer Andy like me and Jared, but aside from that, you're okay.
You're a
Maybe
10K
one day.
in my heart.
Oh, thank you.
You're like 2K in my heart.
I'll take it.
Oh, bro, you guys are like
God damn!
so
I
good.
fucking literally start using my boost and it hits me with the lightning. Are you fucking shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me?
I would never shit on you.
I would never
Oh my
either.
god, please shit on me. It would make more sense because this feels like I'm just being shit on. But instead, and I have myself to blame.
Ah! I suck! Who hit me?
Oh my fucking fuck, dude! Oh my god. GG's, guys. That sucks.
What's the opposite of GG's?
Oh my god, maybe somehow 11th place is good enough, I guess. 11th place is good enough, I guess.
Wait, you're Peach now? Baby Peach? What is that? Baby.
That's Baby Daisy.
Yeah.
What?
Haha, you suck, Nathan. You were behind me. I'm just joking. Third is good, yeah.
Jared, not just the Jared. I think we all gonna vote the same map here. Y'all know what I'm thinking.
No, can no one likes the Shroom Ridge? Come on, guys.
Danelle voted it. Thank you, Danelle.
It's Dinell, not Danelle.
Dinelle, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I've
Dinelle.
been saying Danelle the whole time. Dinelle, okay.
It's okay. It's not my name. I don't really care. But.
We're doing straight random. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, no one's doing Baby Park? Oh.
You did get better, Nathan. Like you actually did. Like you're pretty good now. Compared to me, at least.
We promise.
What's up, guys? I was making my YouTube intro for the video.
Oh, you making this into a video?
No, this is terrible content.
I'm not gonna make this into a video, but I think I'll make Saturday into one.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. I got the Mario Party video and golf video coming out. They're both pretty good.
Nice. I got my editor on the golf one. He's excited to edit it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I should probably get more gaming videos that don't get me the copyright strike button. I'm small enough where that doesn't matter, so yeah.
Wait, what do you mean copyright strike?
Or not copyright strike, but demonetized because I have copyrighted material. Like, I don't fucking care.
From the game?
No, not from games, like TLC shit that I watched.
Oh, you get. Oh, that sucks.
Dude, seriously, instantaneously. It didn't even go up. It was in the fucking checks. They were like, TLC's claiming this, or Discovery is claiming this. Yeah, don't even worry about it. I don't give a fuck.
Bye. I don't know who Kieran is, but.
Oh, Keon?
Oh, Keon.
Right. You're talking to me about mispronouncing it. Oh my god.
I just passed Keon, so I couldn't get a good look at their name. Ah, banana. Guys, I'm first all game. Watch me get demolished now.
I'm double first right now. Never mind.
Does that mean 11th?
Single 8th?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Are you going to be single for another 8 years? Holy shit.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry.
Unless you want it.
I mean, I wasn't aiming for it, but I guess if it's part of my path, I'll take it.
You know your destiny.
This lightning bolt shit is really getting old.
Isn't it? But if one happened now, I love it.
Okay, I was first.
Comeback starts now. Watch this, guys. Comeback starts now.
Bro, Keon, your car is like goddamn faster than. Jesus.
Faster than Jesus? Wow, that's pretty fast.
Yeah. I almost hit myself with my own green shell. I hit myself with my own green shell.
I love that.
I went from first to sixth, literally the last second of the race. And of course, there's people with rockets and goddamn. Oh, this game's so frustrating.
My grid, are you fucking kidding me, brother?
Jared, how do you pass me? It's stupid. I
Oh,
hate this
yeah.
game.
I don't know, but I'm happy about it. Oh, god damn. That was so fucking bad. That was so
Damn.
bad. That was so fucking bad.
That was pretty bad, yeah.
That was atrocious. I hated that.
Oh, I'm
That
top
was
3.
sad.
I'm doing better than Doctor. What is Doctor
Oh,
doing?
Fairy's in the waiting room. Oh, we gotta project Fairy. And by the way, we gotta bump up the Jareds in here. So,
Oh, Doctor's not in here, and
I
Fairy's
hate
in here.
everything. I don't like my life. I'm just so disappointed by every aspect.
Wait, is Doctor Jaring? Because he uses Gold's Mario. I don't know what's going on.
I assume so, but I don't know. Welcome in, Fairy. You're gonna be my 13th reason why. Let's go.
Oh, that's not.
Let's
bad.
get it, y'all. Let's get it in a video game.
I literally beat you, L. You're not wrong. You did beat me. Bro. All right, predict your points, guys. Will I get top 5? I hope this button still. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. I'm gonna fix this button. I'm gonna fix this button. I'm gonna fix this button and rock and roll. Authorized with Twitch. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. I think I'm getting sick. I'm not feeling well. I'm gonna fix this button. Do, do. Which would not be good because I want to Uber Eats. 6 and 5 eat. 5 eat. Cock. Okay. I'm gonna press the prediction. There we go. Now it works. Will I be top 5? Bet your channel points.
I gotta go to bed at 11 so I can wake up at like 7 probably, or 6:30.
I have to
Yeah.
be up at 9. It's nearly 1. I want to sleep for it.
Oh yeah, no, yucky for you because you're in a fucking time zone. But for me, it's pretty lit so far.
Bro. What's up,
I know
Fairy?
that time.
I don't have 5 hours of work to do.
How you
It won't
doing,
take me 5
Fairy?
hours this time. I am doing okay.
How's your AI stuff going?
Oh, AI is done. I'm never doing it again.
Okay. Whoa, we got 5k points on me winning. Sheesh.
Yeah, I spent today doing mathematical methods. It was painful, and I hate it.
E equals MC squared, right?
No, that's physics.
Oh. Pythagorean theorem, right?
I guess.
Cool, cool.
Well, I could read you some stuff if you really want.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's like, so it solved the following Cauchy problem. It's like 3 of the partial derivative of u over x plus 4 times the partial derivative of u
All right,
over
all
y
right. I
is
lost
10.
like 10,000 viewers from that. You could stop. It's
Who
okay.
the fuck is saying math shit? I will mute everyone.
Look, that's been my day, Jared.
Ew.
Ew.
Why do we keep playing this map? You guys are so boring.
Don't know. I voted.
I don't
I
know.
was gonna say I voted Toad Harbor. I lied. I voted random. So
We should vote Baby Park, am I right?
I'm
No.
all about it. Everyone
Thank
vote
you, thank
Baby
you.
Park next round.
Yes.
Can someone
I,
teach me how to do shortcuts in every map?
Yeah. So you see this one? Oh fuck.
Honestly,
Never
Yeah,
mind.
this one I know. It's the waterfall. That's the only thing in this map, yeah? Or is there another one?
I mean,
There's corner cuts you can do.
yeah.
I did not learn routes until I either watched streamers or got stuck in the spectator lobby and was just watching people play better than me.
Jared, no offense, but I'm not trying to get advice from you in this game right now, so...
I dropped my
Elliot,
time
you should get better at the games where you try to, pick who you're getting advice from. Like,
Yeah, but I'm better than
beggars can
you.
be choosers if they decide to be, I guess.
If you need
Yeah.
advice from anyone, let me know.
I need advice from everyone.
Going to fucking scream.
I can only give you advice on Mario Circuit.
How did like Fairy
That's
like,
not
was
very
the
useful.
Fairy was the last one to start playing, and he's like the best one.
Not the best one.
It's not
I
the
don't
best
know.
one. Doctor's nah, he's pretty good though, yeah. I love how we're saying he's pretty good like he's not right here.
My time trial for Mario Circuit is down to 154.
Bye, Doctor. 154. Is that good? I don't know.
God, what are these? I'm getting hit by everything. I'm getting hit by literally everything.
Literally everything? Damn.
That sounds pretty hard. I need a better car. My car is a motorcycle. Motorcycles are slow. Yeah, motorcycles are slower than cars. Even I know that. Oh, I think Jimmy just DC'd. I don't know. He's just standing there.
Yeah, it looks like you might have DC'd Jim.
I just rage quit. I can't.
Oh.
I'll go back. I can't.
You actually rage quit. You were in second like a second ago.
And I went to like 6. And there was just, I don't know. I gotta do something anyway. 16, you don't tell me that, Ben. Now I feel pressured, but thank you, 16 people.
He's lying.
Yeah.
He's lying, probably.
Nah, I don't know.
The reason it looks like I do quite well and then finish badly is because...
Nice, Clover. Are you Lou?
Which means I can drive really well, but I can't deal with items at all. So I keep getting fucked over by items and stuff because I've just got no practice in dealing with them. Crap, I keep
Fair enough.
voting random by accident.
Doctor, are you... Did you do that on purpose so I would win? You fascist. You're crazy. Accidentally change me's? Ah. Alright, we'll go for top 4 this time. We'll get top 4.
Ooh, nice.
Right, I'm back, sorry. I went for a second.
Because I made it like 20 minutes ago.
Code Harbor, sluts. Oh, just kidding. We were supposed to do Baby Park. I'm a dumbass.
Can you guys just do
Jared!
Shroom? Can we do Shroom Ridge? I just want to do Shroom Ridge once.
I mean, I was voting for it earlier and they didn't want to see it, so like, I just kind of gave up on that.
Oh, who left?
They didn't want to see it.
Let's go! Baby! Let's go, baby!
I'm chugging half of this.
Nice cat.
Let's go.
I'm disappointed.
Let's go. I'll tell you what, Jimmy. If you win, I'll gift you a smile.
Oh, that's good enough for me. What if I
7
lose?
subs in Twitch lingo.
If you lose, I'll join your tournament on Saturn.
Okay.
But if you win, I still will. So.
Oh, thank you.
I was supposed to be next one on Saturday, but I'm actually a different real life one on Saturday instead.
Damn, too
I'm so
popular.
sad.
It's for a dancer.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah. I'll try to take a video.
Yeah. I wish I could dance. I had a crush. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, take a dance class.
Well, I had a crush on a girl who knew how to dance really well. Then I stepped on her foot.
Sorry, that's terrible.
So then what? She stepped on your neck? What?
She stepped on my... No, then she was just like, ugh.
Oh,
Really? Most
No.
Most dancers
you should have been like, hey, if you want to make up for that, you can step on my neck.
Bye.
Oh, absolutely.
No, I was just lying. That was almost all
Hey.
lies.
Hey, what place are you in?
First.
I'm in
Oh,
Russia.
actually.
That's a lie. Keon's in first.
Alright, Pig, if you get first, I'll get you 10 subs.
Wait, really? Wait,
Right
everyone,
now.
stop moving. I'll give you $1 if you let me pass you. Everyone. Yeah. I'm not first, bro. I'm not coming in first. Ah! I got hit!
Fucking dick! Oh my god, brother!
Who was
Oh
in
my
first?
god!
I was in first until the
Fucking
6th
Christ.
lap.
I was in first, and then a second, and then 9th.
So,
I'm not
I'll be
happy.
right back.
I'm just not. That's all I'll say.
Oh.
I'm not fucking happy.
Over your game crashed? Alright, will I be top 5? Will I be top 5, guys? Put your points. pass me? Damn. I was doing so good though, Nate.
No, I forgot to
Alright, I'm
randomize my
back.
car because I'm a fucking vegetable.
You randomize your car. What?
I'm back. My brother peed on the floor, so I have to clean it up.
You shouldn't keep him chained up.
Yeah, but he gets rowdy when I unchain him, so.
That's fair.
Fucking Gareld. Oh my god.
You have to spectate. Aw, that sucks.
Hate this map or not?
I think it's okay.
It really makes me question.
Question what?
Like, the one route I have, pretty alright. Any other route I try and take, makes me wish I wasn't born.
Broccoli, I bet my life savings on Jared winning. That's a sentence you should never say. But in this case, it's probably true.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Did you say Jared or A Jared?
You just said Jared.
Because A Jared is like
Yo, always bet on Jared for something.
True.
And we'll never let
Ow!
you down.
How about
Keon's doing pretty good right now.
Who the fuck is Jared from Subway?
Keon is good. Who is Keon? Oh, Keon.
My viewer. Keon's
Yeah.
one of my viewers. What's up, Keon?
I like Keon. Keon is cool.
Keon is
Shout out
cool.
Jared.
Thank
Have
you for
another
representing
drink.
what we're doing.
Pay me to have another drink and I'll do it, Pointy Pin. Welcome in. How are you?
All
I'm soft. How
proceeds
are you?
go to Ukraine to
True.
fund the war
True.
effort.
Also,
So-
all money donated to stream to get me to get fucked up right now goes to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Helping the relief efforts, getting me drunk. Come on, don't be a cheap bitch.
I got
Damn.
You're not gonna get me
What's going
drunk
on?
at the bar. Shout out to me talking like a girl I was on a date with fucking months ago. Holy shit.
Sounds like she's recording for the lawsuit or something. That's a weird thing to say.
It wasn't that. It was just a. It was like we got to the end of the like us eating and drinking and all that shit, and it was like, oh, we're gonna split it, right? And she's like, I'm from Texas. The guys down there never do that. Blah blah blah. And so we hung out a little longer. And after we got the first check settled, she's like, let's do shots. And I was like, all right, I guess we're doing shots. She orders 4 fucking rounds of them, and then when I come back with the bill, she's like, oh no, you're gonna pay that. You're paying that.
Just walk
That's
away.
for you to pay.
Just
And
walk
I was just like, are you fucking shitting me right now? As she's like drunk off.
I hate this game! I was second the whole time, and because first place is so far away, everyone gets like fucking rockets. I hate this
That's
game.
great. That's great. That's fantastic.
Sorry for interrupting.
You're fine. You're fine. Oh my god. Maybe somehow. God damn it.
Yeah, a rocket. A rocket. I hate
Fucking
this game.
6th
I actually hate this
bullshit.
game.
I've got upside down.
Oh my god.
I was top 10 though. I was top 10. It's pretty good. I love Taco Bell's burrito besides the diarrhea. Yeah, Taco Bell's has some good food, in my opinion, as well. We're just gonna keep going top 5 till I play decent enough. So, predictions on top 5 again. I got ink and run into the egg. Yeah, the egg's annoying sometimes. Hey, Clover's back in. I'm
Hell
back.
yeah. She gets the video game references and YouTube references. Wipe that shit up.
It was
Wipe
actually
up.
it was in the dance class that I'm in, and we were doing something to the right instead of to the left like we normally do. And I said, "This is like doing a mirror track in a Mario Kart." And she was like, "Oh yeah, I totally understand what you mean." I was like, "Oh my god, you actually understand the my references?" Like, "Yeah, I love Mario Kart." I was like, "Oh my god."
You're like, oh
Should've
my
just
god, I love
promoted
you.
your Twitch right there.
How close are you to affiliate?
I'm just on the average. I have 2 and a bit average currently.
All right, let me join your stream right now.
I'm not streaming.
Oh,
Clover? Did you just make a fucking fake account?
Let's go.
I see one Canadian in this lobby right now.
it's Clover, yeah.
I'm going to fucking scream. That's actually really
Clover said, yeah, my stage. Clover said, Jared, you're really annoying. Oh, damn.
How did I know?
He didn't say it. I lied.
No, I know he did.
He didn't. I lied.
In his mind,
Well, probably now that I said it, yeah.
Honestly, yeah, no. Now that I've co-signed it, I'm being like that annoying face. Just like, you think it? Which, as soon as you say that, yeah, you're fucking annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're both pretty annoying people.
1000%.
Yeah.
But we know how to, like, I think use it.
Let's go!
Our
Sorry.
advantage to an extent.
Bro, when you say "let's go," sorry, it doesn't sound like the sorry is meaningful. Okay.
You know what? You're right. I should not say sorry. I just I should
Yeah.
not. I should say. I'd be better than saying "get fucked." You know.
No, it's not. We'd all
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Oh,
at least
okay.
the get fuck gets what's in your heart out. Like, they know what you're about.
That's true. That's true.
Keon,
Versus,
go get
like,
close.
what, you came in first place and you're like, God bless all my competition. Really, I just, I hope you all had a fun time playing. It's like, no, good luck, losers. Try harder next time.
Bye, doctor.
just standing on the podium, covering yourself with champagne.
You
Get
stand on
fucked.
that podium with
That
the
was
fucking
sick.
farts into their mouths from below you. That's what you do in first place.
I
No,
just
no,
hit.
no, 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 no! Oh my fucking god!
Jaring, are you serious?
Keon. Oh, it's not Jared. Oh, ow. It's not Jared first.
So I watched back to Bob thing commentating on Mario Kart,
Uh-huh.
and I realised how little faith you have in me.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, in the beginning? For sure. I thought you would play much worse, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of that, I watched the VOD too, and I have something to say, Pick.
Right.
One of my chatters sent me like a motivational video. They're like, watch this before the race. It's a minute. I'm like, okay, maybe this will make you do better. I forgot that everyone was watching it. And then I see in the VOD you being like, did he see her quit? Why the fuck's he watching the video? I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it was so bad.
Nah, it was fine, but I was confused.
Yeah.
Wait.
Damn.
Oh, you're
I
MF
remember
Jared?
that. We were like, what the fuck is he doing? He's just watching a video? Wait, what?
Yeah, son. Oh my god.
You know what's
Well,
funny? There are
Not
so
a
many
Jared? Wait,
Jareds.
what?
There are so many Jareds, but I always know that the real one's not gonna be above me. What?
I want you to suffer a permanent internet outage.
Well, at least not Jared got 12th place, you know?
Not a Jared. Are you not a Jared, or are you saying that you aren't a Jared?
I'm not.
What's up, Pigeon? How you doing? How you doing, bro? This guy looks familiar. Yeah. How's life? You got top 5? Nice. Wait, were you 5th? Because I was 4th, so. Wait, I got 4th, so the outcome's yes there.
So we're
Alright,
turning
I'm back.
right. So we're turning right. No, we're turning left. But you just said we're turning right. No, I said we're turning left. So we're turning left. Right. So we're turning right. No.
What did I just come
I got my
into?
new fucking cart picked out. We're ready to roll.
I unmuted and I hear it going left, going right, going left.
Have the fucking lobby is Jared's. It's terrifying.
Wait, how do I make
Rob,
myself Jared?
Sadie Jared. This zombie looks like Jared 19. in real-
Thank you, Ping Pong. Appreciate it. Final Fantasy ad. Sag.
Have you guys seen Abbott and Costello? Who's on first?
Also,
No.
Elliot,
Abbott.
because you're me, you look like me, but if I was actually Mexican.
Wait, go and add some glasses.
How do you change your guy?
uh,
I don't know how to change my guy's thing. I'm gonna use a different
Shout out to
guy.
the ethnically unambiguous me. God damn. I wish.
I have to.
I had
25
to-
minutes.
I rode to testing
I hope you
yesterday
win,
for
Fairy.
a fucking project, and someone texted me, "Are you Asian?" to make sure I couldn't fit another role.
No shit. I got
No,
random
I
again.
am not.
Just be like, just say yes to everything that they ask you.
Like, if you say I read as Asian, I'll be like, fuck it, let's go. Ni hao, what's good?
You need
But
to put the tones on more.
Would you do accents though?
Wait, say what?
Would
So
you
what?
do? Never
When
mind.
you speak Mandarin, you need to put tones on it.
Oh, absolutely. I would need a
Ah, I see. Thank you, Clover.
a physical level? Definitely. I'll take it.
No, seriously. Like, just saying ni hao means an entirely different thing to ni hao.
Ni
I
hao.
know. Dude, why the fuck do you think I don't take Mandarin? Jesus Christ.
What?
You
Because
actually
he's
take
white, you
Mandarin.
think he doesn't know Mandarin? That's
Actually
racist,
take-
Fairy.
You actually take Mandarin. I would love if you helped me with my university course.
Absolutely, I don't. I said I don't take it.
I actually took Mandarin for 1 week and then I dropped out because I couldn't do it. I could barely
Daddy
speak English.
Jared. That's my favorite name of me so far.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, Paris Promenade.
I put a car this time, so I should be faster.
I also have a cart, but I'm dressed as a furry, so I might not go faster.
I'm being told to go Jared gang, but I don't know.
Thing doesn't follow the crowd, you know?
Oh, that's not a road? Bro, I don't remember this map. I haven't played this in
It's
a
a
long
new
time.
one. It's a new one.
Oh, it looks like the one with the square in the middle, you know what I mean?
Not really.
Oh.
Fuck off, Adam. I knew I was waiting for that little bit. Jesus Christ, that was funny.
Oh my god. Two Jareds just shelled me.
What a cool map.
It is a very cool map. I like it a lot. It actually switches in the end and it's backwards. It's pretty awesome.
Oh.
Also, good mapping.
It's okay, you're only in 11th. Don't feel so
Yeah.
proud.
That's true. I'm 10th.
Okay, okay. Wait,
No! Who did that? Oh my god.
the star? That was me.
25 minutes and I'll go back to doing my university work. Just take a
Nice.
break.
I'm actually doing so bad right now. Oh my god.
I got that one black friend that finds dumb things against races. What? What does that mean?
No, wait. What?
That's what I'm trying to say.
In what chat? Wait.
Why is everyone rocketing? And I get 3 mushrooms.
Three
That's
buttons
okay.
are actually really good.
Are you
Yeah,
shitting
but
me?
3 mushrooms
Oh,
versus a
show.
rocket.
I
Come on.
hate rock.
And then I got one. Again, I get 3 mushrooms, bro. Bro, I don't do shrooms.
Oh my god, I wish I could take a fucking lethal amount right now.
Bro, I got you. I know some people in Brooklyn.
Please hook me up.
Is that what? Do people know shortcuts? I don't get it. Why am I so far behind?
You just gotta pull a bill, goddamn.
Yeah.
I hate blue shells.
Little pussy.
All right. See ya. See ya. See ya, ping pong. Thanks for popping in.
Come back. Oh, IDC!
Oh, come on!
I'm so close to crossing.
Jared probably left because he sucks.
I forgot I was host.
Stupid. I was third.
I'm not even gonna lie, I forgot I was host.
Wait, did you just rage quit, Jared?
Fuck yeah, I did, brother. You think after that double red shell bullshit I was sitting in there?
See ya, ping pong. It was nice seeing ya, or hearing ya, or reading ya.
Oh, that was good. That was fucking funny though.
I feel like you're not the best lobby maker.
Should I make a lobby?
If anybody else wants to make a lobby?
Yeah,
I'll
Jimmy.
make a lobby, but only Jared's can join.
Oh,
that
how do
was
I
good.
change this
I don't
shit?
That was
that.
fucking funny.
All right, give me a second.
All right, everyone, come on in and
Don't
join.
start it. Don't start it. I need to.
I'm
oh,
not,
whatever.
I'm not starting it. I'm not starting it, Ping. I'm just like getting the lobby together. I won't start until
Okay.
you're here.
Oh,
Don't
that's
you
so
worry.
sweet. That's so sweet.
Oh, wait. My mic was cutting out. Oh my god, was anyone hear me?
Wait,
Yeah,
hello?
you were fine.
Hello?
I
Yeah.
didn't hear you cut out at all.
Okay, cool. Sorry,
hear
what's up?
us?
What's up?
Hello?
These
guys are
Yo,
here.
Jimmy, are you
I'll-
here?
I'll tell you the truth.
Yes.
Bro, Jared, do
I
you
am
hear
here.
Jimmy?
I can hear
Shut the
Jimmy.
fuck up.
I don't hear
Oh
him.
my god.
Switch settings. Where are the settings? System settings? What
Oh my
settings?
god, they really are all Jared.
Where are the
There,
settings?
You should get a me.
The hell is settings?
I never me.
Like a Jared me.
I don't need a
No?
Jared me. I have
Bro,
no
guys,
clue.
how do you
Alright.
change your me?
Whoever's
Oh.
making a me, go for it. I'm gonna grab a burger. Be right back.
Alright, you gotta go to No, you gotta go to
Oh, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Very helpful.
Alright, at 1:30,
Wait,
I'm gonna
create-
go back to doing work.
Can I oh, okay. See you.
I know I have
see ya,
21 minutes.
Fairy.
See you,
I said at
Fairy.
1:30.
Oh,
Oh.
never mind.
Oh, he's still here. Oh.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Bing. It's really nice to feel the vote of confidence.
You're welcome. Wait, which one? How does Jared look?
Hmm?
Which one is Jared?
They're all Jared.
No, but who's like? I
I
don't
think
get
it's
it.
the one on the very far left.
What?
Oh, wait, it's very far left for me. That means nothing to you guys.
Look at Jimmy's stream. Oh.
Oh, for how to do it? Oh, for what to do with Jared? Okay.
Oh, look at his stream. Fine.
I think it's one of the. I think it's the pinkest one, not the hair, the skin. I think it's
Yeah,
one...
it is.
Oh, I just heard my voice. Ew. Oh,
You sound great.
Thanks.
No
It's-
problem.
Select a gender. Start from scratch.
You
I
don't have
have
to
to-
start from scratch. It's not hard.
What? But I go to choose a look alike, and they don't look like that. I have to start from scratch. You have to make it from scratch. Yeah.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
All you got to do is remember what his eyes are, remember his nose, remember his mouth, remember his glasses.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think the
so
nose is default.
much.
No, the hair is default. You just have to change the color to black.
The hair is default, eyes are default, mouth is smiley, nose is default, eyebrows are big black.
Big and black.
There are Jareds and enough. True.
What's happening? What's good? Do we
No,
have
no.
enough of me? There's
No.
never enough of me if we're
There's
being
never
honest.
never enough. No, no.
Oh, this is
There
so
is enough.
much work.
There's at least one enough.
Haha, I get it. This is
I
so.
hated that.
This is so much work. Wait, which eyes is he?
The default, I think.
He only has default eyes. That's so sad. He's smiling.
He also has default hair and default nose.
Oh my god.
What happened?
Hold on.
The smiling is an open mouth with a top row of teeth.
Jared. Oh, I made him. But his eyebrows are brown. Is that weird? Feels so weird without any music.
Whoopsie. Sorry, my bad. I typed something I shouldn't have.
Father,
Ah,
no
just
one likes you.
back
Keep
off.
bribing your friends. What?
My bad.
I'm back. That's how you do it, Nathan. You gotta go to system settings and
Hang
create
on,
a.
let me join him.
Yo, I need some fucking mods. Jesus Christ.
You don't have any mods?
I do, but 2 of them do not come most often recently. At
Why do you
least.
want your mods to come?
Don't you,
Sorry.
don't you save that for your OnlyFans?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
might have to unmod some people, which is a little sad. Yo, sorry, I unmodded you, Eric. You didn't show up for like 2 months. What was I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Mod me? Kokoba? Maybe, maybe. I want to make sure that I'm modding, modding
Select,
someone now.
I have to select the me in game.
Party keeps blaming me. Like, literally stop taking accountability for all of your actions. You literally don't exist. You've never been born. You don't have to take any accountability for anything, you fucking idiot!
I think someone's mad.
Only a little bit salty that people who are like this are allowed on the internet.
Okay, I thought I made you. Whatever. I'm just not streaming wise in the
I
game.
thought I made
But
I thought I made you.
but I don't think I did. Main menu of the game. Oh, fine.
Oh,
Okay,
the
you know what?
lobby, I'll bet.
Give me a
Is
second.
that an old man Jared? Oh my god. I
It's
love
so
that.
annoying. It's changing this.
There
Such
are
a
2
boomer.
old men, Jared.
God bless.
Okay, boomer.
So
That
many
girl's
options.
that girl's pretty cute. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Wait. Oh, here, me suits. What? How do I change my Wii?
Your what?
My Wii. You have to change your name in pro. You know the bullshit. I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna be ping pong, okay? God damn. How much work?
But I feel bad, but I don't, but I do.
Nah,
All
I'm
right. Now I have to do the mod thing. All right, so we're dropping this. Gamer, don't say
Stop me,
something.
stop me,
or,
stop me.
Or I time out.
Delete mine. I can't. Fuck, delete mine.
I get you people to raid for more viewers, maybe. Bro, I'll be mod. Oh, thank you, Ping. If you mod me, I'll give you $1. If you mod me, I'll watch on an alt. That's tempting. I'm not gonna lie.
Do it.
I'll give you $2. Ooh, Dina. All right, I think we have enough people. Am I waiting on anyone, or are we all good?
I just
I'm
gotta collect my
spectating.
character, I'm good.
All right, so you're all good.
I'm spectating.
Gucci boy.
Wait, you're spectating? Oh, it must mean it's full.
It's okay.
Okay, well,
Too
Fairy's
full
gonna
of Jared.
leave in a second, right? Anyway,
I'm
right?
gonna leave in 15 minutes.
Look at this green. Holy shit.
I'll give you a
See
sub
that
podcast.
old me? That's me if I don't learn how to meditate real fucking quick.
Communication
Take it.
error? What happened?
Everyone's
Wait,
still
what?
here.
Meditation is actually really easy.
Which Jared do I join? There's like 5. Are they all in? Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Join
Okay.
Jimmy or
There's
me.
a palm error on like every angle. What's happening?
We'll do Paris again. Actually, no, we'll do Toad Circle. It'll be a little different. Jar Jar Binks.
My favorite. They spelt Jar Jar Binks wrong, and I'm really angry about it.
Gamer, it's fun to not mod you. Literally kill me before I mod Gamer. Oh my god. I would rather.
Oh my god.
I'm a fun mod in hell. So mods can fuck with you like Jimmy. No.
Yes, what you really
Sorry,
need to do
my
is give,
bad. Whoopsies, that leaked out.
I'm
what you
finally
really
in.
need to do is give Gamer more power.
No, never. I would never.
Yeah,
What's
whoever made Jar Jar
on?
Binks, I hate you because you spelt Jar Jar Binks wrong.
Bro, what's going on? I hate this game. I think my thing just crashed. That's what happens when you make 10 different fucking shits. I'm not spectating, Nathan. Sorry. Not letting me. I'm so tired.
Mario Kart! Whee!
Can I just, like, normally play? With my normal thing? I'm assuming Clover's in with everyone. Ouija! Bro, it's so annoying. It keeps freezing.
I want this old Jared and Grand Jared.
Grand Jared better come in first place.
I hope so too.
He's gonna be wiser than me, so hopefully. Oh fuck! I just missed the double. Yep, he's definitely wiser than me.
Old Jared is in first currently. With Grand Jared in second.
Oh,
Finally, I'm
let's go.
spectating.
Fucking MF Jared, I'm going to scream.
And shout.
And let it all out.
This is so stupid. This is like high school all over again.
Nathan, you say if you're spectating, look at me, but I don't know who you are. They're all Jared.
There's strength in numbers, brothers! Fuck!
Jared, I
How
want
do
you
you
to
screw me
understand.
like that?
You're basically the leader of this army, Jared.
Fuck
You're
you,
the
Grand
one and
Jared.
I
only.
mean, if I was, I'd be winning.
Oh my god.
You are winning. What are you talking about?
Red?
True, if one of my me's wins, I win.
Oh, there we go.
You won.
I was
W.
in third for so long.
Whoever's the first Jared in the rankings. Alright, sweet. I came in first place. Love that.
Thank you, old Jared.
Thank old me. Oh, you did a great job, sweetie.
You sound like my grandma.
It'd be fun for no one. Oh my god.
I would, bro. You should make gamer mod. Yeah, that's fine. That's my
Yes, you're not
endorsement.
stop trolling. Stop trolling. I saw Grand Jared and I got sick. I was originally gonna do Jared old. I'm glad someone had the idea. Yeah.
All right, put your points in, people.
What did I mean, Gerald?
Will I be top 5? Let me put the prediction. Boom. So happy I could press a button for that.
You want to vote accurate. What you do. You know you do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna try and make a whole me dedicated to me, you might as well vote after me, you fucking weirdo.
Exactly.
Oh, my Jared is
I'm-
derpy.
Sorry, Jared. I'm only doing it for the meme. Everyone else is doing it.
I'm all about it.
Oh.
If you want to mod me, you can. You should have just said that, Barry. I wouldn't be able to time, but whatevs.
Bro,
I gotta-
make mod applications. That's what I did.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a mod application.
Yes, we finally got this map. Yeah.
And yes, I finally passed. Never mind. Never mind. I suck.
Lol.
Okay.
Come on.
I think I should probably switch something. A dead target. I don't know.
Just become better at the game. That's all we have to do.
Get booted from the call. That's how you get better.
Damn.
Left distraction.
I've
Trying-
been hurt. I only know how to hurt people in that call. I'm sorry.
That hurt a lot.
I mean, there would be stuff like that.
I know. You gotta get a bigger dick, Stevie. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Yes, I'll
I'm
get one.
sorry.
Cross the Atlantic.
Where's that extendo, though? I need a bearing straight level of rocket. It
Rocket.
needs to be a literal land bridge, or it's too small.
Damn.
Oh, I just got so lucky.
Wait, did the real Jared have a star?
Oh fuck!
One of them did.
One of the real ones.
Oh yeah. I
The
don't
real
know.
thing, baby. You're gonna have to come for it.
Oh god. Oh, I got 3 red shells. Okay, bet.
No, not like the goddamn red shell. Thank you.
Oh wait, was that coming for you?
Shut up.
It was coming for me
Cool,
too, I
cool.
think, but it didn't work out.
Alright, lightning bolt would be great right now.
Nope.
Jareed.
That's true.
He's being harassed by me.
What happened?
It's just not. It's all me. Guys, I pick on myself
Who
enough.
oh.
Stop adding to it.
It's a Jared multiverse. I love it.
Shit, nice getting second, Clover.
Jared.
There-
Multiverse? Is there a single one of me that doesn't drink too much?
Yeah, that one's actually that one becomes president. Believe it or not.
Oh shit.
What a fucking square.
Yeah, pretty much.
What would you run on if you were the president?
Oh fucking to do Baby Park, I'm so stupid! Oh my god, I'm so dumb!
I did
Jared
excite
into
myself.
the
Basically,
Jared
Baby
verse.
Park.
Oh my god, alright. I'm gonna make this.
That's a good one, Clover.
Made the same mistake.
Top 5, vote now. Jared, I hit 3 people with my green shell. Damn.
Not the same mistake,
It's a lot.
I don't think.
This girl, Jared? What the fuck?
Damn,
I'm
girl,
gonna fucking...
girl Jared looking kind of thick.
Oh my god, who's trying to smash girl me, though?
I'll do it.
I mean, you are, surely. I mean, that's how these things work.
I mean...
That's
no.
like smashing your sister or something. I don't know if he wants to do
No
that.
one makes me laugh harder than me, so,
True. Well, you make me laugh
Hit
hard.
me up,
That's
girl me.
alright. Let me cut off everyone like a true pro gamer.
True pro gamer. Oh.
Uh,
Oh. Sorry.
oh,
Ow. Well, I guess you don't care.
let's go, first place, baby.
For now.
Never mind. Yeah, second actually.
You were one of them? I was?
Yes.
Oh. Thanks for hitting me with the green shell, Nathan.
Next race, everyone should be their bees. And then you'll just be maybe Jared.
Bro, I don't know how to switch any of that shit. I'm just ping pong. I'm just green. I'm sorry.
Isn't like your main menu. You
Bro,
know,
I
your-
spent like 5 full minutes trying to figure it out.
Oh no, 5 minutes?
I know it's a lot of valuable time
That's
for
a
ping
lot
pong.
of screen time.
Exactly.
That is true. If you're streaming, it's probably not fun to make your viewers watch you create
Fuck
a name.
no.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Ping.
You get 30 seconds of changing my beans on Fall Guys, and then I fucking choose for you. That's about it.
Yeah, but it's okay because let's be honest, they're all watching all of our streams at the same time. Right, guys?
Fucking hell.
I have a schedule now in Discord that no one sees. That means.
Second place, let's go.
Please. Hold
I'll
it,
take
hold it.
fourth.
Hold these nuts. Fuck you.
Mexican Jared.
Come.
There's a lot of Jareds in here. Oh, Clifford, you got 10th? Damn, that sucks. Wait, what play? Oh, I actually got top 5. Let's go. You do have all 3 open? You see what I mean?
All Jareds vote Baby Park. If you're a true Jared, you vote Baby Park.
If you're a fake Jared, you get fucking yeeted.
Exactly. I see one. I see there's a MILF Jared.
What if you're brown Jared?
Wow, fake Jared, you're fucking banned from Nintendo. Also, you have the wrong haircuts, you dumb shits.
What if you're brown Jared?
They all need to be slightly different, otherwise how do you
Never be.
That's true. It'd be slightly different. True.
Will I be top 5? Put your points in now.
Like me wishing one day I'll be a real Hispanic, and actually no, I never will be.
But you are.
You
Aren't
are
you?
in spirit. I'm just kidding.
In spirit.
Just in
In
spirit.
non-Spanish speaking spirit, I am Hispanic.
Oh, you got MILF Jared in here too. That's kind of hot.
Let's go.
Milf Jared, what are you talking about?
There's a MILF Jared in the lobby now.
Yeah, me. What are you saying?
Wait, really?
Yes. What do you?
I didn't know.
Okay.
Next we need a guild guy.
Sorry.
Sure. Well, we already have old Jareds. We have Grand Jared, basically Guilt Jared.
Grand Jared, Milf Jared, fucking Shrunken Head Jared, probably Giant Head Jared, normal Jared.
You just ran into my red shell. That wasn't very smart.
What if I just red shelled thing?
Then you would be lying because you didn't.
Damn, I suck.
Pretty much.
Thanks, Fink.
No worries. Who keeps run? People keep. You ran into it. Stop running into my mushroom. My shell.
I didn't. Jared did.
I did.
Yeah. Barry did. Was a blue shell coming? Yeah. That's
I
why.
have no one to excuse myself.
You fascist.
You fascists.
Nice motherfucker, Jared.
Motherfucker.
God damn it, he bombed me.
Oh, baby.
Kart.
Park.
Yeah, I'm second to home. Oh, I thought that was the last map. Shit, I stopped driving.
Shit! Dude! What the fuck? What the fuck? Go, let's go!
I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game. I was second place!
I was second.
No, I was second place, and then I went down to 11th.
It's okay. It's okay.
Believers
I'm fine.
win.
It's okay.
I have one
I'm
more.
fine. It's okay. I'm gonna grab my seltzer. It's okay. I'm fine.
Doubters, give me your points, you stupid idiots.
I want to stop playing this.
Thank you, I love you. Thank you, Dinell. Thank you. Let's go.
Bro, I'm about
Let's do another prediction.
I'm about to play Wordle after this. I can't play this anymore.
Remember, steal, jump, needle.
Jared, always vote
Thank
Baby
you.
Park.
This is my last tournament. I'm tired of this game.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
You're all good.
You're tired of this game, you little fake?
Yeah.
This is also my last one because I have to go back to doing uni work, which means after me and Ping leave, it really will just be a sea of Jareds.
True.
True.
Not wrong.
Yeah, would.
Never wrong.
Want me to make a no.
No.
There's your answer. I was just gonna ignore it, but you know.
Will I be top 5?
That's true.
Hang on, how many races in this tournament?
I think the whole lobby is full of racists actually. Yeah.
Races am I? All of them.
Oh, it's
Ooh, we got
Bowser.
6
Got
in, yes.
representation in the lobby.
You're all wearing helmets. That's pretty important.
I'm actually Donkey Kong.
Guys, if you race in the water, is it better? Is
Oh,
it?
of course.
Is it slippery? Wait.
Slippery slick. Wow, you little slippery bitch.
No, seriously, is it slippery?
I don't know actually. I have no idea.
Don't think so.
I assume they wouldn't go that deep on the detail, but maybe they would. Like maybe they'll blow my fucking mind like that.
What? Why'd you run into my bomb? I was just holding it.
Who the hell's Grand Jared?
I'm like, you pick a thing and broke it. Ow.
Nice. Nice. Bullocks.
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 Oh god, bollocks for real. Oh god, oh no.
My name is Perry.
I called the British accent the beginning of the day.
Oh, thank you.
You want me to try?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm too tired. Alright, I'll try. I don't know, I've heard a lot of British people in my life. I should be able to do this.
Well,
I
I
suck,
have
I
a
suck.
stereotypical British accent for people I know.
I know. I'm British. I don't know. My British accent's not that good.
You're trying to do like you're doing a mix of terrible accents all around the British,
Whatever, bro. I don't care.
and then trying to randomly mix in Cockney.
I like me. That's why. I'll be on. Oh my god. I'll be honest. 'Cause I'm always not honest, I guess. I don't know.
You're an honest man.
I'm an honest man. This game's really annoying.
Well, you don't even like video games that much.
True. I want to play I want to play goddamn. I want to play
I feel bad 'cause,
SM64. Hey!
SM64, go for it. Best
Clover
game.
got second. Nice. Go for it. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. And maybe in like 5
Yeah, I
minutes.
know. I'm finishing the tournament and then I'm done.
Alright, real Jared, it's about Baby Park.
Baby Park, do 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 do.
I love that song.
Baby Park.
That was kind of weird.
Shit.
Do you have Corona?
I don't
Hey?
think so.
Oh.
Everything's about you, Jimmy. Jesus.
So, I thought you meant because like my singing voice was like weird. I don't know. I don't know what you meant by that. I don't know what you meant.
Okay, do you have COVID?
No, I don't think so.
No, Jimmy. Now I'm asking. Oh my.
Oh
okay.
no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Very
Oh my
personal
god!
about me.
Fuck whoever that's definitely gamer. Fuck. Fuck. You're not true, Jared. Oh my god.
Fuckity fuckity fuck fuck.
Wait, what's happening? What? I just burped so much. What happened?
Whatever. We haven't even raced this today. It's fine. Whatever.
God.
Do you hate Mute City?
Now I do.
We
Okay.
have certain reasons to hate these cities.
You guys hate gamer.
I mean, yeah.
Why?
Yeah, no, I got nothing to say. Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's hate.
No,
More like
I wouldn't.
a family member that you know has to be invited to weddings, but you don't like to see them.
Are you a gamer supporter?
I mean, I don't have anything against him personally, but but maybe.
Like Mario Kart with them for extended periods of time.
I mean, I don't know.
Don't worry, he just ruins any chat he's in. That's it.
He's fine on my chat. Maybe because I'm Jewish. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why.
He has his targets clicked out, I guess. I don't know.
So the opposite.
Probably that. The opposite of anti-Semitic.
Bill
So
Jared.
anti-Semitic.
Who's anti-Semitic?
Are you trying to get... What's good? Are you... No, or what's good?
Wait, I heard anti-Semitic. I gotta hear the rest of that.
I said gamers are the opposite of anti-Semitic.
He's the opposite of anti-Semitic?
Yeah, yeah, he ruins every chat except yours because he's Jewish.
Ah, I love him then. Alright, let's see. He comes into my chat. Bro, I hate Jews. Uh-oh, bye, old
I'm doing
Jared.
so bad. I'm doing so bad. That was so unnecessary.
That's it. To be fair, I have a small prejudice against anyone who puts 420 in.
Why? You don't. Ow! You don't 420 it, bro?
I do not.
Oh, that shock dodge, dude.
Same, I barely do. I haven't done it in a long time.
Oh my god, to top 5, to top 5, to... No! Who the fuck did that? Okay.
Bye.
No.
Bye.
Okay, we got it.
Let's
chat, we got top
go! Second place,
top
baby! I beat all of you! Except Grand Jared. I don't know who that is.
5. Who is Grand Jared?
I reckon
Probably
it's
Keon. It's probably Keon.
Oh, forcing these burps hurt. Forcing these burps
Actually,
fucking hurt.
Stop doing that. What the hell?
How's the burp counter?
What place you got, Clover?
Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Tall PP. That's Nathan?
I got tall PP and small PP?
Oh, is there small PP too?
Is there small and tall?
How did they change it so quickly? I'm like a boss. Oh. Guys, what's your favorite game?
Damn it, gamer.
Go back. But yeah, oh, now you let me mute myself.
Just realized there's now a black Jared.
What'd you say?
There's a black Jared.
Oh, that's not Jared.
That's all PP.
Okay.
Because people called me black before. I think that's why.
Oh, okay.
I think it's Nathan, but I'm not sure.
I thought it was gamer because he suggested making a black Jared.
Oh, then maybe it is. Who knows?
We were playing Animal Crossing earlier. It was pretty fun.
Oh, you guys are playing together?
No, I was talking to someone in chat and I couldn't hear for that last part. I'm sorry.
No, no worries. Cool. Are you like up to date with that?
Animal Crossing? No, I didn't play for like a month.
I haven't played for ages.
And that's my first time playing today.
Oh, nice. How'd
In
it
a
go?
while.
Did you check out Nookazon?
I suck. No, I've not. I still have not checked that out there.
You should. It's very cool.
I'll talk to chat in a second if anyone said something. I just feel a little weird doing it. Not muted.
You finally came here, Dino. You finally came back to your roots, bro. You know you left me. That hurt. How you doing, bro? I figured you were tall PP. Small PP's OGP. Thanks. Forgot to say this, but your Discord chat is loud. Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm gonna pass Grand Jared, and I see Ping.
Oh, I missed the pad. Fuck. Oh.
Real quick, can you guys hear music in the background on Discord?
Not
Nope.
really.
I can't hear anything.
No, you can't.
Alright, top 3, watch this. Never mind, fuck that. Get out of here, Grand Jared. Oh, fuck, what the fuck?
No, you're stupid red shell! I was third!
Let's go, baby!
Oh my god. I was at Jimmy's first, seemed rude to leave. Nah, no worries, I'm joking. My day was okay. Pretty lazy. But I feel like I got something done today. Guess I didn't really do much today. I was just chilling. Tomorrow I'm gonna start Uber eating again. Cause I was going crazy yesterday. Trying to figure out what to do in life in general. So I'm just gonna go back to Uber eating to make some stable money, while streaming and like YouTube and everything. Yeah. Sucker blow. But my day today was okay.
Damn.
Let me up your guys' volume on Discord.
Yeah, Jimmy, how many races is this tournament?
Oh, like 16. You can leave whenever you want.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be like 8.
Yeah.
It is 16. I'll leave it in a second. I'll just finish this last race. Last race then. Overlands on my one.
Jared, nip for a gifty? Baby, I'll do whatever for charity. Don't you fucking doubt me.
Yeah, try to make their voices more balanced. Hopefully it's more balanced now. Hi, small PP. What's up, tall PP? How you doing?
Are you trying to play some games? If so, add me with exclamation FC.
Wraith of the Viewer.
Welcome in.
FC!
Oh, well, my bad.
My
You
little
sound
I
like
suck.
You sound like an
Okay,
awesome
that's a
bonus.
gift stuff from Coco. What flavors we got? We got double chocolate, tequila cream, vanilla vodka, coconut, strawberry rum, fucking...
How does it sound now? Oh, well, obviously you're racing. You don't need to save. I'll try to fix it after.
I'm going to fucking die tonight. I'm going to feel awful tomorrow morning. I should text my friend and find out the plan. Oh, shit.
You should do that, Jared.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that after this race.
You have
Before
plans
I take
tomorrow?
that nip.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I have to go down to the city for a fucking background job, so I need to like meet up with a friend who's driving me there and make sure I have all my clothes set out beforehand. Otherwise, I show up and maybe get sent.
Oh, shit.
Not actually, but like.
Make
those
sure
go.
that you drink lots of water and eat some sugar.
Oh yeah, no, I'm chugging like 5 glasses of water before I go down for bed. That's non-negotiable.
And eat some sugar.
Just hit some sugar.
Yep.
Sorry, first place.
Alcohol lowers your blood sugar. It's one of the reasons you get
Sugar
hangover.
makes it feel worse. Like the sugar crash on top of the hangover, like just fucks you extra.
Nope. You want some sugar because you get low blood sugar with the alcohol.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Smarter. Okay.
Ping, you are not loud. Oh, I'm not talking much. Am I not loud enough? I feel like my volume was okay. No? I could put my volume louder after this. Of course, of course. I'm second first almost all game. Now I'm third, and people are rocketing right behind me.
Let's go. Damn it, damn it.
I think they're saving their rockets.
They're probably saving their rockets.
Fucking
Honestly.
stop it! I didn't even do anything.
Stop it!
Literally.
Oh, I hate that.
Thank you. No!
I love that.
Yes! Yeah! Let's go!
I fucking hate it.
Let's go!
Anyway, alright, I'm off.
Please.
All right, see you, fairy.
That's it. I have work to do and I hate it.
Adios, fairy.
That
Have a
was
good night.
close.
Thanks for playing.
Later.
I have.
Okay, I upped my audio now. Should be better. You're the rocket? Oh. You've had enough? Bro, I'm surprised you're not owning. Wait, I don't know who's who, to be honest, though. It's kind of annoying. All I know is tall peepee. See you, fairy. Ugh. See you, fairy.
Bye, fairy.
Bye, fairy.
Oh shit.
What happened?
Partipodact? I don't know what that means. What? That's nothing. That's random words. Also, I'm picking Ribbon Road.
I hope you win, Nathan.
Bam. Did it.
I put a will I be top 5, by the way, if anyone wants to vote. There are some races I would win top 3, then get bottom 3 the next. Yeah. I feel like you're, like... Yeah, I've seen that with you. I'm nervous for the tournament now. Don't be nervous. It's just for fun, man.
I need real water.
Just enjoy. You want that game? Fair enough. The Kirby game?
Oh.
All right,
Sorry.
pussies.
I was just making sure people are still watching me. That chat didn't say anything for like fucking
Holy
like 10
shit.
minutes.
You gotta let people lurk, man.
I feel like I'm a bad streamer sometimes for not like asking chat questions or participating, so I just want to do that.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like it's kind of the opposite. Wow, someone just put a banana and hit their own banana, I think.
It can be back and forth where it's like sometimes like, all right, you know, involving chat in it, but then also it's like pulling teeth sometimes. It's like if people aren't there and like, you know, answering naturally to the combo, it's like, is it just not distorting, but like, I don't know, disjointing the convo or whatever the fuck it could be from them talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if people are lurking and don't want to talk, I'm not gonna make them talk.
Oh,
I
yeah,
used-
they don't have to. I just want to, you know, ask to see if anyone like, I don't know.
Throw out the
That's
line
pretty
for them too.
Gotcha.
Get back
Ow.
here, girl, Jared.
Me Sports, I believe. Your chat is quiet today, because they're all in Jared's chat, bro. Probably. I don't know. It is pretty quiet. Also, when you play games with other streamers, nice. When you play games with other streamers, I feel like everyone is. I feel like people don't want to like interrupt or something. I don't know. They were in both Jimmy and Jared's chat. Yeah, there you go.
What the fuck?
What happened?
The nip is completely solidified.
Ooh, you're just the last streamer to start streaming. It is what it is. It is what it is, bro. You just want Tokyo? I'll vote for Tokyo for you. Never mind. I don't know how to do that now. I'll try it the next time if I remember. Wait, did Doctor get off? Because he said I've had enough. Plus, we're not wordling or anything. We're Mario Karting.
This was unopened. This
Huh?
was... Oh wait, no, I think it's coming out.
All right, enjoy, Dino. Excuse me. What's coming out?
What's coming? What? Huh?
Hello,
Hello?
it's me. Do you know that song?
Like Adele? Hello?
Yeah.
Who doesn't know hello?
I don't know. I was wondering from
Y'all's had some iconic bops, I'm not gonna lie.
Bops.
Yeah.
How did you not get hit by my thingy?
No! Who the fuck was that?
Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is tragic.
No. Great. Fucking great. I get hit by a blue shell in first place.
That's so unfortunate. Girl, Jared, you can't. Oh shit, never mind.
And now I get past. This is why I really hate this game. You know what I wish
don't
they.
blame you.
You know what I wish they did?
What?
I wish they had a game mode where it's like. Oh, I thought that was the last lap. Shit. Ugh, I really hate this game. Where it just averages the place you were in, and that's what counts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
What a garbage round.
Hey, Nathan and last. Aw. Wait, maybe predictions for top 5 isn't good now. There's only 8 people. Did I throw a bomb? I don't think I had a bomb, no.
I just love how like the real Jared's like voting Baby Park like has stuck. A few people just keep voting Baby Park.
True.
I watched Final Destination tonight. Awesome.
Oh, I forgot to vote for Tokyo. My bad. I got hit by you, recovered from that, then bomb. Oh, that sucks. That indeed does suck. Hey, we got the new map though.
True. Do you like these new maps, Ping?
Well, most of them are old maps. Right?
Well, like this is from like Tor, but like I never played Tor, so it's basically a new map for me.
Yeah, I think it's a new map for me too. I feel like half of them are new maps, half are old. Because I played Wii, DS, and Game Boy Advanced, I think?
I hate this game. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I like the new maps. I don't like that I paid for them. I realize now that I didn't need to pay for them.
True. Please get top 5. I voted 300. I'll try my hardest. Thank you for being a good viewer and voting, though.
Are you saying if you don't vote, you're a bad viewer? Kind of messed up.
No, I'm saying if you don't vote, you're the worst kind of person. You're the worst viewer. Get out of my stream, you piece of shit. No, I'm just kidding.
Sheesh.
Obviously, I'm JKing, guys.
Obviously.
I love some of you.
Not gamer. You don't love gamer.
I never said that specifically.
Oh, sorry.
What makes you think that? How did I get a start almost first? This is crazy. Oh, it's because old man Jared's so far ahead.
Yeah.
God,
Sorry.
this fucking game. Hey,
Were you
I swear to
second?
God.
Why?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not
was.
even. Bye. I don't know who's who.
No! You're fucking kidding, dude! Top five! No! What the fuck was that?
Let's go. Let's go.
Who placed the bomb? Who placed that fucking bomb, dude?
I
What the
placed.
shit was
I
that?
just got the 8, and I just placed everything, and I got second. You know
I'm
the
sorry,
8 thing,
Lotus.
the 8 wheel.
Yeah.
Where's Jared?
Yeah, where is Jared? That's a great question. Are you? I'm being serious. I'm sorry. I suck. What can I say?
I'm gonna do a top 2 prediction. Well, I get top 3 actually. Top 3. Use your channel points if you'd like.
Gamer for life, Jimmy. You said you did hate me. No, actually, I said I despise you.
Damn. Honestly, I don't see what's so. Maybe I
I'm
shouldn't say
kidding,
anything.
guys. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
What's so
I'm not
bad
trying to-
about Gamer? Like, what has he done to you? Like, I'm just curious. I'm not
Have you
educated.
watched the Your Boy Jimmy stream?
Avoid Jimmy? What?
Have you watched the Your Boy Jimmy stream?
Your boy Jimmy stream. I mean, I've watched your stream before, yeah. What do you mean?
Gamer
My
literally
bad.
just
I was muted.
He literally just answered his own question.
What did he say?
You said it in here. Oh, I thought you were
It's
sending
good.
a clip where he trolled me.
Well, I mean,
What does Gamer do you know?
like literally.
You got rocket and ended? Ah, that sucks.
Try and call them out on it. They try and gaslight you and pull up some bullshit they made up about a fucking deadbeat fucking dad that they can't even keep up with on the next stream you call them out on. They're just a fucking little liar, and it's annoying as shit.
Okay.
It's fucking pathetic.
Kind of toxic. I feel like there's only one truly toxic person who's been in my chat. Because, like, I'll take your guys' word for it. I'm sure he's toxic, but he's not really toxic here. I feel like only Sleepy has been truly toxic. But even Sleepy wasn't like that bad. I don't know. Ping likes him because he gives him money? Nah. What do you mean? I love Nathan and he never gave me a penny. Nah. Honestly, not even. He just hasn't done anything to me. Oh, I just hit Nathan. My bad. I just...
Let's go first place, baby! First place!
There's another round. Oh, you
I
finished?
know, that's pretty good. Yeah, I finished.
Damn, you crazy. I'll take 6th. Whatever.
I will take 7th, I guess.
7.
Rigging the vote. Keon's rigging the vote.
Toms, though!
Bruh. I'm gonna have nightmares with that song tonight.
This is why we should vote it again. I'm just kidding, guys.
I keep going random by accident. I have to vote the Tokyo place.
Jared, what do you think? We've had enough of it.
You hit me with the green shell? You hit me a lot with green shells. I know. I don't know what happened to Diego. But hey, Nathan's here. Doctor's here. Some people are still here. Cortez is here. Welcome back, bro. Or if you're lurking, welcome back to not lurking. That's so annoying. How was dinner? VIP Cortez? Yeah, buddy. There were some toxic people on Gardic. Yeah. Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, there were a lot of toxic people in Among Us. But in terms of people who actually stuck around, like came back after at least one or two streams, the most toxic was probably Sleepy. And like, he's a kid. Like, I don't know. Like, if you're like 25 and you're being an asshole, I feel like that's very different if you're like 14 and being an asshole. Or 15, or, you know?
Let's find out. Let's find out, y'all.
How old is Gamer? Does anyone know?
No idea.
I probably shouldn't be asking chatters how old they are. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't want to know. Please don't answer.
Okay. See, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Gamer is like 14 years old, you know? It was good? Nice. Do you have another picture of your beautiful food that almost always looks Korean to post on the Discord? Oh, I'm dead. Nope. Fair enough. What'd you eat? Gamer's probably high school. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Middle school or high school, probably. And if not, then... I don't know. That's kind of weird. Nice.
Oh.
Someone just bombed me into oblivion. That was nice.
I steering so I could read fucking Discord for half a...
It was a HelloFresh meal. Bro, I should have taken that sponsor for HelloFresh. I could have gotten Cortez to get it. And you would have gotten like 10 free meals with the purchase of like a free thing. And I would have gotten some money. Couscous with some onion and zucchini and some blocks of cheese you grill with seasoning. Oh, that actually sounds so good. Especially the couscous with onion and blocks of cheese part. And I'm not too big of a fan for zucchini. Let's put a top 3 prediction. If you guys want to vote, I don't remember what the one was from before, so I'm gonna put top 3 here. Probably would have bought one set. Oh, that's so sweet. They were giving a lot of money. I probably could have made a good amount from that, to be honest. I'm an idiot. But part of me also didn't want to really take it. Because I wanted to at least do a cooking stream if I were to take it. And I didn't have the setup for a cooking stream. But I should have just done it anyway. Should have just done it anyway. It is what it is. That's what happens in life. If opportunity shows itself again, do it. For sure. Especially since I'm actually pretty low on money now. So not for HelloFresh. In terms of HelloFresh, it would have helped for people who would have bought HelloFresh anyway. But also, I gotta save up to move out. You know, I definitely gotta save up. And for TwitchCon, I wanna go to TwitchCon, which is in San Diego. So a lot of you Californians could come through if you can / want to. Nice. This game is so frustrating. When is it? I'm low on money too. Bro, stop. Honestly, stop giving streamers your money, bro. Me, like every streamer you give too much money. And I got into that mood too, and I started giving money like. But now I'm trying to be careful with how I spend my money. Oh, that was the last round.
We're gonna be right next to each other, maybe. Oh wait,
Oh
we
my
are
God.
gonna be next to each other.
Hey, let's go.
Just
Did
kidding.
it just pass me last second?
Just kidding. Oh, Grand Jared was in first. Never mind. He lapped me.
Grand Jared's so cracked.
I'm good on money. Oh, but I'm gonna stop. Yeah, you got a part-time job? Yeah, I'm gonna do Uber Eating. I'm gonna do Uber Eats again starting tomorrow. Gonna be Uber Eating. How much was the meal thing? Since Cortez didn't answer, I think there's this different sets you could do. You could get like $20 for a huge couple of meals or something. But I don't remember the prices. How far away is San Diego from LA? There you go. Dino just told you. I might visit LA too when I go to Cali actually, because I have a friend who lives in LA. I might want to visit him if I have the money. Yeah. So I don't know yet. TwitchCon is in summer, I think. But tickets go on sale next month, I think. I think. I was asking you, like, what would we needed to get you to get? No, I had the sponsorship deal came to me. I think $16 or $17 you would have to spend, and I probably can't say how much they would give me, but it was a lot more than I would expect. Let's just say it was good. I don't know, making chat pay for something feels weird too, though, to be honest. My controller just broke there. What the hell? I don't like that idea of kind of making chat pay. Ooh, Nathan's in first. But there were some people who would pay anyway because they use HelloFresh, like Cortez. I should have just done it. It's okay to ask. Don't make people pay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I was trying to think, like, I did a lot of reading about HelloFresh. I'm like, I'm trying to think, like, of my principles, right? For in the future, if I get sponsorships, what type of sponsorships would I want to take? And honestly, after reading about HelloFresh, it doesn't look bad if you can afford it. Like, it actually looks like a good deal. So I should have just gone with the sponsorship, to be honest. Could have slid us the money on the side. Honestly, though, I was talking to family and like IRL friends, and I was like, bro, it's kind of dumb because I would make more than what's required. Like, they want you to spend $16, and I would make more than 16. So I could just pay back the $16 or even give more and still make money. Which seems really weird, like, to me, why HelloFresh would have that system in place like that. I don't know, it just seems really weird. Especially for small streamers. I feel like every small streamer would do that. Oh, is this the last lap? Today's video is sponsored. Yeah, we played Raid Shadow. Raid Shadow, I don't feel as bad for free games because it's a free game. Like, I'm not, but. And honestly, like, Raid Shadow Legends is not, like, a terrible game. And I even said it when I was doing the sponsor. I was like, the ads are kind of intrusive. Like, I feel like that's the biggest minus of the game. But yeah, Ping, next time just DM me and I'll buy it for 10 people. There we go. If the quality is good and they believe in that, just getting people to try it ever is good marketing. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it must be that it's worth it monetarily, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. If you go look out for a 6'9" person, hell yeah. I really do want to go. I really do. I spoke with one other streamer. He's gone the past like 2-3 years, so I might go with him and other peeps. I don't know. I've been muted a lot of the time. Sorry, guys.
I'm just tired. I'm just
I was
gonna.
wondering
I'll
if
finish
you
it
knew
up,
you were
but
deafened or not.
I'm gonna raid.
You're gonna raid?
Are you raiding?
So I can end my broadcast, but I mean I'll stay around for that.
I'll bet.
All right.
There we go.
Sorry, just talking to chat. I like to talk to chat a little bit, and I just jumped on stream and went straight to Mario Kart. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't know you were streaming,
my
Pong.
God.
My bad.
No, that's okay.
I completely did not know that. Whoopsies.
That's okay. Thank you for the raid, Jimmy.
Hey. Good shit.
Hey, I appreciate it, bro. Oh, look, it's a clip.
Oh shit.
We're watching one of your. Yeah. Oh, you see it? I like that. I like that. That's a good clip. You gotta play more scary games.
Oh me?
Yeah.
Who? What
Oh,
was
sorry.
it?
I heard your voice through the clip, and I thought you were talking. I was very confused. Yeah.
Oh, are you looking through folks for like a streamer thing you're doing?
No.
Huh? No. Like, one of my mods shouted you out. Doctor shouted you out, and
Thank you, Doctor.
we saw a clip of you. Yeah. For anyone who, for some reason, doesn't know who Jimmy is by now, who just raided us, and I fell. He is the one, the only Jimmy. He laughs at all my jokes, which is awesome. Plays a lot of Mario Kart, doing a tournament this Saturday, and just a really nice guy.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
That was true. Oh,
All right.
Jimmy is the cute boy? True.
Aww.
What's up,
Someone
Lotus?
actually-
And Keydor. Uh-huh. Someone actually.
Pong, just sit still.
I
Right
got
where
you.
you are.
Did you feel the bomb?
Shh. Not at all.
Okay. How many bananas do you have, bro? Don't worry, I had a banana for your red shell.
Damn.
Come on. Wait, are you in first?
Fuck!
I thought a little kid went into your Discord for a second.
Almost.
How are people? Ah! Last second, like 3 people just passed by me, yeah?
Holy shit, how did that happen? How did that just fucking happen?
Ooh, nice. Oi, Pong, no bing bong, not in the mood. Okay. What's up, gamer? I wish I could have Jimmy's looks, Jared's voice, and Ping's Jewishness. Aw, that's... Honestly, Ping's Jewishness? I don't know. I don't know if you would want that. I'm not ruling the world like I'm supposed to be. Grand Jared rules all. Oh, is that you, Keydor? You do rule all. You're beastin'. Not in the mood? Okay. Okay. For those wondering what we do here. What do I do here? I don't know. What do we do here? We do some crazy 24-hour streams sometimes. We fix our underwear when it gets too annoying, which I just did. We do exclamation point YouTube and Discord. I'll take your languages plus mine. Oh yeah, that would be cool. What do we do? I guess the YouTube is a good representation of what we do. We just do some weird things sometimes. And we do streams with other peeps. IQ minus. Ha, you messed up. Did you not know my height? Yeah, how did you not know? Oh. Sag. Yo, Trisket Biscuit. everyone is muted. I think this will be the last tournament, then we'll do some Wordles. Some Wordles. Wordle Turtle, which is pretty fun. Jared, can you hear
I'm back,
me?
sorry, I'm back now. What's up, Pig?
What's up, guys? It's Jimmy.
Yes, is that your Jimmy impression?
No.
Uh,
Should I do it, Jimmy? Aww! Jared rated me? What? Everyone's going to sleep? Oh my god. Thank you so much for the
Jared
raid,
raid?
bro.
What the hell?
Arigato, yeah. Hey, we got butt in here. Let's go. I love
Oh my
butt.
god, a double raid? Holy shit.
Holy shit. Wait. Oh, your clip was too short. I couldn't react. Oh.
Oh, don't worry, it was Bioshock Infinite. That was forever ago.
Oh, okay. We're gonna finish Mario Kart for now because everyone left.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go do some Wordle.
I'm gonna be watching you. Pig.
Aw, that's
You're
so
wrapping up Mario
sweet.
Kart? Bet.
Yep. I'll be right back.
unless-
Actually, I gotta plug something in and then plug it in.
Works for me because I gotta go pee. All right, night. Night, chat. Bye.
Night. Thanks for the raid. Love you.
Of course, sweaty. Bye-bye. See you on Saturday.
See ya. Wait, I'll be right back.
What's up, Ping's chat? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh my god, wait, they can't hear
Welcome,
me. Oh my
Peach.
god. Oh, Pig's back.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry.
Just trying to entertain your chat. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I just gotta shut off this game. You guys can put
Dude.
music if you want, by the way. What's up, Peachy?
Mario Kart just brings out the worst in me, I swear to god. Oh my god.
Wait, I gotta lower the music. It's much louder than your voice. What were you saying?
My voice is pretty loud, I don't know.
I'll just bump up the music here. That sounds good. Okay, look at everyone coming back here. We're gonna do some Wordle. Wordle Turtle. We're gonna go here. Bada bing, bada boom. Everyone loves Wordle, right?
Oh, the best.
You sound really excited.
That's how much I love Wordle.
Nice. Nice. I'll just change the cat. Oh my god, I just hacked my computer. Let's go. Just chat. I guess I'll go to Wordle. There's a Wordle category. Stream lag? Did it lag? I hope it's not lagging. BRB gotta pee. Enjoy. How you doing, Peachy? I forgot you called me that. I actually called you Coco last time. I just wanted to say butt.
I'll
My
say the whole
first-
thing, Coca Butt.
Yeah. Your first shout out? Oh, nice, Dino. I didn't know that. Never mind. It was just me. Oh. All right. Let's do some Wordle. What words, you guys? For those that don't know how this game works, there's a mystery word. All right. You guess different letters. Okay. If the letter turns up green, that means it's in the right position of the mystery word, and it's the right letter. If it's yellow, it's the right letter, but not in the right position. And if it's gray, then it's just wrong. Because butts are amazing.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. I wish you luck, Pig.
All right.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too. I'm gonna dream about you.
Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna do that. That would be weird. Cause butts are amazing. They are butts or boobies. The question of the century. Let's go with Spark. Jimmy went to pee-pee. We got Spark. So P and R are in the mystery word. For those wondering what we do here, we try to do at least one collab stream a week with different streamers because it's fun. What else do we do? We play what do we play? Hollow Knight. A lot of Wordle, Geoguessr lately. And I want to get back into damn it, SM64. Speedrunning. Jesus, I forgot. Praise. Praise is too long. Butts are better. Butts are better. You guys know I used to take pictures of butts when I was a kid, right? Not just anyone's, though. Family and friends. Yo, I don't know how up to date this is. It's kind of up to date. Challenges, streamer versus streamer streams, community games, watching vids together. It's not very specific though. Pores. No, there's no S, but pour looks good. Ooh, we also have to spin the wheel. Should we spin the wheel? We haven't spanned the wheel. Let's spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel! Spin the wheel!
Alright, let's spin the wheel. We have 5 out of 5 subs, as you can see on the top left over here. So we gotta spin the wheel, bro. Gotta spin the wheel. I could delete a YouTube video. I could be quiet for a minute. I could unban everyone, which is like 5 people. I could gift 5 subs, do 50 jumping jacks, eat hot sauce, end stream. If I end stream, I'm ending stream. Take a shot of alcohol or put on 4 hats. It's gonna be end stream. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Wait, it could go full screen with this. Twitch has an actual Wordle. Yeah, it does. How you doing, Cashew? There is, hence why it's in my name. Hell yeah. Something special about. Yeah, butts are just. There's a hole in the middle of it. You know, it's pretty cool stuff.
I joined right back when you said butts are cool. There's a hole in the middle of it. First thing I
mean, they are. All right, I gotta
You're
put
not wrong.
intense. I gotta put intense music.
You're not wrong in the slightest.
I don't know how intense or loud this is. I don't think it's that loud. Shout out to Twitch buffering. Oh, Sag. You're doing good? Great to hear. Let's see what we get here. I'm gonna spin the wheel.
I'm calling it 1 minute of silence.
1 minute of silence, that's what you want?
I'm gonna guess.
What is it? Oh, end stream? Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, 5 subs? 5 subs? Nah, chill. Oh. Unban all. God damn it. I don't want to unban those people. All right, let's unban. Unban easy clap.
That's so unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. How do I unban? Where do I go? As you can tell, I am very prepped for this. Who did you ban? I banned a lot of people during Among Us. There's too many people who were just like spamming the N-word and stuff. I don't know why. Well, now you can't spam the N-word. Why were they banned? Because they were spamming the N-word. I don't know. We could look more into it right now. Moderation.
Ping, were you good at Among Us back in the day?
I was okay at Among Us.
Mm.
I think there's an ban form list, right? A ban form list. How do you look at that?
So.
I'm really prepared here. The 3 unbanned requests will finally be responded to after 10 months. Yeah, there you go. We'll see why they're banned right now. I'm pretty sure I know why. It's okay to slap butts. That's why I love them. True. I mean, you know. Especially if they don't want to be slapped. That's when you slap butts. Just kidding. Where is... I gotta say just kidding or else I'll get canceled. Where is the unbanned form list? Where do you actually go for this? Unbanned form list. I would say only unban the ones that requested it. No, I gotta oh shit, I gotta unban the bots. Oh shit. Pog. How do you unban? Oh, I gotta go to moderation. Okay, I got this. Ban of it. Bans chatterns. Okay. Alright, guys. You wanna see all the people who are banned? We have 90 people banned. A lot of which are goddamn bots. Jesus Christ. It's on the bottomish left on my moderator screen. Don't unban bots. I have to. I have to unban everyone. Oh. Alright, let's do unban forms. How about that? That's better, right? AC and take the shit back. Don't unban. Not the bots. I have to. But I'm not gonna dox any info here, right? Chat rules. Be kind to one another. Oh, here, unban requests.
Imagine if chat rules were followed.
Mine is just be kind. That's literally my only chat rule. Where do you go for the blah blah? Does anyone know? Wow, I'm such a good streamer. This is a cool song though. Unbanned forums. It must be under Stream Manager. Well, I think I know where it is. I'm such a good streamer. Unban? Nope. It's gonna be more work for us. Hey, blame the people who subscribe, which are, well, you're part of that, DNL, so. I gotta unban them all, bro. I gotta unban them all. Oh, this is sad. I gotta unban 90 bots right now. Like 88 bots. This is the small streamer life. Oh, I gotta do it. I didn't want to put it all back. Most of them are banned by me. Jesus. Jesus Christ. I thought we would have like 5 people banned. What the hell? Look at this. Oh my god. Look how many people are getting unbanned. Jesus Christ. Well, most bots. Watch them all start coming to your stream. That would be sad. This is the content people come for. Oh my god, that's so much. Oh, it's so much spam. Imagine just get like 90 buy follower messages. Oh, we've gotten to the point where Yesik unmod bans people. That's when he used to be mod. This is Blaster unmod. This is almost a year ago, guys. Jesus Christ. I started streaming on Twitch February of 2021. I was streaming on YouTube before that, but look at all these. Oh my god. It doesn't end. This is the content everyone comes for, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I want to do
Huh? Sorry. Did Jared say he was going to be back, by the way?
He said he's going to go pee-pee, but he probably forgot or something. Oh,
Okay.
well, I got to ban someone in chat. Don't ban me. I don't even ban that many people. Jesus.
Of course, DNL. Oh, ban me.
She's 90 people. I don't know if that's a lot or a little, to be honest.
It's actually a good amount, I feel like. 90 people are banned.
I barely banned. These are probably mostly bots. The list says otherwise. I'm gonna leave the first person there, though. Just like for nostalgia's sake.
Understandable.
It would be smarter to put your cursor on the bottom. Yeah, probably. Damn. All right, let's let's go back to actually doing stuff. Well, I want to know how to. We're gonna do unban forms. You know what? We're gonna replace this with unban forms. Because banning next time will be like 2 people, so that's not fun, you know? All right. Damn. We're back. All right. What words you guys got? I'm thinking purse. Nope. I don't know.
I wish I knew any words. I'm so sorry, Ping.
It's okay. Words are hard. I'm going to go fill my water bottle. Keep chat interested. I don't know.
Okay. Hi, chat. How's everyone's day going? On a scale of 1 to 10, how's your day going, chat? No one's gonna answer. This is gonna be so sad. Oh my god. Can't say I didn't try. 1 out of 10? I'm sorry, DNL. I'm sorry.
I'm being told 1 out of 10. Are you doing bad? What did you say?
I just asked everyone how their day was going out of 10. 9 out of 10. Nice to hear, Coach.
Hey. Damn, my viewers suck. I like your viewers more. They have better days. That means there's better vibes.
I like your viewers way more.
I was joking. I've already read them. They aren't that interesting, to be honest. One person called him a Jew. The other 2 had no messages. Oh. Yeah, there was one guy who was like, oh, you have a big nose. Because I was like, I'm Jewish or whatever. And I was like, I didn't really care. That's not why I banned him. I don't remember why I banned him. Most of the people I banned like 5 people. Ban ping. I banned like 5 people, and I banned them because it was Among Us. They joined my Discord, joined the chat, and just said the N-word with hard R, like over and over. And I'm like, nope, banned. I don't want to get banned from Twitch. All right, what is this word? Burpee. Ooh, burpee. Not in word list. Stupid Cortez. How about Rupel? Not in word list. Stupid Ping. I love
Yo,
you,
Ping.
Cortez. Yo, what's up?
I'm curious about something. If you were ever like, let's say we're incredibly bored and wanted a new game to stream just like once during the summer, would you ever return to Among Us? I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've been questioning like playing it again. It was fun.
Among
Like
Us,
once.
the only thing about Among Us is who you have in the lobby. That's what makes or breaks the game.
That's true.
I used to do it with viewers, and sometimes it was just not fun. But other times it was really fun. So it's kind of a it's kind of a coin toss.
I feel like me, you, like Fairy, Jared, like that kind of go pretty hard.
I think that would be fun, yeah. I used to do it every week. Once a week on Mondays. Nice! Purge was the word. Bars. Let's do it once a week. Every Monday. And it was really fun actually, but once it started dying, people stopped playing it as much, so I got rid of it. I try to do at least one like thing that centers around chat at least once a week. So now I have like you could send me videos and then we watch it on stream once a week. But that's not too good lately because it's just I don't know, people don't send the best videos.
I gotcha.
I never got the chance to play. I don't know what to watch with chat, to be honest. I don't know. I don't like watching YouTube videos and just reacting. When are you gonna play Mario 64 again? Maybe tomorrow. I keep saying tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow. I actually sent a video this time. Nice. I think you did last week also, no? Let me see. Yeah. And Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's actually really fun. I was thinking of like Life. And yeah, let's go with Mario here actually. Oh, not a word. Okay. Or Mario Karting. I was thinking of Life yesterday, like a lot, and like what I want to do and stuff. And I was kind of like getting mad at myself that I can't come up with enough ideas for interesting streams every day. But I think I'm just gonna end up doing like a few, like at least one collab stream a week, like over with stakes for YouTube. At least one video like YouTube oriented. Like the other day we did higher or lower. That was fun, I think.
That'd make a good YouTube video for sure, higher or lower.
Yeah, I played it for 5.5 hours to get 50 in a row the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, but I want to do more ideas like that I feel like are fun for chat and are good for like YouTube. But I'm not creative enough, I feel like. I do want to go back to Mario 64 and Hollow Knight though. Ping will feel whenever. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I talk too much.
I was also gonna tell you, I know you want to do like the streamer v streamer thing. I would do it if it like the I'll do it if you want. I know you mentioned the waxing thing. I guess I'd do that.
We don't have to do that. It's okay. Someone else I was talking to said he's okay with waxing for this week. I was like, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, we don't need to do wax just to do that, yeah. Collab streams are fun, but you need to change rock, paper, scissors with some other tiebreaker. What? I feel like rock, paper, scissors is like such a good tiebreaker. No? Oh, merit. Didn't read that. My bad, Cortez.
I am on Kokobot.
Oh, did I rage quit Hollow Knight because of a hard boss or something? I don't really remember, yeah. You on, Jimmy? Oh, do you guys not hear Jimmy?
Hello.
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 By the way, you guys could put music if you'd like. Open
Someone
game?
please put hello. Just for the meme.
What's open? Play Janken instead. For those that don't know, Janken means rock, paper, scissors in Japanese. We can hear him? Okay, cool.
Now I know some Japanese because you picked Chin Chin.
Chin Chin, yeah. AC? What's AC?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell people to suck my chin chin. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, what are you talking about? You're like, what a loser. You're gonna be like, how do you not know that?
How uneducated.
Exactly. What word is this? Animal Crossing? Animal Crossing. Oh, AC is I'm thinking you're talking about an AC and I'm like, bro, my AC is right there, bro. What do you want with my AC? I'm just like, what's going on here? Oh.
The AC stream.
AC stream. This is the stream. How you guys liking it? Good stream? Good stream?
Oh, AC's also Assassin's Creed. That's a good point. Oh my god.
It is Assassin's Creed. It's also air conditioner, but you know, whatever. What word could be? Open the gate, Jimmy. Jimmy, open the gate. God damn it.
I'm so stupid. I've been waiting here the whole time. Sorry. Hold on.
No, that's okay. You want to see my Animal Crossing island? Okay. I'll go on it right now.
Oh wait, do you actually have it, Ping?
Yeah, I bought it in Japan, and I played it with foreigner friends until they hacked the game and made me not want to play it anymore.
How did they hack it?
They changed their time on their Switch to get like infinite whatever the hell those things are to cheat. I swear, that's why I stopped Pokemon Go too, because people just hacked it to change their location and get like rare Pokemon. And I'm like, bro, it makes the game so annoying.
Damn.
Yeah. It's
Yo,
okay
Ping,
though.
Are you good at Smash Bros, by the way?
I like to smash, but no, I'm not good at Smash Bros.
I'm not either.
I'm decent actually, because my brother is really good. I want to hold a tournament for Smash actually. Maybe next month.
Can I challenge you to a 1v1 at some point?
Bro, challenge me in 10 minutes if you want.
Oh god, oh god. I want some steaks though. What do you think about this?
Oh, so that was close, Cortez. We should. Yeah, we could do that. We could do a Super Smash next week if you're good with next week.
I'm so good with next week.
We'll have to think of stakes. Well, I don't know how good you are though. I don't want to get demolished.
Trust me, you can ask my friends. I'm actually not good at all. Like as far as like I don't know. Like I just probably have like 5 hours in the game. Like I'm pretty bad.
Oh, okay. So I'll probably demolish you.
Yeah.
Guys.
Trade though.
Okay. Well, I think we should do a couple of games then. Smash Bros would be a fun tiebreaker. The thing with tiebreakers is that tiebreakers should be things that are more so like equal. So if it's a game where I'm better than the other person or they're better than me, it's not as interesting, you know? I like rock, paper, scissors for tiebreakers. It's fun. I used to do that on these mobile games that you had to wait for. Wait, you used to do what? Oh, cheat it? Change the time and stuff? Do Smash, Mario Kart, and... we'll see. The reason why I didn't type in share Coco Butt, is because it could be snare also. It could be a lot of different things. So let's try to figure out something like this bottom right word. We have all the letters, I think. Or a lot of the letters. Letters. They're important. Shrew? Is that shrew or something? I feel like it's shrew. It's so shrew. Guys, it's shrew. Damn it! I'm a dumbass. We can't make one more mistake here. If we make one more mistake, we lose. Sower? Oh. Shrew makes sense too, though. I don't know why, but this game makes me feel dumber. What does sower mean? It's screw? Yo. No, C. Oh, no, there's no C in this word. Oh, there is. I'm a dumbass. You're a genius. You got screwed by shrew. Emma, what's up? I haven't seen you in a minute. More than a minute. I don't know. People just say that.
That's pretty cool.
Shave your legs? I do want to shave my legs for... I'm going to wax my leg for this week. Well, the guy said this week, but he hasn't talked to me yet, so I don't know if it'll be this week, but...
If the person ever ends up backing out and you still want to wax, hit me up.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, we could still definitely do one next week. Let me just make a note so I don't forget.
My friend, like, I don't know, had a bunch of hot wax, and I brought it up. So I could do it on stream if you lost. I was like, okay.
Okay. I mean, I could wax my other leg, so.
Oh, true.
Still think snare? Yeah, but we can't make a mistake here. I mean, we could go with snare. We have to guess, right? Share! Sharing is caring. Oh, no, I already guessed H. There's no H. Snare. Sphere. Stare. Yeah, it can't be anything else. It has to be snare, right? Has to be. Get Emily. Yeah, Emily's gonna shave. Not shave. She's gonna wax. Wax hurts more than shave, so it's better content for you guys. Emma always appears randomly. No, she's like a leprechaun, and when the rainbow comes, she comes. So the rainbow is community games, and because I changed to Wordle, my category wasn't on just chatting, so that's my guess. All right, I'm gonna say snare. I really hope this works. Will this work? Snare. I'm doing
That's a pretty good
heartbeats.
snare.
Oh no, I was doing heartbeats. Oh, I get it, because it's a snare. Oh, that would be. Yeah, that would be good. No, I don't know how to do that. I'm pressing enter. Oh, good job, guys. Hell yeah. It doesn't help for anything else though, so that's kind of sad. Okay. Do you want to see my my Animal Crossing?
I would love to.
I'm on it right now. Who's Emma? She literally just messaged above you. Come on, gamer. Come on, bro. Bro, you know what I hate about Animal Crossing? They talk to you for like 5 hours. Like, just get on with it, you know?
That's true.
Second one could be nerdy. Ooh, nerdy actually looks good. The answer is wieners. I would write that, but it's too long. You're really getting into wieners lately, Chudo. I swear to God, if you didn't tell me that you had a kid, I would think you're like 10 years old. I'm not gonna lie. Also, what's up, Chudo? Welcome back. Or welcome back to chat, at least. It could also be other things. What other things do you think it could be? Michelle, what do you think? Michelle's Emma, for anyone wondering. Oh wait, before you guys think, this is my Animal Crossing world. I don't know what to show. This is.
So that's your house.
That's my
So
house.
there's some stream delay.
I got a lot of trees. How do you check stats on this? I don't remember.
Sure.
All right, that's all I'm gonna show. I don't remember anything else. Let's play this game.
I want to play AC with Jimmy, but yeah, he kind of wanted me to join a gamer. I didn't want to keep everyone waiting for Mario Kart. Kept saying I'm gonna play it in 5 minutes, and it took me like a half hour. I wasn't gonna wait like 20 minutes for you to get to my island.
You said wieners is too long. I hear that a lot. I did. Chat thought he was kind of racist. Understandable.
What the fuck?
Oh, I mean, no, that doesn't make sense. Off stream, Jimmy is a great guy.
Stop!
I got you. I'm not gonna lie, like IRL, I like making a lot of like dark jokes or messed up jokes.
Yeah.
But on stream, I'm a bit hesitant to do it sometimes because I'm like, I don't know, Twitch rules and stuff.
I feel like we're all a bit more censored on stream. What the fuck was that, a recorder?
Yeah.
The stream delay. I saw it. I just saw it. Oh my god.
I want to show on screen. Nah, it's too much work because then I have to unplug. I need to have. I don't really have much money now, but I need to plug in like an HDMI thingy or get an HDMI thingy so that I could easily switch between like Switch and monitor, whatever. What's the darkest joke, you know? Haha, it's not for Twitch. That is not for Twitch. Hello, Triggered. I hope you're not triggered by joining this chat. Wrong button. God damn it. You're not triggered? Okay. Being actually racist. No, I'm not.
I have a black friend.
Actually, I did grow up like in New York, so I feel very lucky that I was surrounded by like all different types of politics, all different types of like people. So I'm just really chill with a lot of things, I feel. I got Damn, that's sad though. Gamer got it to play with you. But he'll play one day with you. I want to join your island, PP. One day.
No, Gamer played with me and then left and then said, "I want to come back and give you something." And I'm like, "I'm going on Mario Kart like right now."
Oh. Plane would
missed
work
the chance.
triggered, but A is not in there. Gamer's just playing, yeah. I think it's nerdy
yeah.
too, Cortez. Thing you say things you don't realize are racist because of people you grew up around. I mean, I joke around with racist jokes with my friends though, but that's like it's mostly self-deprecating jokes. Like my Muslim friend will see an airplane and he's like, "I gotta go, guys," and it's like that's funny to us. I don't know, but I don't say that stuff on Twitch because I feel like a lot of people are sensitive. I don't know, and because it's Twitch. See, like Jimmy's quiet now after I said that.
I don't know what to say.
Like I don't know. I think because I grew up with like so many different types of people, it's like we all just don't care really. But the thing with Twitch is like is that I don't know everyone's life story on Twitch. So part of me is like I want to care, like respect people like feelings about stuff, but then part of me is also like, I mean, I'm gonna offend someone eventually. Like I don't know, I'm trying to figure out the balance, you know.
That's fair, because people might not get the context of what you're saying sometimes too and whatnot.
What'd you say? Sorry, I have to lower the music a bit.
Oh, I said that's fair. People might not get like the context of what you're saying sometimes too.
Yeah, exactly. So do I? How much should I care about people understanding the context? Like, should I just be like, who cares? If people don't understand, they don't understand. But then what if I get actual like really messed up people in chat that are just like you know? So I don't know.
It's a line for sure.
Yeah. Lower music more? Okay, I'll lower the music. I bumped up Jimmy's audio, but I guess I could just lower the music instead. Yeah, I think that's good audio-wise. Be you, dude. People who follow or unfollow sorts itself out. Yeah. I think of that too. That's why I think I'm mostly myself. But some of the dark jokes I make, the thing is, a lot of the times it's interactiveness. So to make those jokes, it has to be with another person. And yeah. But you're right. You guys are right. Monka S, Monka W. It could be nervy, monkey. Oh, nervy? I don't think it's nervy. Mexican people hear a siren and we shout at another Mexican to run. See, that's the thing too. If I don't know the person making the comment, I don't know like how they're taking it. Like I know Dinel just jokes around. Like I know him already. But if like someone just randomly comes in and is like, "Bro, fucking Jews, they're the worst scum of the world," I'm like, you know, that's a little weird.
Yeah.
Not nerdy. Fernie seems no E. There is an E on the top right. We're looking at the top right. Yeah. Nerdy can't be it either. Yeah, for bottom left, it's too hard to guess right now. You got me there. Triple and I were part of a community that went to hell because the streamer didn't reel it in. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. If I was I do think I'll burn. I don't think he wants to.
Oh, what? Oh, don't.
There you
I
go.
don't give a shit, don't.
I hate Jews, to be honest. They make bad streamers. Bro, Jews, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't care about stuff. I don't care if it's directed towards me. Because, like, I don't know. I just don't care. I think, as a Jew, I've gotten actual hate. I actually did. And even that, I don't know. I'm more interested in stuff like that than like mad. I don't know if that's weird. Like when I was in Italy, I went to a store and this guy was like, "Oh, the Jews rule the world, blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay. It just felt awkward. But yeah, I don't know. Nerds is on bottom left. Bottom left has an L triggered. Chad became shit and a breeding. Yeah, that's why I try. That's why I try to balance myself, Chudo. That's the exact reason. Because I feel like if I joke around too much, then it becomes a point where people will come in, and I feel like some people won't be joking around, and then it's like I don't want that type of chat. Like I like my chat a lot right now. I don't know, man. You unban all the N-worders just saying. Well, I actually have. If you type in the N-word with the hard R, it's not gonna go through. I have it on the banned word list. So, yeah. What were you gonna say?
I think it's all gonna be okay. I think you'll find the right people, and you already have in chat and whatnot. As long as you're yourself.
I feel like I'm myself.
You are.
You right. Yeah. What? You know what? I'm going with nerdy. I feel like it can't be anything but nerdy. Let's go! Hell yeah, we got a Y in there now too. Are you sure? So if I type N-word, it won't go through. Well, I get you got me there, Dino. The thing with the N-word, it's like it's very controversial, obviously, but also it's just like banned on Twitch.
Yeah.
Like, that's TOS, bro. Also, I just don't. I don't. Not a fan of the word in general. So, you know I'm black, right? Vinyl. Sure you are, gamer. Sure you are. Is that how you spell vinyl? That is how you spell. Vinyl actually might be a really good guess. I think vinyl is a great guess. Triggered. Good job. What do you guys think about vinyl?
I like it.
You have? Oh, I have a vinyl.
In general.
What'd you say?
Are you talking about like what do you think of the guess or like in general for vinyl?
The guess, but I have a vinyl record. Like, what do you think of vinyl in general? I guess.
Oh, I really enjoy it. I have a lot of records in my room.
Oh, nice. I also have a vinyl, but I almost never use it.
Aw.
I just wait. Can you actually see what words are banned? I think I banned 2 words. I think I banned. Well, I guess I don't want to say it, but whatever. We haven't guessed O. That's true as well. But what would be with L-I-N-Y and an O? N-word not banned clearly. You see, like I like trolling like that. Like that's in like good fun, I feel like. But don't they? Huh? Don't BLK on ID? What does that mean? Says you have 0 block terms. Don't say that, doctor. Don't say that, because if that's true, that's not good. I think I have 2, to be honest. It's pretty much 2 words that I don't like. Can anyone guess them? That's the answer, by the way. You think it's vinyl? I don't want to read that out loud. I feel like you're trying to get me with something, gamer. All right, let's go vinyl. Yo! Let's go! Good stuff, guys. By the way, don't cheat. I know you could cheat in this game. What vinyl records do you have, Jimmy?
Oh my god. Too many. I'm not like I don't know any records you like. I can tell you if I have any.
I don't know. I think I have some Eric Clapton stuff. Yeah, Eric Clapton was like my favorite musician. Because in high school, I started getting into guitar in middle school, but in high school I got more into it. And my mom showed me Eric Clapton, and I really like his like music. Yeah.
So I'll stop.
That was nice.
Thank you.
I don't even know.
Shit.
I don't even know if you could hear it.
I can.
Oh, okay. Don't say Muak on it. I don't know what you're saying. Layla?
Yeah. It's hard to play on acoustic though.
Yeah, it is.
Know.
Well, there's a different version on like if you play the acoustic version, it's like this. It sounds bad. I don't know. I don't play that much. Oh, you paused the music to hear the music? Alright, let's do Sid Decord.
And
Let's
we
do a
should do it.
duet.
But yeah, I was just about to say that.
Okay. Shadow's lying there. Yeah, exactly. One of my vinyls was limited time and it came a bit warped, which is sad. Oh, look at everyone having vinyls. I'm such a boomer with a boomer
Wait,
chat.
What's your favorite vinyl or like just record in general? I'm curious. Hey.
Do you know this song?
Honestly, no.
If anyone in chat knows this song, I'll do nothing, but I'll smile.
Dude, Nell said the same thing in my chat. Oh my god.
It's Hot Cross Buns. Damn, it was. No, it's not. Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
How do you play that?
Oh, you do the chords? I'll do the melody, I guess.
Okay, and now.
I don't know how to do it though. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Go ahead.
So, wait, hold on. I want to make sure. I'm second guessing the chords now. I think I know it. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Okay, I was right. All right, I'm gonna try it now. 1, 2, and 3, and go.
I don't know. I gotta split. All right, see ya, Coco Butt. You have the best name on Twitch. Enjoy your finals.
It's hard to do it over Discord.
Yeah, it is a bit different. Well, I don't know. I don't know the melody. Ooh, let's do Wonderwall. Yeah, all the guitarists do Wonderwall, right?
I'm kidding.
I don't know if I'm better than Jimmy. And if I am, who cares, gamer? Spanx.
Yeah.
Tee-hee. Oh, is that thanks with an SP? Pretty cool. You shouted Coco Butt. Hey, Animal Crossing. Nice. She touched it? Whoa. What are you doing on Animal Crossing? No one cares except you, gamer, and you don't really care. You're just trolling because you're probably like 14 years old. Which is okay. It's that stage of your life, man.
Gamer, I don't know if he's better, but if he is, that is a good thing.
I mean, if it is, it just is. It doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
Plus, I think I've been playing longer than you.
I've been playing 5 years.
Yeah, I've been playing for like 10 years.
Holy shit, yeah.
But I'm
Yeah,
still
yeah.
not that good. I feel like I've hit my I didn't increase in skill level since like high school.
Damn.
My
I
elf.
can play electric a lot better. I don't know. A lot of the songs I know are on like electric, and it's harder on acoustic because like it's higher up and whatnot.
Okay. I forgot how to resume music. Oh, there we go.
I kind of stopped getting good too, like a few years ago.
Right? Like you
It's
get
like
to a
the first
certain
3
level.
years. Yeah.
Yeah. No, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Oh, me? Oh, I just said like the first 3 years I did pretty good. Then from there, I just stopped progressing.
I'm gonna show you my ID. Fuck this. Okay. My elephant touched the skeleton in a bad place. Okay. I think Coco got a capture card now, so HQ streams. What's HQ? Why you guys have these acronyms for every game? I don't know what's...
Gamer, I don't care about the ID.
Can you show social too? Alright, what's the Sidocordal? Oh, the word. World. I like doing world.
King rules the world if you saw his latest YouTube video.
Wait, what?
I said you rule the world if you saw
Oh yeah.
your, like,
Oh, did you
YouTube
see
video.
it?
Yeah, I did. I gave it a like.
Thank you.
I was also there for the stream, I think. I remember you playing that.
Yeah, you were there for a bit of it, yeah. Well, I don't know how long of it, but yeah.
A little bit. It was fun. I probably had homework and shit, sadly.
No worries, no worries. Wound. I mean, it's WRLD, so. Rowel? Lower. I don't know. What's your favorite song to play on guitar?
Ooh, that's a good question. I gotta think.
Beams.
I've now forgotten every song ever. Jesus Christ.
Your kids and your breves, right? I'm such a boomer. All right, let's go beams. That gets a lot of letters out of the way. I think I want to guess the first word. What were you trying to play there?
Random chords.
Nice. Ooh, we got all the letters for this. What is this? Lame. Feel free to play, by the way. Like, you're not interrupting or anything. Mabel? Not a word, right? Labum. You said high quality stream soon. Why'd you say that, Dino? What do you mean by that? I'm confused. I am confusion. Oh, are you gonna be streaming soon? Oh, HQ means high quality. Oh, I've never heard that in my life, actually. Mabel doesn't work here. Blame. Night. Oh, what? Oh no, the L is the second to last one. Oh, I didn't think. My bad. We still have 2 guesses left. Why do you want? It has to end in LE. Not sure.
Social security number. Don't do it. Oh my god.
Amble. Nice. Oh, yeah, Amble. Nice. Gamer, don't send those numbers. Gamer's not gonna send them. Gamer's not that dumb, okay? Not saying that you are dumb. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. But I'm not one to say anything. It ends in ALE. Huh, this one's weird. Got any better ones? Do I have all the letters for this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Let's try to guess this one first. I said hell no. Yeah, I know. Mine are 88274858 Let me just write that down for a second.
Ping, you know what my favorite song on guitar is?
What? Metrovenalia? What is it? Greek, right?
Oh, for fucking SpongeBob music, I forgot how to play it.
I don't know SpongeBob music much. Personally. If I'm dumb, you'd be surprised how smart I gotta be when I hit green shell snipes. I don't know if that makes you smart, but okay. Well, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that defines like being. Crawl is good, yeah. I mean, I'm guessing you're smart. I don't know. I don't know you like that. Oh, damn it. Let's not guess this one anymore. This is too scary. I feel like it could be prawl. I guess what else could it be except prawl, actually? Okay, that's not a word. Never mind. What word would be here if it's not crawl? Crawl was such a good guess. Oh, I love the song. Oh, we got this. Scale. Let's go. Got anything else here? Whoa, that's a lot of letters. Rhoda.
Gamer's just talking out of his ass in chat.
Try to learn Van Allen belts. Oh. That theorem is pretty crazy, actually. I tried to learn it last year, but it's too intense for me. Mine are 598008135. Damn. What a great chat. Don't give me your money through gifted subs and stuff. Just tell me your social. I think it works out better. I'll just write it down here. Thank you. What? Seriously, what could this be? Frawl? Rawl? No. What could this be? I know how to do one solo on acoustic. That sounds really nice, but that's all I could do.
Ooh, what is it?
I'll put the song on next, and then I'll play along with it, I guess.
Cool.
Fang, if I send you my birth year, how would you react? I don't know. It depends on what your birth year is. If it's in the 2000s, I wouldn't be surprised. If it's in the 1990s, mid to late 1990s, I wouldn't be too surprised. If it's earlier than like 1995, I would be a bit surprised, I think. Depends. Is it before or after 19? Why 1974? 2004? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
But I don't know if you're trolling too. But if it is 2004, like that makes a lot of sense. Wait, that means you're 18 actually.
Holy shit, we're old.
Yeah. Wait, what year were you born in, Jimmy?
2000.
Damn, I was 97. I'm in the last millennium, baby. 2000. I mean, 18 is still in that stage, I feel like. He actually sent me his ID.
Oh my fucking god.
You're 5'6"? Bro, you should have I don't know what DD is, but you didn't blur that out. You should probably blur that out.
Screenshot? No, I'm kidding.
I mean, I don't know what to do with that info, but
I don't know what you're accomplishing, but thanks for the ID pick. Damn, I didn't realize 2004. Damn, my sister is 2003. So don't hit up my sister, but that's around the same year. That's the year that Apple operating system set as the 0 point for time. 2000. Is that your actual sister or your stepsis?
No, that's my stepsis turned 19 the other day actually, yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, he is as old as your brother. Oh yeah, this is the song that I know how to play on guitar. Troll.
Well,
Oh, nice. You got it. What were we gonna say?
Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself so I can hear the song in your stream.
Okay. I'm not playing it, but I'll play it in a sec. I just want to find some stuff for people to guess here.
I just realized I could hear you play in Discord. I don't know why I mute. Okay.
That's true. Is Emily? No, Emily's my actual sister. My stepsis is, one of the emotes we have. I really like this song. I feel like even Eric Clapton fans don't know this song. Emily's a double half sister. True. Two halves make a whole, right? And it's making me so angry. What word could be here? It's just A, L, and E. I want to have a mentor for like guitar or for like Twitch or for like YouTube. I feel like it would help a lot. Allies. It ends in L, so that wouldn't work. On the left, no, there's no L on the left, so that doesn't work either. Anal? No, that probably doesn't work. Just go on, ho ho. I like this song. Are you gonna make a song? Like for Spotify or something?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I've written like a lot of songs. Like last year I wrote like about 10 or 15. So I have enough for an EP. I just want to practice singing a bit, and I know some music production, so I just need to like do it.
Nice.
But I actually might.
if you do, well, when you do, obviously let us know, you know?
I will definitely let y'all know. I'll promote it.
April. Yeah, April doesn't work. There was another one looked like Clink. Let's look for it. The flame will always burn. Oh, this one looks weird. You got a W-E and a C. The heck? Isn't this the most exhilarating game you've ever seen? Clink looks good here, actually. It also sounds like a slur, but it's not, so we're good. Nice! You got it. It was Clink. Hell yeah, Cortez. It does, though, doesn't it?
Alright, Pig, I'm probably gonna log off. One of my friends wants to call me, so I'm gonna have to take this. I'll be back in your stream, though, if you're still streaming in like 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, I should still be streaming. Alright,
Alright,
enjoy.
might be back. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right when the solo comes up. I don't even know if you guys could hear it. I messed up. If it was a slur Pokemon, would be in trouble for Clink Clank. True. We haven't done... By the way, I think Cortez had 100k points. I think there's some people who have a lot of points in chat who just don't gamble, so... You call heads? Wait, you set up the prediction? Oh, God. All right, bet, guys. Heads or tails, I'm going to flip a coin. I'm thinking this is wins, though. W-I-N-C-E. Let's go. And this one is what? Draft? Ooh, love. I don't know what this one is. Just go on home. Go on home. Toe. I don't know. Ooh, let's see if you guys got this one. Yeah, put like 2 minutes. I'll cancel it though. Oh, the cancel button's not working. I gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Manage prediction, delete and return points. No worries, no worries. Oh. Oh. No guesses, no guesses? No guesses? What do I want about? Layla acoustic? I feel like this song is way too... Everyone's gonna fall asleep. This one also a little bit, but... It's out of tune. Do when you get lonely. No one's waiting by your side. Ah. Okay. 5k versus 6k. Damn, someone else put in some points too, huh? Layla. We got 2 people for 5K actually. Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Looks like no one's that interested in this game. I'll guess something then. I'll guess it. We gotta beat it. Guess consolation. Right. Let you down. C. D-U-I-T. And cute. How do you spell this? I got no words coming to mind, to be honest. No worries, no worries. Lilo. How about this one? I feel like dragging these balls in your mouth. What? Drats? Drats? No, there's no S. Layla. Dratty? Boop, boop, boop. Drath. I kind of want to just guess something, just get letters in here. Wanna say. All right, we'll flip it. We'll do the coin. We'll do coin flip. Draft, probably. Ooh, draft is good again. That doesn't count. Okay, that doesn't count. All right, we gotta make it intense here. Gotta put heartbeat on. Gotta put some intense music. That's too intense. What will it be, ladies and gentlemen? Will we get heads? Or will we get tails? I know a lot of you there want some head, because why does my slow not work? Because you don't get head. But we'll see what actually happens in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Damn! We got tails, which means the winner is someone. I wasn't really paying attention to who did what, but congrats to the winner. Whatever you guessed. I never win. Aw, Dino. Aw. Dino. You enjoy 10 points, but also Dino. Atama ga kashikoi desu? Is that what it is? No. I don't remember my Japanese, man. I think I remember my Japanese here. You're kind of a tall man. Didn't your ID say like 5'6"? Drag this out as long as possible. Oh, too late. Sorry. I feel like that was pretty decent dragging out though, right? Nathan is 6'9". Nathan is like very tall. Doctor is pretty tall too, from what I remember. Aren't you like 6'3" or something? That's past my past height. How tall are you now? I've played this so many times. Whatever. 5'7". Draft. Draft is definitely the word here. Let's go. Good shite, guys. Denell specifically. I think someone else said draft earlier, yeah? Draft probably. Doctored. Fuck quarantine. Where do you live that you're quarantined right now? 5'7". 5'7". What's average height? Average height. I'm gonna assume you live in the U.S. America? Okay. U.S. 5'9". you're not average height, but hey, you're 18. You could still maybe get taller. Who knows? 6'3" stands on my ping pong points, and I'm 12,775. Wait, you have 127,000 points? Jesus. 411 stands on my Legos. I'm 7'11". 7'1". What are you guys saying? That's a lot of points, bro. A lot of points. I gotta come up with more stuff for you guys to use points on, yeah? Satete. What can this be? C blank blank IE. CT blank IE. No, C blank TIE. I'm being robbed nonstop. You gotta stop putting money into it. Blaster lost a lot of points back in the day, and he stopped gambling. I ain't going to the casino anytime soon. Hey, if that's what you get out of the channel, I think that's a good thing. I even made the coin clip uneven so Dinel could win. Dinel could win. Dinel. What did I say? Dinel. I keep hearing people say Dinel, and I'm like, Dinel. So Dinel could win something. T. What could these be? Dinel does have an addiction. That is true. Toes. No, that's not toes. Jesus Christ. Look how many letters are here. That's so annoying. Okay. Cinch. Cinch. That's a word. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. That was in my guitar. I know I'm speeding through these like Speedy Gonzalez, but I think it's one of these. Do you use notes? I think we could guess one of these now. Okay, this one looks decent. Probably starts with T-I. Tipch. Tooch. Or, okay, maybe bitch. Pitch. Right? Pitch. What do you guys think? This is just points. I don't care. I make them back. I just hope you don't say, this is just money. I don't care. I'll make that back. If you gamble at a casino. My underwear keeps going up, bro. Oh. I thought of that as I said that. It's just money. You can always make it back. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. When I had 10K saved up from Japan and I came back home and I was like,
I'm gonna try YouTube and Twitch, and I'm gonna make it in a year.
And it's been a year and a half, and now I'm down to... I made a little over $1,000 on Twitch, aside from... Which is the past year, essentially. Aside from sponsors, which is like a couple of hundred added to that. But I didn't cash any Twitch money out. My bank account has like $980 left, so I pay rent $1,000 a month too. But I paid in advance for a couple of months, so basically by summer, I need to make something happen, you know? But I'm gonna go back to Uber Eats, so we're fine. I don't know why I'm talking about all this. Simply rob a bank. True. 24 versus 5K. You can spend 50 years working to make a couple million max, or you could rob a bank once and get out of jail in 10. True. Bro, logic. That is so logical. Except you don't keep the couple million when you rob the bank if you get caught and go to jail. Right? So you actually, you know, you have zero and you have the potential to make less than a couple of million because it's hard to find a job outside of jail. So, yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. Okay, I'm going with pitch. Okay, good. We got OLT, OMLT, MO, molt? Is molt a word? Guys, do I guess molt? Is it a word? Or I don't guess. Let me not guess. Oh, this song's very slow. Just hide it, easy. How do you go to jail? What are they gonna say? You robbed the bank. We have footage. Oh, where's the money then? Well, actually, never mind. They have the footage. I'm still funny. T blank OSE. T blank OSE. Those. I don't know. Pansexual? No, probably not. We got Molt. PANS. PANS. I don't know. Jimmy lefted you like a black dad. Lefted. Yes, he lefted me. I could make such a racist joke right now, but I'm not gonna. Footage isn't proof. Deepfakes exist. Yeah, but footage from a bank? Oh, I guess that's what you would say. The lawyer would be like, you deep faked that. You are accusing my client of something he did not do. Where's the money? On that day, he was, and then witnesses. Witnesses aren't good proof. I have these psychological studies to prove that. You know, you just say all these things. I'm really annoyed that the zoom is not working normally. It's not supposed to zoom from there. It's supposed to zoom from full screen to my face. And it's kind of pissing me off. I'm going to write a note to fix it. Fix zoom. Is this the same song I just skipped? No, it's not. That was autocorrect. Just present alternate footage where it's Putin who's robbing the bank. True. What if you buy a bank and then rob it? Then I don't know what you're doing. Panska. And Pansy. Let's go! I'm doing all of this, guys. You guys are not helping. But it's okay. And Angel. Something that none of you guys are. ANGEL. I'm gonna go with it. Let's go! What the hell? I'm a beast. I didn't know I'm a beast at video games. This is not a real video game? Fair enough. SE. TH blank. What are those? Let's go. We're gonna skip that one. PP, please. Oh, the screen is not. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Sorry, Cortez. I was still on my bad. I was still on the other thing. It's actually a good strat. Banks are only obliged to insure a certain amount of the money so you can make easy profit. True, actually. I didn't think of it that way. Buy the bank and set up blind spots so it can be robbed. And then when they're like, it looks like the... I feel like that's not... I feel like you got to do more than just that. But that's probably a good starting point. Oh, I skipped a song that was not slow. Oopsies. Limphao. Limphao. Who is this Limphao? You guys ever saw that meme? Who is this Limphao? OLT. I almost choked on that. What? OMLT. OMLT. MO blank LT. It must be malt. I don't know what this means. It is. I'm a goddamn genius today, guys. Can we just accept that? Can we accept that I'm a genius today? You could set up so that the button for the police has a 10-minute delay. What? Oh, I thought you meant for the stream. For the bank, but then they would be like, yo, so for some reason there was a 10-minute delay on your button for police. Why? And then you'll be like, I don't know. Sucks. Sucks. Maybe I'm giving the police too much credit. Maybe they would be like, the robber must have set it up. You smart punk. Thanks. Now, if I was smart, I wouldn't be streaming. I'd be on Wall Street making thousands of dollars a month. Instead, I'm streaming. Oh, check out the question of the day. You weren't able to check it out yet. Make a channel reward to call the police. 1 million points. Bro, honestly, though. Nah. You know those prank videos where people prank? I feel like sometimes they're just too much for me. Like, I wouldn't do that personally. That would be like a prank thing that I wouldn't do personally, but Would you guys want Pink to do a subathon? Oh, what an interesting question from Streamlabs. Huh. Is that foreshadowing something? Maybe it's a foreshadow of something. I'm not sure. Beat Hollow Knight during it. That might be a great idea, actually. But you wouldn't have met us. No, yeah, I'm honestly not. I don't think I have regrets in life generally. Because to regret something means to wish that you did something like. Maybe I do have regrets, but there's no point of regretting anything because you don't know what the alternate like life would have been. Like, let's say I worked on Wall Street and one day I was biking to work and I get hit by a car and I die. Like, that's it. My life is done. Like, or I just hated it, you know? Yeah, I don't. You're right. I wouldn't have met any of you guys, so it's worth it. Don't worry. Sometimes it doesn't feel worth it when I look at all my stats on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. But you know what? Streaming is hard, so it is what it is. Get a man to make sure everything works fine weeks before, so then he's sus. That's actually good. Cutie. Aww. I love the Pokemon emotes you have. Is there a U in here? There's no U. Oh, there is. I'm dumb. It's right here. Cutie. It's definitely Cutie. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's look at the right. Duet? No. Udet? Judet? Dudet? Zudet? In the end, everything will be fine. If it's not fine, it ain't the end. Wait, what? In the end, everything will be fine. If it's not fine, it's the end, so it doesn't matter anyway, right? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't get it, but I get it. Yeah. I used to go through life kind of just chilling. And I usually do. But sometimes I get into this overthinking state of mind, which I did yesterday. That's the main reason I didn't stream yesterday. I wanted to take a breather from everything for a sec. Duvet, yes. That's a good one. Thinking about life decisions, getting older, all that stuff, right? Envoy. Let's go, I'm a genius. I only have one left. We only have 2 guesses, though. But this looks easy. We did get a V. Good shit. Doctor. Bro, you got a shout out. You're on the stream in front of 10,000 people. It says doctor. Anyway. E. Nerdy. Why does this look like nerdy also? But it's obviously not jerky? I don't know. Counterclaim grandfather paradox. It means if you're having a bad time, don't worry because it ain't the end. What if you got shot and you're like bleeding out and you're gonna die? Should you not worry? In that case, you don't need to worry because it is the end, right? It is what it is. What do you mean by grandfather paradox? Reedy, I think, is a thing. I think Reedy is a thing, and I'm gonna guess it. Nice! Hell yeah, Cortez. Me and you breezed through that. I think Doctor got a really nice, and DNL a really nice word early on too. And Gamer guessed some too. Don't worry, because maybe you'll survive. I don't know. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we're all gonna die anyway, right? That's at the end of the day. That's the truth. The truth is we're all gonna die. So who cares? I'm gonna go back to just chatting here for the global game. Actually, nah. I'll just leave it on Wordle. This wasn't working last time, which sucks. But yeah. Give me a country. Surviving a gunshot seems a lot more painful than not. That one girl became famous when she got shot. Malala? Yeah, because she got shot in the forehead and she survived and then she started doing speeches. Isn't that crazy? Saudi Arabia? Okay. Middle East? Saudi Arabia. Ugh. Panama. Oh, too late. Sorry. All right, we're going to go somewhere in Ivory Coast, somewhere in Africa here, or somewhere in Europe or in Asia. All right. Red means that we're close to the mystery country, for those wondering. Okay. Turkey. Turkey is pretty close. Turkey is like right here. I think Turkey is too close because usually it would be darker, I feel like. Decent guess, though. Decent guess. What if we go Azerbaijan, which is slightly higher? I just want to do it because it's where my parents are from. I'm going to do Azerbaijan. You gave me the idea with Turkey, so thank you. Oh! Oh, shit. Okay, we're going the right way. It might be Russia. Lois? Lewis Lane? Laos? It's definitely not Laos now, but yeah. Chad. Yeah, it's definitely not Chad now. It might be Turkey, actually. It might be. I don't know if about probably, but yeah, let's guess it. I think it's north. Well, it froze. I don't know why this game always freezes. Check out my socials. Yeah. Kazakhstan? I don't know, bro. Isn't Kazakhstan like right like here? I feel like it's to the north. Yeah, it seems like the same it might be in the middle, which is Armenia or Georgia. I think it's Armenia. I would have been close. That's true, but I would have guessed Azerbaijan if you said Turkey, so we would have been in the same position. Actually, after Saudi Arabia. But so yeah, maybe it would be better. Whatever, it doesn't matter now. Is it Armenia, guys, or you guys have no idea? Only reason I kind of know this region is because Azerbaijan my parents are from, so I know Armenia and Georgia are close. Damn it, really? They're all the same color. Georgia? Let's go! Let's go! 5 guesses. Our average is 9.5. That's pretty bad. Max streak, 6. Current streak, only 1. Oh, because I didn't stream yesterday. Hey, that was pretty good, though. Easy clap for sure. Easy clap for sure. People say I'm not as funny on stream than as in IRL, and that kind of makes me sad. We did good this one. Yeah, we did. Now let's do good this one. This one's goddamn hard with the stupid islands. What does that look like to y'all? I think I'm still in the Discord. Oh. But I am. Monka. Maybe it's because you're less rate. I think that's why, yeah. I don't make my like dark humor jokes on stream as much as I do IRL. Looks like a buffalo. Buffalo? It doesn't work. Good guess, good guess. Where do I go here? I don't want to get canceled. What the hell is this? All right, let's just guess like Dominican Republic. See how close it is to that. Shit. It's right next to Dominican Republic. It's goddamn, it's one of these stupid ass islands, bro. It's one of, what if we got unfiltered ping? I'm not that much different when I'm unfiltered. It's not like I'm like, I just make dark jokes more often. That's about it. My guess is Caribbean. Is Caribbean like, oh, like in the Caribbean. Yeah, yeah. I was like,
Caribbean's a country. I think Caribbean's the answer.
Like, that's what I was saying. Unfiltered ping would be more fun, I think. More funny. But the way I think and the way I am is pretty much the same. It's just those dark humor jokes. That's the only addition. My guess is China.
Yeah, I think that's a good guess. I think that's pretty good.
Jamaica's not that big. And that's to the south of Dominican. But we're going to put it, because why not? Costa Rica? Oh, that actually kind of looks like Costa Rica, like no joke. That actually looks like, nope, okay. It's one, I'm telling you, it's one of the stupid, like, titty islands or something. Oh yeah, how's Texas going? Internet's best? Hell yeah. How you doing, Angel? We had Angel for one of the Wordle words before, and I was like, hey, Angel. Well, I was thinking that in my head. What was the province that people thought were going to be Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico? Yo! Cortez coming in with clutch with the Puerto Rico, baby. Let's go. You're doing awesome today, Pog. You, baby. Good? Nice, nice. Hell yeah. How's family? I meant Puerto Rico. You do say that you confuse them. I should have remembered that. You did. You have said that before. Costa Rica is one on Central America. Yeah. And I just like did it because I was like, yeah, sounds right. Estupido. That's my middle name, baby. Good, just hanging out. Nice. Cortez is on a roll today, right? This is Mexico. Because it looks like shit. No, I'm joking. You see, like, I want to make jokes like that, but I don't know. Ooh, that actually looks sick.
Like, I'm sad. I'm just a sad little monkey. No one respects me. You know, I make these jokes and people take them seriously and they get offended, and I feel bad. I don't want to offend people, but I also want to make my jokes, but I'm just a sad little monkey.
Okay. I hope that was good enough. Ow. Oh, I forgot we're on a timer here. Shit. I'm not gonna lie. Teaching in Japan also made me kind of make those jokes less often. It kind of changed me because I'm like teaching kids, you know? I'm not gonna make stupid jokes in front of kids. And there's some kids who watch also this. I don't know. This looks like definitely Spanish country, though. I was right, though. I was right. Bolivia? Oh. Why do you guys... Did you guys see something that said... I'll take your word for it. Where the hell is Bolivia? In Africa. I actually forget where... You idiots! Colombia. Oh my god. Never listened to Cortez. And that hurt when you punched me, Angel. I wish we could have Sad Monkey stream. The whole stream is just Sad Monkey. Ligma, but I have to go. I thought your internet was good. No worries, no worries. Enjoy Texas with fam, bro. It said Bolivia. Bruh. I shouldn't have trusted you guys. We had like 2 minutes left. We could have looked around. Japan. Japan. Wait, actually, I'm not sure if this is Japan. It kind of looks... The roof looks like Japan. This might be Taiwan or some shit. That's South Korea. I mean, it might be. How is there no writing anywhere? What the hell? La 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 la. Not South Korea. Find a car. I can't click. I have to... Oh! Japan? Japan? Am I a genius, guys? Ding dong. Is this China? Is this Taiwan? This looks like Taiwan. Oh, it looks like such Japanese architecture, though. I know it was Japan before the map even loaded. Well, I'm not sure now. It looks like Chinese. I don't see any Japanese characters anywhere yet. Making some late night ramen. Oh, making me so hungry. Welcome back, though. Yeah. I hope the talk with your friend went well. I'm pro-Chinese. I knew it was Chinese before the map loaded, yeah? Oh, yeah, this is definitely Chinese. Signs wouldn't be in Chinese in Japan. Hey, Darkness, I feel like I haven't seen you. Okay, this is 100% Chinese. I'm gonna guess Taiwan, though. Yes? You could come in if you want. Are you doing laundry? Okay. So you could close the door if you want. I'm thinking Taiwan. This is Sri Lanka. Where's Taiwan? Bro, they confused me, bro. World War III might be because of Taiwan. Where's Taiwan? I mean China. Oops. I feel like it's right here. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm a goddamn genius. You're sick. You've been sick again? Weren't you sick before? You're still sick? Damn. I hope you get better, man. I'm gonna leave Triscuit's chat then. Yeah, I hope we get better. Is that the ocean or mountains? It was both. Can you believe that I knew just from the architecture right away? That's why I want to travel more too, to get better at Geoguessr. Okay, Spanish? What is this? The hell is that? I hope so too. Technokent! Actually, I have no idea what this language is. Usually I have a decent idea of what the language is. I have no idea. But that's not a bad sign. That means we could rule out quite a bit of countries. It's not Africa? It might be. It actually might be Africa. It's pretty. It is pretty. I'm thinking Indian. Bro, darkness, is this Indian? Indian. Indians, is this Hindu? Or something? Teknokent. Pamukkale. Alright, it sounds like closer to a Nordic country. Nope. Alright, well, we know that much now. I honestly think it's a Slavic country now. I can't tell, though. I'm thinking like Slovakia or something. Show me some sign? Okay. No, Hindi, it doesn't look like Arabic at all to me. But it could be closer to Arabic. Could be. Definitely not Spanish, yeah. That's for sure. It's not Spanish. It's not Southeast Asian. I guess it could be Thailand, but it doesn't look Thai to me. It doesn't look like Filipino, the language. Sufi felsefsi ve positiv. Okay, this guy looks mad hot. He looks like French or something. I'm thinking Arabic now too, actually. Looks kind of like closer than English text, not super similar. Kent looks to be a famous thing. His name is Hassan Ali Tosun. Okay, I'm thinking Middle East now. I'm thinking Middle East. He got a lot of facial hair, so he got that Middle Eastern. That guy looks like hot pink. Bro, doesn't he? I wish I looked like... Bro, if I could grow a beard, I would have so many viewers on Twitch. Like, no joke. I think it would make me look so hot. That guy... Yeah. Oh, yeah, always Omega lol if I actually made you laugh IRL. So I know that I'm funny. Cafe Winona. It's so close to English, though, yeah. You gotta grow out that beard. Hey, No Shave November is not coming up, but when it comes up, I'll do that. How about that? Ooh, restaurant name. This is vital. Homemade burger. The hell? Bro, everything's going American. Oh, shit, there's only 10 seconds. Dev Campagna. Now it looks like Spanish. What the hell is this language? Saudi Arabia. Okay. Turkish. Oh, I should have known Turkish. Heredot used to watch. I miss Heredot, man. Heredot used to watch, and he lives in Turkey. And I know I recognize some Turkish. Actually, Turkish is similar to Azerbaijani, I think. So I should have known that. That's where my parents are from. I knew it was Turkey. No Middle East. We're kind of close, though. Try growing out. Everyone wants me to grow out a beard. Oh, indeed. Camille. This is Spanish, right? They look pretty dark, so I'm thinking close to equator. I feel like I figured that out. I don't know if other people do that strat. Oh, you could see her butt. Hopefully she's 18 or older. Otherwise, this Google camera guy is a bit of a weirdo. You know? At least do it with your personal phone, not with the phone that's taking Google pictures, bro. What does it say? Yeah, I'm getting South America vibes as well. You got mountains out there. Yo, that looks so pretty. You got ugly looking people, so probably South America. Oh shit, that guy actually kind of looks ugly. No offense. Nah, he doesn't look... He actually looks Asian. He looks Asian. Grow it out, grow it out. See, those are the types of... I feel like I make very dry humored, like, messed up jokes. But then I feel like when I make them... I used to make them on Twitch more often, but I feel like people take me seriously and don't realize that I'm joking. So that's why... That's another reason I kind of stopped making them. Guys always look ugly. That's true, we don't wear makeup. South Americans look like Asians sometimes. Is it South Americans from certain areas? Like, I think Ukrainians kind of look Asian. Or not Ukrainians. What is it? There's a certain, like, Russian-speaking, like, country that they look Asian. Because they are. What's up, Trisket? How you doing? South American looks Asian sometimes. Where do you think this is, bro? It still says Wordle? Yeah, I left it on Wordle. I guess I should change it, yeah. I left it there on purpose, but I'll change it. Where's the sun? Oh, I never... No, thank you. I should change it. I should look at the sun. I don't know how to do sun strats, to be honest. I don't know how people do that shit. I have to learn it. Yeah, don't respect pink. Who's pink? Gasp. Wait, who is pink? Darkness, don't disrespect. Oh, pink. Yeah, don't disrespect me. Come on, darkness. I feel like I'm ugly or average or slightly above average, depending on the day. Depending on how much of my personalities people know and if they like it. Depending on if I put my makeup on. Who the hell is pink? You got this. You know what? I'm going to guess Ecuador because brown people. Close to equator. Of course, it was fucking Madagascar. Russian. We got Russian. Apteka. That means pharmacy. Bielna. Zdravstvozhrana. Or something. Ooh, Barek. Take away. Hi. What the fuck is a Madagascar? You never saw the movie? You live under a rock, bro? They made the zoo movie into a country. Bro, the funniest thing, one of the funniest things in my life was when my friend was like, yo, where's Wakanda? And I was like, bro, Wakanda doesn't exist, you dumbass. And apparently a lot of people think Wakanda's a real country, and that's just so funny to me. PS3. Okay, so this is one of the shitty countries one of the countries Trump calls a shitty country, a shithole country. So we're going to go to Mexico here. No, I'm joking. I'm just joking, guys. It's actually like Russian, so it's somewhere in Russia. Wakanda for life. Madagascar has people living on it? No, I think those were tourists. To be honest, I legit think those were tourists. Sounds stressed because I'm on the same 4 cities every time I play this. Are you actually? I feel like it's... Yeah, they don't take pictures everywhere, but... if I missed a message, my bad, guys. I'm not gonna grow out a beard now, but in the future, I'll probably do that. Maybe I'll make it a channel point. Own the hearts and minds of our children. Watanabe forever. Isn't that I think that's a legit Japanese guy. All right, there's Russian everywhere here. It could be a former Soviet Union country, but it could also just legit be Russia. Because Dukani Japet Mekira, that's definitely not Russian. I'm thinking Dukana. Oh no, wait, that is Russian. No, what's a J doing there? I'm so confused. Ubekara? Bro, let's just go Ukraine for the memes. Can you, like, make it bigger? That's what she said. Where's Ukraine? Ukraine for the memes. Kiev. Oh, shit! Never mind. Kosovo. Wait, not Kosovo. North Macedonia. The hell is that? Yeah, it wasn't Moscow. I was right in thinking former Soviet Union, though. Or, like, not Russia, I should say.
Check out my latest video. I didn't stop streaming until I ruled the world.
That sounds pretty stupid. Yo, it's iPhone. iPhone? With the penguins who go smile and wave boys. Bro, I used to love those. Chort? What is Chort? I used to love those penguins. I miss her. I knew it was North Macadamia. Yeah, nice. Isn't that like a chocolate? Oh, we finally got English. That makes me feel more at home. Thank you. UK. It says cotton. This is like an easy one. It's literally the UK. Bro! Let's go! Let's actually go. Oh, can I get some IQ pluses for that? There isn't... Even a South Macedonia. Fix your stupid country name. Thank you, Cortez. Ain't that where Fairy's from? UK? Yep. Hell yeah. We actually went to where Fairy is. But he lived in the middle of nowhere. Which is fine. No hate on that. This looks like a rich neighborhood. The cars don't look American. I'm thinking European. Driving on the left side of the road. We got a sign here. Sortie de voitur defense de stationer. French? It doesn't look like French, but definitely Martian. Why'd you IQ minus me, bro? You're just like Dinell. You're so toxic. But it's okay. I'm okay with it. Thank you for IQ plusing Dinell for once. I love you. Hawaii. Never mind. Omega lol. Does Hawaii look like this? I want to say New York. Yeah, if you're stupid, you want to say that. I'm just joking. Bro, like, why you IQ You can't IQ minus for no reason. Bro, you can't do that. That's messed up. Where's Epicuro? Epicuro always balances things. I miss Epicuro. He's busy with school and stuff now. Minomiat. Now that doesn't look like French. Oh, there's people. According to their skin tones. I have no idea where they are. You banned him? Good job. Old New York? That's like in UK. Bro, there's no English here. What old... Wait, where is... No, Old New York is Dutch, right? It could be Netherlands or something, yeah. They're gonna make you drool on your keyboard. Giving yourself IQ, that's a pretty low IQ move. No, please, it was a joke. Bro, I don't ban anyone, bro. But my mods do. Ban them, boys. Actually, does that say Interpol? I actually don't like banning people. Because I need every view I could get. I mean, because I'm a very nice person. Chantier and Tarot. Like, this looks like French. But then, I don't know. Like, Naples. Wait, that's Italy. Corsica, yes. Paris, no. I'm going to go with Paris here. I feel like it's a truck from Paris, though. And it's not an area in Paris. Okay, it wasn't Paris. Never mind. The hell is going on here? Woof, woof, woof. What? Got him. Owned. Good one, doctor. Easy clap. Let's go. Easy clap. IQ plus, guys. IQ plus. Because I read a sign that said Paris and I guessed it. Your heart just stopped? Nah, bro. Bro, no one gets banned here. Unless... Texas! Let's go. Unless you live in Texas. Then you get insta-banned. Where's Texas University? Does anyone know? Probably in Austin or Dallas or something, right? Let's guess here. Let's go! Fuck Texas. Actually, I might move to Texas. Because it's really... The cheapest places to live in the States, from what I've looked up, is like in Texas. In like small towns in Texas. I might move there just because of that. Worst state? Nah. Worst state is probably Rhode Island. There's like nothing there. There's like a staircase. Actually, Rhode Island is pretty pretty. I haven't been to enough states to say what is the worst state. What am I, stupid? No, Texas. What's the difference? No, Texas. Texas sucks. Now the worst state is Wyoming. Bro, I need to travel the whole country, bro. I need to do that. I feel like I know more about like global stuff than like the US geography wise. Like I never know where like what different states look like. Cuz I've only been to a couple of states. Worst state is Wyoming, fact. Texas sucks. My pee-pee slipped. Uh-oh. Come on, stop I'm just going to stop saying it. You guys are assholes. It's more a wasteland than a state. Go on tour. I never heard anyone Wyoming. What the fuck does Wyoming mean? I think I knew one person from Wyoming. Our flyover states are named such for a reason. That's so mean, bro, but also kind of true. Isn't it crazy how human beings just group in like cities, in big cities? Like if you look all over the world, that's how it works. Isn't that just insane? I feel like that's so crazy. Has less people than DC, massive L. Who cares? It means wishing you were anywhere else. I honestly, I don't know. I feel like it would be cool to live in one of those like random states just to see how it is. And because it's much cheaper. Like the one thing well, there's a couple of things I don't like about New York. I used to love New York, like with an extreme passion. But after moving to Japan, and then after coming back and seeing trash everywhere, and then the subway system sucks ass. I don't know. Cities are nice, but New York sucks. Bro, Cali sucks, okay? New York beats Cali any day of the week. That I could say confidently. Except Cali has some nice stuff that New York doesn't, but we have snow. We don't need a car, okay, to survive. How nice is that? Oh, means wishing you're anywhere. Man, I Wyoming this stream. I don't get it. Nope, I'm good in this ass crack of nowhere. I think most people, I think it's a generational thing. I think a lot of people who live in like flyover states want to move out. I don't know if newer generations really like living in rural areas. Subways make me so anxious. I feel like I could have fallen on the tracks so often. Cities are nice, but bro, I was in San Francisco. It's so nice. The parks are amazing. Yo, just go to Central Park. It's pretty nice. What is this language? Fair. The cost is what? Yeah, I think New York City is one of the most expensive places in the world. New York City, most expensive cities in the world. Tel Aviv? Really? Actually, I didn't know Tel Aviv was up there. Paris, Singapore, Zurich. Zurich is insanely expensive. I've been there in Switzerland. They have so much like expensive buildings, like expensive brands, like advertised everywhere. I would love to visit Singapore, Hong Kong. You see, New York's up there. Los Angeles, bro. Cali and New York suck. They're too expensive. Osaka. Wait, Osaka's here and Tokyo's not? Or did I miss something? How is Osaka? Tokyo is insanely expensive. Oh, Tokyo. You might assume Tokyo would top Osaka. It's a bit pricier than Tokyo. Wow. Okay. Bro, Kumamoto is the best city. Hands down. The cost is wild in New York for how much they actually invest in infrastructure. That is gibberish, I think, if I recall correctly. Well, what is gibberish? Literally the only people I see here are super fucking old. Most younger people get... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people in states that... Or people that are not in big cities tend to move out. Like, the younger people and the older people just stay because that's where they grow up and stuff, you know? That's what seems to be, like, how it goes. Which is very, very interesting to me. But I guess it's because it's so bored. Like, there's not much to do, you know? But at least it's not as expensive. But then you get paid less, too. But then with online work, you could get paid more. But then there's more regulations on that in more recent years. Whatever. It's a mix of things, you know? There's pros and cons. The language you asked? Oh, yeah, it looks like gibberish, right? I don't know what it is. It looks like somewhere like near India. Anytime I see language like that, I think near India. I'm gonna go Pakistan here. Okay, I was Singapore, Malaysia. I have a friend from Malaysia, actually. Well, not a friend anymore, but half Malaysian. She drove one of my best friends really crazy. They were together, and she was... You know what she would tell him? She would tell him, what if we run out of things to talk about? Like, she would always find reasons to, like, make it seem like the relationship is, like, shitty. She put so much stress on my friend. Bro, I really, really hated her at one point. I don't really dislike people generally. I really, really disliked her at a certain point. Anyway. We love Idaho, except for every part that isn't a potato, you know? Show me the oh, sorry, darkness. I wasn't sure if you were still here. Potatoes are all the things we're the South. That type of person sucks, to be honest. Yeah. I'm eating, so lurking. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thanks for the lurk, man. I do appreciate it. But I will, if I think it's India, I'll ask you next time. Well, not India, but, you know. Or Bangladesh or Pakistani. I'm assuming, like, you would know that also. But, I don't think this is America. The signs don't look like... Oh, yeah, the signs don't look American. Oh, my lights went off. That means it's midnight. That means it's midnight, folks. I gotta turn them back on. 3, 2, 1, boom. Race that. How's that racist? I'm not saying Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India are all the same. I'm just saying you might have a better idea of that than me. What are you talking about, bro? Oh, look, it says the name of the city. If you ever run out of things to talk about, you make things up because you care. Yeah, like, I never thought of that personally, but I think that's because I love to talk. I never thought of, like, running out of things to talk about. Like, on stream, maybe, like, back in the day when there was 0 viewers, from time to time, I would think, what should I talk about? But I would just talk about the game or whatever. With someone I actually care about, it's impossible for me personally. But yeah, that's the shittiest reason of running out of things. Yeah. Not sure, though you'd find a way, though. Thought you'd find a way, though. Idaho. Wait, is this the first time you're saying that you live in Idaho, Doctor? I feel like you always troll me with where you're from, but I feel like you wouldn't troll them. So I'm just gonna remember Idaho for you from now on. Yeah, she was not good for my friend. It was, but I mean they had some good times too, so it was not all negative. No, because Idaho. I'm gonna end stream. America, easy clap. Honestly, I'm not so sure it's America. I'm not so sure. I'm thinking Australia. Bro, watch it be Australia. Watch this. Oceania, boom. Oh, it's America. Whatever. Yes, it were kids. I said it like 6 months ago, and then you forgot, and I trolled. Yeah, you trolled about Kansas. Idaho. I'm sorry for forgetting, man. I try not to forget info about you guys, especially like social security numbers, like IDs, addresses, ages. I really try not to forget that one. I'm just joking. 1 kilometer, UK. Restaurant, Italy? You know? All 5 states are the same? I don't know. No, I just forget sometimes, you know? When is my birthday? I don't remember. Bro, I don't remember when, like... Bro, you've asked me this recently, too. I don't remember. It, like, passed recently. I remember that. Kind of recently. I think. September? November? Something like that, right? September or November. Your birthday is coming up. My birthday is coming up. Pong is anti-white. Hey, you know what? Being anti-white in today's age is a plus, not a minus. But no, I'm not anti-white. This is beautiful. Did you not see the cornfield? Yeah, my bad. Do they not grow corn outside of the US? I don't know. So last year I wanted to do a birthday stream, but family came over and kind of I don't want to say ruined it, but they kind of did. This year I want to do something special for a birthday stream. I want to do like maybe like not a subathon. Like maybe I was thinking maybe doing a subathon actually for a birthday stream. Would you guys want to help me come up with subathon sub-goal ideas? What do you guys think of a subathon? Do you think it's dumb? Oh my god, it's the White House. That looks like a mosque. So, pretty disgusting place if you ask me. Just kidding, guys. I'm joking. I have Muslim friends. It's like saying I have black friends. So I could say the N-word. What is this? It says Ali. No, I was joking. Don't put me in jail. It's just a prank. No. It was so too far, weird champ. Take a shot every 5. I mean, I spin a wheel every 5 subs right now. But taking shots, yeah, that could be a good idea. Let me write down ideas.
Caught in 4K. Caught in 4K.
Take a shot. Oh, I know people that have black friends, so I could say it, right? So I'm not racist. I love this. Why does the song never play? I love this song. Am I about to pull up for your birthday? Bro, you could. You honestly 100% could pull up if you want. Like, I don't mind at all. Birthday stream with family? Nah. Can't because of family. That White House looked pretty. It did. That whole area looked very pretty. Subathon would be great. Aw, shucks. I did a birthday 24-hour, then a subathon the month after, so any option really. Well, I would do I would start any subathon with a 24-hour stream. It would start automatically with 24-hour stream because I don't want it to be like loser behavior. I want it to be high, you know? I want it to be nice. How many subs per... How much time did you add? I remember subbing when you did a subathon, but how much time did you add? And making you drink. Time did you add for it? Say pussy to it. Nah. Say what? The N-word? I don't really even say that, so. Boulevard Broken Dreams. Great song. My birthday's May 9th. Hey. I was thinking 19th. Come on, doctor. I should be wide open by then? Bro, if you want to, come through. You want 18 hours? Damn. I would start with a 24-hour stream. And then I'm gonna assume it's gonna go longer than 24 hours. I'll probably sleep on stream. I don't like that idea, but if I'm gonna stream more than 24 hours, I gotta sleep. More than like 30, 40 hours, I gotta sleep, you know? So I only started with 6, then went to that long on accident. Oh shit. That's cray. How much time did you add per dollar or whatever, if you don't mind me asking? Well, you shouldn't mind me asking because you did it. So it's like public information, but Modcast? Honestly, I wouldn't mind at all. I would just, hope that you guys are available when I'm sleeping, but let's think about this for a second. Doctor, you're on American time. Dinel's on American time. Nathan's on American time. Well, Nathan's on a crazy time schedule, but sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. 10 minutes per sub? Oh, that's... I would probably do like 20 minutes per sub. Maybe 10, 20, 30 subs. You take a shot and you sprinkle things in between. Yeah, like, I think waxing myself, maybe going bald. I want to make it pretty fun. Taking shots, calling different people, doing a bunch of different things. May 9th. Oh, yeah, I took an AP test on May 9th, actually. I took an AP test on my birthday. I got a 5 on it. English test. Damn, that's right. It's AP weeks. If it was 19th, I would be done with school. So change your birthday. I got you. Well, I don't know if... What day is my birthday this year? May 9th, 2022 day. Shit, it's a Monday? I might do it on the weekend before. Like May 7th. I'll start it on Friday. Like May 6th? I'll probably start it May 6th. And hope for it to go into my birthday. How about that? Do it a couple of days. That would be crazy. Change it to 19th or Memorial Day. Yeah, I want to do it around my birthday. My friend did 6 minutes per sub. He had to go 48 hours and had to cap it. Oh, I wouldn't cap it. I want to do uncapped. Bro, I wish it would go far. Like, that would be the dream. You better have me on for this shit. Bro, 100%. I don't know details yet. I'm trying to figure it out right now, but yeah. 10 minutes per sub. So if I'll make like around $12 to $15 an hour, or like let's say $14 an hour Uber eating, I would want to make at least that much like with a subathon. So let's say $20. No, but then Subs, you only got half the money. So $20. So if you give bits, it would be different than giving subs. If you could separate it, $20 an hour would come out to. I'm such a cheapo or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do math. My calc AP test is on your birthday. Let's go. Did I miss any message? I'll start at 6 and not to that long. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's great. I hope my computer doesn't die in the middle of sleeping. That would suck ass. But I would hope to have my. I think I might like have my. I want to prep beforehand. You know, I'll have my phone on. In case my stream dies when I, you know, so you guys could like message me on Discord and I'll get notified or something. But then physics the next day, so that really wouldn't go well for me. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I could talk to you guys about it too. Then if you start streaming Saturday, I could stay up with you at night. Nice. I was thinking Friday night would be a good time to start like a subathon, to be honest. I love this song. Do a prep stream overnight. What do you mean overnight? I'm definitely gonna do a prep stream. Or like I'm definitely gonna prep. Well, we're kind of prepping right now. We're kind of like talking about stuff right now. But yeah, I'm gonna message my mods and talk to you guys about stuff. And yeah, the nice thing about having Yesik as a mod was that no, actually he was around the same time zone as us. It wouldn't have mattered. Actually, all our mods are like same time zone. I want to try scheduling something for the end of the month like this, but I just don't have the energy. Bro, you're working hard and stuff. I don't blame you. My friend had his wife cover him for the time he slept. You should get a wife. Trill. Oh, are there sky rifts? Oh shit. How'd you see that? Good shit. I didn't even pay attention. Senegal? Friday nights would work for me. I looked it up online after stream or during stream. I don't remember. And there was like 3 or 4 countries that have sky rifts in Geoguessr. Friday night would work for me too. Nice. Well, it would go into so I would be sleeping at Saturday night probably. I want to go 24 hours straight. Speaking of, I gotta get to sleep. No worries, bro. This is obviously what I'm not. Have a great night, Jared. I should be getting to sleep too, actually, but I'm a dumbass. It's good vibes, so I don't want to. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thanks for the raid, and thanks for the Mario Kart. I really did enjoy it, and I do appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. Have a great one. Good night, Jared, number 1. Walk alone and not walk good. You know what? Let's just go Senegal here. It doesn't need to be on my birthday. It could just be a random day. I guess, like, what do you guys think summer would be better for a subathon? Because, like, summer, people are off of school. It's pretty much the only reason. Everyone else is outside enjoying their life. We're all holed up looking at our computer screens all day. Or maybe not everyone, but. Oh, shit. You see? Some other countries had Albania. I had a feeling it wasn't Senegal because the language looks more French or whatever. Albania. I have a friend who has a friend who's Albanian. She's really hot, but I never met her IRL. I got an A- in a college course to meet up with her, and she flaked. How crazy is that? I have stories of. This is what I'm saying. Living in New York is so cool. Like, you just know all sorts of people. It's really cool. Anyway. Bye, chat. Bye. The best time for me is late May. Yeah, same. I guess college and high school stuff finish around late May, yeah? Birthday streams don't have to be the same day as your birthday, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but that would be weird. Like, 20 days after my birthday, I'm like, guys, birthday stream. I mean, if it's around the same day, I think it's fine, yeah, but... Let me see how it goes with the Uber Eats stuff. Yeah. How much do you guys think would be fair also? I'm thinking if I'm making at least $20 an hour, I think it would feel worth it. I don't know if that's good or bad on my side, but let's see, how much is $20 an hour? I tried to do this math earlier. $20 an hour. 20 divided by 60, 0.33 per minute. I don't know if I'm doing that right. So it would be like $3 for 10 minutes. So like a gifted sub would add like 10 minutes. I think it's like similar to what Jessica did. I don't know. Sometimes life doesn't go as planned. That is 100% true. Oh, it's a beaver. That's so cute, bro. It's a lot of white people, and it's a snowy country. Canada? Or a Nordic country, Finland or something? We'll look for some English. If we see English and French, then it's probably like Toronto or something. Sometimes. Yeah, life goes as planned sometimes also though, right? I wanted to do a streaming until like this famous streamer says hi in chat. And then like everyone is pretty much hyping it up, so we try to get this famous... Okay, it's kilometers. I'm thinking Nordic country. We try to get this famous streamer to like join chat, and I go for like 20 days streaming in a row and like some crazy shit like that. I'm just gonna ignore the guy in the beaver suit. Bro, he looks really cool, but I don't know. Did he shit? What? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I don't remember. This is Denver. If this is not Denver, then can you give me an IQ plus? Do you know? My bad. No worries, no worries. I did mention him though, yeah. Yeah, I will. All right. I'm guessing Denver. This better be Where is Denver, bro? I swear, I don't know any of this shit. Oh, where's Denver? It's in Europe. Wait. It said kilometers. Why are you saying Denver? Colorado? Wait, this doesn't even make sense. Where's Colorado? I used to know all the states. And then I didn't. I'm just jostling you. Next to Wyoming. You know what? I don't care. We're gonna go there. I was right, it was Canada. Fuck. Thank you. I am now blessed. I appreciate that. This is definitely a Spanish country because it looks like really cool. It looks really beautiful. So I'm feeling more comfortable making those types of jokes. Thank you guys for not taking them seriously. I like it. I like being a dumbass. Oh, it's Russian again. Damn. I'm gonna assume East or Central Asia because they were screwed over because of Russia. And they're also bad, like not that developed. Be yourself, bro. starts being completely racist. My life motto, you know what? I don't care. Nice. I like that. Chernobyl. Oh, Ukraine? Ukraine before the bombings happened. Oh, I like this song. I want to see mega racist Giga chat. I don't know if I'm mega... Bro, I told you, it's just all jokes, bro. Chernobyl Monka W. I think it's... I think it's Central or Eastern Europe, to be honest. I'm gonna go with Slovakia. Let's go! I literally know this shit because... For anyone wondering, this is why. After World War II, after USSR broke up in 1991, okay? And after 1991, a lot of countries surrounding Russia became satellite states, and they weren't doing well economically. So like they're kind of still doing shit economically, even though they're independent countries now. So like when you see places that don't look that like developed, it's easy to guess like Central Eastern Russia. Even though this is like southern, but whatever. The song is nice, yeah. Let me bump up the music since I'm not in a VC. Good point. This is usually the level I keep it at. I don't know. Is it okay volume for you guys? Maybe it's lower. I can't tell. Whatever. Breakdance. Hey, I'll add a breakdance. What do you want it to say? What do you want breakdance command to say? Tell me what you want it to say and I'll do it. Volume's good? Okay, cool. When are you ending stream? Damn, you want me to go that much? Max in 40 minutes. I'll say in like 20 to 30 minutes probably. Why would you add that? Why not? I mean, we have Sag, and people haven't been taking advantage of that, so. Why would you add that? I was trolling. Why not? Breakdance, and it's like breakdancing emotes or something. La Revolution. Oh yeah, we have Cat Jam. I forgot I added that. That's good enough. It shows up as Cat Jam in chat for you guys, right? Where is this? Jesus. Literally. I guess just funny. What? You guess just funny? What does that mean? Yo, look at that sexy emote. Let's go. Yo, the other day, Caspian was not looking good. My doggo. But yeah, I'll try to end soon. Cortezu. Gotcha. Why do only 2 pop up on screen? Wait, that kind of annoys me. Can we fix that? I don't like that. Damn, you see all the money I made, guys. Don't look. Don't look. I guess you could add it. It just seems funny, humorous, or ironic in its ability to contrasts one's expectations. That's what I like about adding stuff like that. It's like a charm thing. I wish it was an explosion of Cat Jam. Yo, yeah, that's what I'm trying to fix right now. I think it's limited for some reason. Hey, Darkness. With them emotes that Darkness made. We implemented a new attendance policy. Bro, honestly, I don't know. Okay. This seems so cool to me. Miskiff attendance. I don't know how he made this. He has a thing that shows if you attended stream. How sick is that? Like it's a class. I have no idea how he did that. It looks like he used... I don't know what he used. If someone could make something like that, that would be sick. Oh, it looks like he made it through this. Oh, right here. Wait, that's sick. Okay, I'm going to look into this after stream, guys. I think it's really cool. Tier 1 billion bits. Do it, no balls. Do it, no balls. Imagine you had to connect it to a credit card and it happened. Hold on, you're about to make more money. Chat, we've implemented... Use your iClicker to answer the question. That would be sick too. I really want to make the stream cooler. That's what I love about streaming. All these different effects you could do, you know? Yeah, type your SN number in chat. Do it. Listen to the VIP guy. Cortez makes sense. All right, you gotta go to all widgets. Here it is. Emote wall. An emote will spawn each time it is seen. Duplicate emotes will be ignored. All right, guys. I'm doing it. 598. Did that change? Did your number change? Oh, that's the right amount of numbers, though. There we go. Out of all the small streamers I watch, you have the coolest stream. Aw, that's so sweet. Oh, that's crazy. Look how many cat jams there are. Oh my god. Look, I can make them bigger too. Watch. Nice, nice. Jesus Christ. What's the smallest? Maybe let's see what it looks on the smallest. Holy shit. Alright, we'll make it. I'll keep it on 4 maybe. 4 looks good. 4 looks good. Cortez putting the best emotes. Do you see why I added the ignore duplicates now? Ooh, what if I do combo required? If I do combo. On emote will only spawn if it is seen in chat 3 times in a 10-second frame. 20. That's what XQC has on, I think. Here, I changed it. When someone subscribes, a bunch of emotes pop up, actually. I did that purposefully. Wait, now it's not gonna work, guys. Now emotes will only pop up. Okay, apparently it still works. Why does it still work? It says combo required. Waiting so long. Been waiting so long. You know what? We're not gonna do the combo required. That's for losers. We'll just leave it like this until it gets annoying. Monka gun, Monka Omega, Monka gun, Monka Omega, hands up. Hands up, baby. Oh, does anyone know that song? Yeah, I left it uncapped for now. Can you guys song request that? Na na na. Alright, go take a nap, bro. Enjoy. Thanks for popping in, bro. So many good untapped emote combos. True. See ya. I feel like out of all the viewers, Cortez. See ya, Darkness. I appreciate it. Look at that. Out of all the viewers, I feel like you're the most Twitch savvy. Or maybe you're not, but you use the emotes like the most, and it's like kind of cool to me. But then people who use my emotes, you know, that's also, I shouldn't say even cooler, right? Because you have to be subbed for that, but that's also cool. Kilometers. Anyone know the flag? Kind of trouble by Dinel. Nice, nice combo there. That's full screen there to make it look better. Thank you means a little wide people happy. Teach them it. Teach it all. You heard him, sub or ping? Honestly, it's like when I was teaching in school. If they ask, "Who's your favorite student?" Like, I'll be like completely honest. Like, no bullshit. My favorite viewers aren't like. It doesn't have to do with how much money you give me. It really doesn't. Oh. Like, I love Diego a lot. Even though I haven't seen him in forever. So I'm your favorite. Yeah, sure. Confirmed it's not, you know. I'm just saying it's not a factor. I'm not trying to be like, you know, to farm like, you know, stuff. White people sad. Diego sad for sure. It's more so just people who are chill. Which is like all of you guys, I feel. Just saying, who made the Mario Kart tournament when things... Bro, honestly though, Doctor, you helped out a lot during the tournament. I miss Diego. I miss her. Alright, I'm gonna guess some country here. As you can tell, I'm very now it's Ecuador, okay. Yeah. I would say Doctor is probably the most useful mod. I think that's a safe thing to say. Not to say that all other mods are useless, but he gets mod of the year so far. So far, I think. Also, he's the only one who actually wrote like a good thing for the mod application. Dinell was like, "Oh, you know me," or some shit. Like Doctor was like, "I think I could be a good mod because XYZ." And like, what the hell? What the hell just happened, bro? Huh? What the? Yo, this, this guy stopped in his truck and like started eating like some food and then started driving again. What the hell was that? We just went into a different dimension. Wait, what was Dinell's? Dinell, can I show them the mod application you sent? Google Maps just went boss mode. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm a mod in my own way. Diego's the newer. You know the kind of person I am. I would expect Doc to write a whole essay for a joke. Nah, he wrote a good thing. I know the type of people. Yeah, I like all you guys, okay? And you know what? I think if I didn't like you guys wouldn't really like me. And that there are people like that, and they're not here because they saw me. They didn't like the vibes and they left, right? So I would say like 99% of chat is like awesome. Aw. If you can show doctors, you can show mine. At least Dinell applied. Nathan and Diego aren't properly elected. Yeah, that is true, yeah. That is true. No, Nathan will forever be a mod. Nathan, you guys gotta understand. Nathan was there when there was no one else in chat. When I did a 20, I've done. All right, guys, look at this. And you guys all have like, I have a special connection with most of chat, right? So don't feel bad or whatever. But you gotta like, look at this. I don't know if you guys could see this. 24-hour streams. Call of Duty Alpha, September 20th, 2020. Less than a month later, another 24-hour stream. Less than 20 days later, 24-hour stream. Less than a month later, 24-hour stream. 2 days later, 24-hour stream. A month later, 24-hour stream. A month later, 24-hour stream. 2 months later, 24-hour stream. 20 days later, 24-hour stream. Jump King is when Doctor came on. I mean, Dinell was in some of these too. My point being, when I had 0 viewers, Nathan was there to keep me company for a lot of it. And I don't know. Nathan's your favorite? I don't really have a favorite. I'm not going to lie. Doctor is my favorite for when I'm under stress, because I know he'll actually, like, he helps out, and it's so, like, helpful. He's my favorite in certain ways that he thinks, because I feel very similar to the way that Doctor thinks for a lot of things. Dinell, you're my favorite with a certain way of trolling, because and how chill you are and stuff. Like Nathan's my favorite for like it's all different reasons. Jimmy's my favorite because he laughs at all my jokes and thinks I'm funny. And he's a really chill dude. Like, it's different reasons, Based wholesome Nathan. Yeah, bro. Yesik, for all the shit that Yesik does, he also, like, popped in when no one else was there. He made chat active at certain times. Without Doctor, I probably wouldn't have beaten Jump King in 24 hours. He jumped in, like, 23 hours in and gave me advice and, like, made me feel confident. Like, Dinell, when I was playing, like, Ratchet and Clank and stuff in Horizon, it honestly wouldn't have been fun if Dinell wasn't there. Like, I'm not trying to sound cringe and all this shit, but, like these are true things, That was the cutest thing I've ever heard. Oh, this is wholesome. It feels cringe. The wholesomeness feels cringe. But it's true, you know? Like, when I think back to Ratchet and Clank, I think back to, like, Dino, and, like, I think back to specific, like, times when he was telling me about his brother and sister, and how, like, his brother also loved, like, those types of games, and he even, like, gifted a sub to his, like, brother, and his brother popped in, like, once or twice, and he was talking about how much he loves the Ratchet and Clank games and stuff. And, like, I remember certain areas of the game that I was in when we had those conversations. I don't know, like, there's certain memories that just stick, you know? I'm in tears, bro. Feels okay, man. Yo, don't get me started on Cortez. Cortez, I remember, I don't know if this sounds weird, but I remember, like, really enjoying you being there all the time. And you were such an active chatter. And you were, like, one of the only people speaking at a certain point. And it was just good vibes, and we would just talk about stuff. And, like, at a certain point, you left for, like, a couple of months. And every time I would stream, I was like, I don't want to sound too parasocial here, but, like, every time I would stream, I was like, damn, I wonder where Cortez is. I wonder where Cortez is. I wonder where Cortez is. And then, like, one day you come back, and you're like, yo. And I'm like, bro, where have you been? And I don't know, like. But now you're here again. And, bro, if you guys have lives, which you guys do, and you can't make a stream, or you don't want to watch streamers anymore in general, or whatever, like, fair play, right? I'm just showing you guys from the perspective of a streamer. Like, I think most streamers, especially small streamers, like, they pay attention to that type of stuff, you know? But yeah. With community games, I'm talking about life and stuff, man. My brother still listens to you via me, though. Oh, yeah, that is true. It's true he would always ask for you. I'm going to come back and clip some of these. Nah, it's cringe. I feel like this is why I like streaming at night. Because I feel like it's easier to just talk. I don't know why. Off topic, but this seems like coastal America. It might be. But yeah, I think, believe it or not, every small streamer. This is Florida. Every small streamer remembers things. And that's not like a. I truly believe if someone wants to stop watching me or stops watching me, like, I'm not gonna try to be like, yo, watch me. That's your decision. But it does affect the streamers that you watch when you stop watching them. This is Florida? All right, let's go Florida. You guys keep saying Florida. And that doesn't mean, like, you have to take that into consideration. You honestly don't at all. Well, I guess we're right with the US, but it was Kansas. Oh, look. Like, there are some streamers I think about still. Or not some streamers. There are some viewers, I don't actively think about them all the time. But I'll sometimes, I think one of them, it's his birthday today, Cam. Like, or it was yesterday. Shit. No, it's the 25th. I have, like, birthdays on my Google Calendar from when you guys tell me. Because I don't remember. And then when I, like, say happy birthday to them, like, memories come in my head of, like, I remember the day I met Cam. Like, we're playing, I used to play Call of Duty all the time. And I was just in a lobby, and game lobby, and I started talking to him randomly. We were playing 3v3 knives. And we just started talking, and then he found out I was a streamer. He was talking about going to college and stuff. He hasn't come on stream in, like, months. But, like, there's certain things that just stick in your head, I feel like. I don't know why. I pray for your prosperity. I mean, but like, that's life, you know? Life is like that. People move on, right? When I first started streaming, I never thought I would connect with viewers as much as I feel like I have. This sounds so parasocial, but it's true, you know? I don't know. That's why I get scared switching out games and stuff. Part of it is also, you know, you want to get more viewers and stuff like that, but I honestly don't care about like I care about that, but I don't care about that as the goal. Like my goal, I want to make content on Twitch that's good for YouTube, and that's how I want to push people to Twitch. But I like when you switch games, a lot of times you'll like people as a streamer, you'll never see certain people ever again because they were there for that game, you know? A little bit for you too, but for that game. Or if you switch times that you stream, I'm guessing same latitude as New York. Might be. Roberto's the only game for the Gartic. You just gotta accept those things as a streamer, I feel. Russian. Klimkovka. Bilaya Zhalunitsa Kirov. I don't know what any of that means. It's like friends IRL, right? Friends you hung out with in elementary school, probably don't hang out with now. Middle school, high school, college. I'm lucky that I'm still in contact and I still hang out with my high school friends. I'm very, very grateful and lucky and happy for that. But I made so many amazing friends in Japan that I barely talk to now, you know? That's just life. Where do you guys think in Russia? I'm actually here for the game, actually. We're all here to watch you ping that. But that's the thing, like, I'm not saying all this to, like, farm, like it's the same thing with the Mario Kart tournament. I don't say these things to, like, for people to tell me, like, oh, no, it's, like, the tournament went well, don't worry. Like, it's more so just to express, like, what I'm thinking. Like, I'm not joking. I think people have different incentives. People have, you know, like, it is what it is. But I appreciate that, Jimmy. I wish I was at the tournament. I'm excited for Jimmy's tournament. Yeah, I'm only here for Jump King. You just keep not playing it, so I have to keep waiting. I'm not gonna lie, Doctor. I was surprised that you stuck around after I stopped. I mean, but that's how it always is. Like, when there's someone new who comes in, if they always show up or show up, like, more often, I'm like, damn. Especially when I switch games. What about Hollow Knight? Damn, Cortez. It's been 8 months. That's a long time. But you know what? Everyone here right now is still an OG. Because we're still tiny-ass streamers. Jimmy, you're also an OG. Like, we're still tiny. Remember Ars? I'm not gonna lie. Ars was probably one of my favorite viewers ever. He's like, I don't know, I just loved the vibes every time I talked to him. Honestly, getting the sub from Here Dot was a bit help. I didn't want to waste that. Then I was waiting a bit for Jump Kid, but then you had some pretty good content. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I was streaming 8 months ago. Hell yeah, yeah. We're all OGs, baby. You're growing though. You're getting 1K by the end of the year. I can feel it. Maybe. Who knows? I've been streaming for a while now. You guys want to actually see? But I gotta go on my other YouTube. You guys want to see? Look how many channels I have, Jesus. First of all, I've been making content on YouTube since I was like a kid, but starting out like my journey here, I actually started my first video like a year and a half ago. Let me show you guys my first stream. Probably Breath of the Wild. Oh, you said what were you streaming? Not were you streaming 8 months ago. I'm dumb. Yeah, I was probably Call of Duty. Probably Call of Duty. I remember I used to play Call of Duty quite a bit. This, if anyone doesn't know, most streamers know this. It's like to track your stats. Most streamers know because everyone is curious, right? But this is cool because you could see the games you played and stuff. So 25% of the gaming I've done on this channel is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. We got 11% just chatting, damn. 32% other, 51 games. And then we could look. Stream time, right? Call of Duty. Last time I played Call of Duty was June 2021. Jesus Christ. I have 280 hours on it. We did some Pokemon in more recent months. That was pretty fun. Jump King. Super Mario was last month. We only have 31 hours on it, damn. It was mostly Call of Duty and words on stream, I feel. It was mostly Call of Duty. We'll look at yeah, stream time. Yeah, it was mostly Call of Duty. I probably searched the COD Cold War directory and sorted by viewer count low tie. Did you actually? That's crazy. I miss Breath of the Wild streams. I think he was playing COD, a bit of Mario Kart, and community games around the end of June. When you came into the mix, Doctor, I stopped playing Call of Duty as much. I used to pretty much only do Call of Duty. I was thinking to go pro in Call of Duty, but I couldn't interact with chat, so I stopped. Oh, I was playing a lot of Fall Guys, actually, when Fall Guys came out, September 2020. Yeah. Look at that. You want to see my first stream? Hello there, Tiananmen Square. What a beautiful name. 31 hours of practice. 20 more hours and you could get sub 20, probably. Is Fall Guys how you and I don't know. Jared, I think Jared came into my stream. I think I rated him, or and then he rated me the next day or something. And he donated me $5. Actually, if you go to my Twitch, which you're all on right now, and you scroll down, there should be a Hall of Fame here. Yeah. Here, Hall of Fame, Anonymous, Rasquilla, Jared. Jared gave me $5. He tipped me $5, and he said, "Yo, I think you I could see you doing good," or something like that. Like he said some nice words. And that's how we met. I think I rated him first though. It might have been through Fall Guys, yeah. All right, my first ever stream. Fuck, I X'd it. Oh no, wait, it's the other thing. Oh, I look like such a loser. Look at this. Fixing my camera. Oh, I played Fall Guys here too. Okay. And Call of Duty. My Japanese students would chat here. I'm barely talking. Oh my god, I'm talking like such a loser. This, sorry, Tiana. We'll get back.
The bison is never worth it. Ever.
I was so nervous. Oh my god. Masaki, that's my student. Eriotto, ganbare, con sarada. Panosisio. Good. Wow, how crazy is that? Used to like, oh. Oh, good. Play more. You were such a loser. Play more loser stuff. Okay.
I don't use snipers like that.
What are they saying? They're saying gambare, like you could do it. Like, oh, this was my one of my coworkers, I think. Yeah, I just use snipers. I sound like such a loser. I streamed in Japan once or twice before this. And I had I was just streaming with friends, but this was the first time I like streamed. I guess that guy doesn't fart anymore. All right, let's check out. So the cool thing was I got viewers through streaming on YouTube, like through talking to people in game lobby and playing well. But it was like pretty like dead. When I started doing like after a while my students stopped watching my streams, and then that's when my stream was pretty much dead. And then and then with Genshin Impact, wait, I completely forgot. With Genshin Impact, actually, that's when I got to meet some people that were freaking awesome. Like Ars Blaster, here, two people who don't really show up anymore. Nathan I met through Among Us, actually. But he stayed for Genshin, I think. And for the vibes. Yeah. Your setup has come a long way. Has it? It looks... I have the same chair, yeah. I have the same background. We're gonna eat this. I have an actual camera. I have a better headset. I think I use some PlayStation thing. Oh, you see? Here dot. Here dot's here. Terasu is my IRL friend. I miss here dot, man. Similar, but now blue lights. Exactly. I mean, channel points and stuff. It's literally only here dot in chat. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, let's get back to the... I say, but I'm still pretty tiny. I remember just streaming to no one for hours upon hours. And, yeah. Yeah, I started on YouTube. I started on YouTube in 2020. September 2020. And for a full year, until September 2021, pretty much, I don't know if I would call it depression, but I felt depressed because I would just think back to Japan like every single goddamn day. And I would talk to one of my friends, Chris, who comes on stream sometimes now, Liquided, about that, because we both felt the same. We were just like, we just wanted to go back to Japan. I started streaming May 2021. Took a while to find my niche, but I'm so glad I met you, Jared and Ferry, in under a year. Yeah, I'm glad I met you too. It hasn't been that long, but it feels like, you know, it feels awesome. May 2021. Oh, so your 1 year anniversary is coming up. Nice. I've been basically streaming for like a year and a half now. A year and a month on Twitch. Oh, the song sounds nice. I didn't even start streaming per se. I started more so on making YouTube content. That was my big thing. I'm so concentrated on... If this is boring, by the way, guys, I could stop talking about it. If it's not, I'll keep talking about it, but... I started with YouTube content. I was like, I'm gonna go YouTube. I made I could have just done that before. This is in Japan. Oh my god, I completely forgot about this. This was in Japan. I privated it, like Jump Force. I was playing Jump Force in Japan. But when I came back from Japan, I was like, that's it. I'm gonna make it on YouTube. That's my plan. I was making a lot of videos. How do you... Some of their views come here and we mix with G's viewers. Oh yeah, Triple G is great. I think you and Triple G would get along, Jimmy. You're both really wholesome people, I think. This is my first video. I love this song.
That's a great question.
It's so cringe. I'm in Japan when I make this video, actually.
My name's Elliot.
My name's Elliot.
Year-old.
I used to do my own haircuts. That's why it looks like shit. Look at that. Look at that.
Jewish American. Economics graduate. Living in Japan.
I was also 10. I was 10, like 10, 15 pounds lighter.
Teaching English. Naturally.
This is Dinell. Hope you make it big 2 days ago. All of my Japanese students. I didn't tell them about my YouTube channel. Like, really? I kind of told them. But all of them basically, well, not all of them, but some of them were like, good luck in America, I miss you, blah, 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 saying stuff like that. That's why it has like 800 views. 500, 200, and then it just all goes downhill. It all goes downhill from there. And then at a certain time, I stopped making YouTube content because I'm like, bro, I put so many hours into editing, and it doesn't do anything. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stream. So I started streaming, and then my YouTube fell off completely. And now I'm trying to make my YouTube come back. And it's hard. It's hard. See? Got a dislike here. It's hard. It's hard. I don't know my niche. I just like doing a bunch of different stuff. Anyone wants to get into content creation? Figure out what you're going to do. And you'll be more successful. Don't be me. Don't do 20 different things at a time. Thanks for the follow, Hippo Hero. What a name. I appreciate it. Someone said my name's Elliot. I'm very smelly. Yeah, I don't know who said that, but I think they, you give off pompous teacher, man. I think my students loved me. No, so what I did is I made a whole outro explaining to them that I'm moving to the States. But at the last slide, I made a website. I don't want to show you guys the website because it's literally just for the kids. But I made a website to keep in contact with them. Because otherwise, there's no way of keeping in contact with them. And on my website, it has my YouTube link. And that's how they figured out. I didn't even tell them about my YouTube. If I told them about my YouTube, I probably would have had like, I taught like over 1,000 students in Japan. So, you know, it would have been a different pink. Your old haircut is fire. Really? I just didn't cut. I cut my own hair back in the day. Should I cut my own hair? You need a niche to start out with before Mario Kart and Nintendo streams. No one ever watched. Yeah. I used to play a lot of Genshin, a lot of Call of Duty. But I can't stay on one game. It becomes very boring. Things are well. We're just talking about how I started on YouTube and Twitch, Hippo. And we're not paying too much attention to the game, but we played some Wordle. Now we're playing some Geoguessr. Just chilling, you know? Your stuff is quality, so you just gotta keep going. Yeah. You make a good shit, bro. It's just not instant success. I don't know. Like, I've seen people around me grow much quicker. I don't like comparison generally, but the reason I bring that up is because it proves that there is a way to do things where you could see success faster. Yeah, sometimes it just gets in my head, you know? Thinking about going to into my late 20s, still streaming, not making much, you know? Still making YouTube content, still, you know, but oh yeah, you hate that song. Gotcha. That's New Zealand. Let's go New Zealand. I don't know what I'm doing. By the way, if anyone wants to put music, you're more than welcome to. No, it's okay. I'm kind of getting tired of the song because you are. I need to learn how to cut my own hair because otherwise I'll never get my hair cut. The funny thing is, it was like, wait, we saw Russian. What New Zealand? It was like, it looked closer to Switzerland. I don't know. We should have looked, my bad. My stuff isn't good enough. If it was good enough, people would watch longer bits of it. The whole thing about YouTube that I don't think many people understand is that you need a good thumbnail, a good title to draw people in. and then you need to deliver on those things and make content that people will watch, which nowadays is content made for ADHD people. Like every few seconds something else is happening. If you're making gaming videos and stuff like that. I have one video that I feel like I did pretty well doing that. It's a Geoguessr video actually. But if those things don't work, then you're not going to have like a video that's seen by many people. Because the more of a video that people watch and the more that they click, the more views you get. That's just how it works. You need to eliminate dead air. Yeah. Dead air is always considered bad. Yeah. BB's air is the livest of all alive. Yeah, I try to not have much dead air, to be honest. On stream or on YouTube. But now that I have an editor for YouTube, it's like I don't want to make him do too much because I'm not paying him that much. He's just a really nice guy and believes in me and like all of this stuff. But I do tell him like, oh, I want it this way, I want it that way. I think he edits pretty well. But it's not only the editing, it's the idea. I need to come up with better video ideas. That's what I'm learning more recently. And that's what's really hard. Coming up with good video ideas. Ryan is God. Yeah, Ryan is honestly amazing. Ryan is awesome. I think it's a combination. I have an anime editor right now. I don't know if many people know this. For an anime channel, reactions channel that I'm making. There's like 10 videos edited already. And this guy is not he's not the best editor. But after telling him certain things, he became better so quickly. And yeah, I think it's a mix of how I am with people and just being lucky with certain types of people. It's trial and error. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's definitely trial and error. But lately Ryan's videos, the videos he edits, I barely have to tell him to change much, so I edited probably over 100 YouTube videos before getting an editor. But what the hell is this? It gives me so much more. It gives me time to concentrate on other stuff, like streaming day. I literally wouldn't be streaming daily if it weren't for Ryan. So you guys could, you know, do some, you know, I don't know. He's making a good video. I love his little inputs. Yeah. But they could be better. No, I'm not. They could be better in ways that I don't even understand, probably. The video ideas could be better too. Everything could be better. You know? It's not good until we see results. I'm not being mean, I'm being like honest. It could be better. Unsub. It's also time. I know he could make a better video too if he spend more time on certain videos, but it's not like he has 24/7. It's not like I'm paying him enough to do that, you know? Like, it's a give and take. Like, that's how life is. Subliminal messaging in the videos. I've actually done that before. I've done that before in my videos. In my older videos. I've added such cool stuff that no one will ever see. I've done something where I added some text on a guy's uniform in a video game, and it tracked. It was like an Easter egg. So every time he moved, like it looked like it was part of his uniform, but I added it in. Like I did some cool ass shit. But it's kind of a waste of time. You told people to kill John Lennon? I did. I think I added like BLM or some random shit. I don't know. I don't if I remember which video it was, I'll show you guys, but add daddy when people talk to you. Oh, like Gideon? I'm not gonna lie, I've been watching a lot of Gideon videos like yesterday. I just started watching a lot of them. Recently I've just been trying to think to myself, what videos would I click on? Yes, that's important. Most of the time gaming highlights with no purpose won't cut it. Yeah, gaming highlights I think are terrible YouTube videos. Unless you do them a certain way. Like if you have it with other people and that's your shtick, then I think that could work. But if you're just highlighting gameplay and there's no personality, everything's about personality now. It's the age of the influencer, right? People watch XQC because he's XQC, not because he's really good at Overwatch. Not anymore, right? He doesn't play Overwatch anymore. This looks like America. Damn, that was good. Japan. It's so easy to tell by architecture if it's Japan or not. Like, this is literally Japan, and I'm a fucking genius. I am a genius. Look at that. Boom, it's Japan, baby. Oh, I'm telling you, it's so cool. Gideon's editor is so funny. Yeah, that's good stuff. His editor is the best. He's really good at cutting at certain areas. Sometimes Ryan does it too, and I tell him, I'm like, this section where you cut was such good comedic timing, because with comedic timing, a lot of it comes to editing. Yeah. We can dance and say what does this look like? This looks like Grease or something. I don't know. All the little things he adds makes it better. Yeah. The thing that dissuaded me from editing was spending hours and hours editing like these huge Pokemon videos and like just not getting any views on them, and realizing that I'm just not good enough at editing. I just suck at editing, and my video ideas are not good enough. Like, I don't know. So I'm delegating my editing mostly to Ryan. Jiren said it himself. It's him being himself, his cameraman, and the editor that make the videos so popular. Oh, 100%. Like, I've seen his videos. He's like, without him, there's no videos, right? For anyone wondering, he's just like this YouTuber guy that walks around and talks to random people. I mean, he has to do that stuff to make the content, but the editor is definitely the one making the video pop off. That's why when I start making money, I would give at least half of all the money I make to my editors. That's it's not even a question in my mind, especially since I've edited over 100 YouTube videos. Like, I understand how time consuming the process is. So yeah, editing is very important for sure. That's why I say I feel like I don't know how to edit / video idea is not good enough / I mean, that's about it, right? What else could the content's not good enough or the editing is bad? This looks like German to me. But his cameraman will film everything no matter what. That's hard to do. Some guys will turn off the camera if told so. That is true, because he gets kicked out and stuff. It's good that that works out for him, you know? Speaking of, I gotta do Uber Eats to pay my editors. And to save up money to move out. And to not run out of money. All the same stuff. And to go out on dates. And to actually have stories to tell you guys. How cool would it be? I come back every day with a different girl that I went out with. And they're on stream. Bro, my stream would blow up. I'm gonna guess Germany here. Whoa, let's go. It was Germany. Should ask Ryan to add the word daddy or papi when people refer to you. You ask him. Nah, you're right. I could ask him that. Maybe not papi or daddy. Maybe something else. I want to be original. He had subtitles mostly in the beginning. I told him to. I think subtitles are good for the beginning, especially when people hover over a video because they don't hear the audio. But yeah. Master. Oh yeah, they call me Master because I'm Ping Pong Master. Oh, that would be cool, yeah. Or Pee-Pee. Oh, they call me Pee-Pee. I like Pee-Pee. Or ping pong. Yeah, there's a lot there. Asian Impex. I've been streaming longer than I thought I would, huh? We've been streaming for 5 hours. Sheesh. PP sounds lame. Pink. Master. PP Masters just sounds too long. Master sounds best, yeah. Yeah, I need to find other people who are taking YouTube very seriously and just have conversations with them. What is this, Nordic country? I don't know. Have conversations with them on how to improve our videos. Maybe Jimmy is the person I could talk to. I don't know that your video ideas are bad, just maybe not as good as they need to be for growth. Like the ramen video is a really good idea, but random people are less likely to care if they don't already watch it. I mean, I feel like if they don't watch me, they would care more than... I feel like they would kind of care, no? It's like, wow, this guy ate the world's spiciest ramen? I wonder what happened. The video did better view-wise. Not that much, but... did better view-wise, but not watch duration. So the length that people watch a video is one of the most important things. But yeah, I would love to talk about it. Awesome. Hell yeah. Tell me what times you're available, because I'm pretty much available a lot of the day. And let's do it, because I hear like Mr. Beast talking about how he did that and he grew his channel with like other people because he was talking to them about like stuff, like very minute details. Like this is no, she's a kid. Ping. What the hell are you saying? Oh for? God damn it. Let's get out of this. No, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Hey, it was Sweden. I thought it was a Wyman for a second. Yeah, because I did this in the past. I don't do it anymore. I gave up. Jail time. I gave up. I deserve that. I'm a dumbass. I make those jokes too often that it popped up in real life. Oh. This is like how I microanalyze, how I used to. I don't as much anymore because I kind of gave up a little bit on my main channel. Or I didn't give up, but I concentrate less. You see, look, I watch JDN more. I concentrate less on it because of Twitch and everything. But this is what I would do. I would be like, ooh, loser goes bald. 51 views. World's spiciest noodles. 66 views. Okay, it looks like it's doing better than other videos. I'd press analyze. Okay, it says 26 more than usual. Okay, 2.4 hours. But it's still pretty shitty. Like, 66 views is not that much. Let's see, reach. We had 7.6% click-through rate, which means 7.6% of people who saw the thumbnail clicked on the video. You know, I would look through all this information. Visible heartbeat. Wow, that actually surprised me. People YouTube searched visible heartbeat and clicked on my video. You know, I would look through all this stuff. And this is one of the most important stuff, right? Average view. This is like the most important thing, pretty much. 87% of people who watched this video were already subscribed. That's not really a good sign. I mean, thanks for watching, guys, but average percentage viewed.
I'm excited. We're going to eat the spiciest
in the
ramen
first
in
7
the world.
seconds.
On the top, you could see my
This is how hard YouTube is,
heart
guys.
rate, because why not? But you know what?
In the first 7 seconds, 25% of people who were watching clicked off the video. How crazy is that? Right? And it basically goes down. What this needs to be is a straight line. This is not good. This is why the video doesn't get a lot of views. You know? Your best video is a science video? Probably because of the thumbnail. Actually, that's actually kind of surprising. I'll talk to you about that in a second. I just want to watch through a good amount of your videos and come back with advice. Aw, that's so sweet. That would be awesome. It's good, but I mean, like, would you rather watch some random guy eat the world's hottest or watch Ludwig? Oh, no, you're right. Of course. For sure. Let's look at this video. This video just came out, so it's not going to be much info. This video, Dyson Sphere video. It's a reaction video. You might think it's because of the thumbnail. It's very similar to the actual video. But no. Look at the retention. More people were watching this video than like any of my other videos. The gray is average. On average, people watch my videos like 30%. Like 30% of people that clicked on the video are still watching 4 minutes in, halfway in. But on this video, 50% of people were still watching. That's why it's still getting views. That's literally the reason. Impression click-through rate is not that high. The amount of people clicking on it because of the thumbnail is not that high. Oh, you did? Did you like it, Cortez? It didn't seem... Yeah, it wasn't as spicy as I thought it would be. My videos are all over the place. That's the... I don't have a niche. I don't know what to make. I don't know. I'm too interested in too many different things. But if you look at this video is probably because of the thumbnail. I think this is a great thumbnail. But you see, like, look, people didn't really watch through it. Because what do you see? If you see this video and it says Pokimane is evil, you're probably expecting... What are you expecting? You're probably expecting some guy talking about how Pokimane's evil. I was just reacting. I was just reacting to a video. So the thumbnail didn't match the content. People clicked off. Didn't get that many views. You know? Why are people watching? I thought it was a bad video, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why people were watching, but I know that people were watching, you know? So if I replicate whatever I did in that video, then that could be cool. Like this video I thought would pop off. I spent hours editing it. I thought the thumbnail was good. No one watched it. Look at that.
In today's video, I attempt to beat Pokemon Emerald in a randomizer Nuzlocke.
Like heavily edited, blah, blah, blah. 22 seconds in, half the people left. You know? What do you think about YouTube removing the public dislikes? I'll answer that in a second. Ping, I don't know if you're around after stream or something this weekend, but I'd like to talk with you about something stream related. Yeah, sure, 100%. Just message me on Discord. Whenever you want, and I'll get to it. I'll try to get to it as fast as I can. I think it's kind of weird that people removed it, that YouTube removed the dislike. I didn't really like it initially, but I'm not gonna lie. Guys, most of my videos get like all likes, right? Because it's all people who like watching the content. But look at this. This video is probably my most disliked video, okay? This video has 15 dislikes, 8 likes, and yet 214 people viewed it. And people were watching it like more than they were watching any of my other videos. Like, I don't get it. I have no idea. I just went to get in a call. Oh, tomorrow would work. I'm trying to do Uber Eats tomorrow, so after like 3 p.m. Eastern, I should be fine. I'm doing good, Nico. How are you doing? So you want me to dislike the video? No. But a lot of people did dislike it. I think it's dumb that they got rid of it. But it does help smaller creators. But it doesn't at the same... Like, I think if someone dislikes your video, you're not getting many views. But it could be controversial, and that's why you're getting disliked. So in that case, you could still get views, right? So in that case, it helps you as a smaller streamer. I don't know. I gave up on Pokemon after my latest Pokemon vid, kind of. Where is it? Bro, I edited this shit like crazy, guys. I thought it was a bad video. Yeah, I don't know. You're good? Glad to hear. Like this video, look at the editing in the beginning for a second, guys. Again, if this gets boring, just let me know. I could stop. But look at this.
I grew up playing every generation of Pokemon games and even made YouTube tutorials before.
Hey guys, this is my first tutorial of Pokemon White.
But I have never played a ROM hack in my life. For those that don't know, a ROM hack is essentially a fan-made Pokemon game,
Like,
sometimes with its own story and its own map.
I don't think this was bad. I think this was great editing, okay?
Video, will
I don't
play
like to pump
Pokemon
myself
Gaia,
up too
a ROM
often.
hack that explains the story of the
But this is the type of edits for this type of thing. For Pokemon content, long-form Pokemon content. Like, if you look it up. Yeah, that's me. That's me when I was in 2011. 2011 ping pong. You could find the video on my old channel. Look at that. Look at this. No audience. There's not enough information to show. That's how shitty this video did. There's not enough information. I spent hours on the Pokemon Nuzlocke videos. You know? You just uploaded the lesbian A and B? Oh, okay, cool. What happens if you ask people to dislike the video? Dislikes still go through. It's just they're not visible unless you get an add-on. I think you could get a YouTube add-on. Like, someone disliked the newest video. It's still visible on my side, just not to you guys. Anyway. You should make a video explain MILFs as if you were a teacher. That could be cool. It's good editing, it seems. I just know that if I saw a video being an hour long. But that's the thing. Like, understandable. But that's the type of content people make. Look at this. This guy popped off. Every video, 20, 30 minutes. The older ones were like 20, 30 minutes. They're not 40 minutes. The newest one is pretty long, yeah. And he popping off. All right? He doesn't have that many videos. Pretty much a random guy. You know, his profile picture is nothing fancy.
Pokemon Platinum is probably my favorite.
He just talks throughout the... I think it's more boring than mine, to be honest. Like, I've watched some of these videos. That's like that's how you do those types of videos. I think the script wasn't good enough. Like, that's what I think, but yeah. You're making YouTube videos since 2011? Well, kind of. Let me do this off stream so I don't dox myself. This is my first ever YouTube channel. I've showed it on stream before, but this is... I had a lot more videos, but my dad basically told me that he doesn't want my face on the internet, and he told me to take them off, and I got pissed off, and I deleted all of them. I had a lot more. I had a good amount more, and then I stopped YouTube because of that, but yeah. That's 2008. How old was I? 11-year-old Pink. 5K views. You know what's sad? You know what's sad? The sad thing is, I made a lot of YouTube channels in the past. The sad thing is, when I used to do YouTube, I was making more. I had more views than like all my views combined now. I could have been something on YouTube, I think. This is the Pokemon White. Comments turned off because I was nervous, I guess. It's like, look at this shit. And it has more views than the Pokemon video I just put out that I spent like hours on. Started to make YouTube videos since 2016. Oh, cool. This is on a separate channel. This is when I went to Eric Clapton concert. I'm actually surprised I got 44 views. It was a different time, you know? It was a different time. Brand also what matters is finding some consistent thing to make videos of, for it to be kind of unique and for it to be good videos. And I don't have, the biggest problem I have is to have consistent type of content. That's my brother. 2008. 2008. 2008, bro. Canon. Look at this comment. What did those keys do to you? Pressing them harder doesn't make it more nicer. More nicer. True. Nicer, not more nicer. 10 months ago. But you are right. I was just a mere pleb. My playing was atrocious, but I gave it my all. Twitch.tv. I forgot I did that. Oh, it's lagging. I mean, this is a beautiful video, bro. Oh, it's Japanese. Amoru fasuhedo. Don't know what that means. This is a... Oh, shit. What? I don't remember seeing this. This is DNL for those wondering. Can I show them?
Yo, go long.
Don't watch that, pleb? Nah, I'm watching it. It's public.
Dude, fuck this, bro.
Wait, that doesn't look like you. Is that you?
No. I'm out.
Ah, that's shit. I'm disliking. What the hell? This shit is whack. Oh, thanks. Not your boy, Jimmy. Thanks, bro. I wonder who it is. Oh, I gotta pee. Anyway. Going down nostalgic route. Alright, let's listen to your AMV while streaming. How about that? Oh, wait. No, I'm gonna get copyrighted. I'll listen to it off stream. Or I'll put it on stream elements. I'm too lazy. Watching it from the toilet on my alt account. Nice. How's the toilet going? First guy makes videos for big rappers now. Who, you? Oh, your friend. Oh, that's cool. Good for him, bro. I really got a pee-pee. The big guy? Gotcha. Alright, we're gonna end here. I gotta get sleep. Do some Uber eating tomorrow. It is crazy how life goes. Most of my close friends from high school are all making good money now. Going into like nursing or whatever. Let's end it all. I know you're pooping right now. I hope you get the poop through nicely, Jimmy. I'm just gonna end the credits. Put the credits in. It was a good stream. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. We'll see who to raid. Maybe we'll raid someone. I really got a pee-pee though. I gotta open up my Spotify. I'm gonna roll the credits here. Toilet was good. Oh, you finished already? Nice. There we go. Let's see who to raid. Good night, Cortez. Thanks for pooping in as always. I do appreciate it. Bye-bye. You didn't ask Gold or Red today. I guess we didn't play much RuneScape, yeah? Who is this imposter? Lol. Now I'm confusion. I feel like we haven't spoken to Bosa in a while. I want to raid Bosa. It's Jareed all over again. I did play a lot, not just dinosaur hunting. Ah, I gotcha. Okay. Let's raid. Yeah, let's raid Bosa. Bosa, for those that don't know, streams a lot of hours. Very nice guy, really high quality streams. He has really cool setups. Really nice guy. He was in the Mario Kart tournament actually. He was the 12th one. I think he was getting along with with Jared. He's very authentic. Very, very authentic. He has some kids. His kids come on stream sometimes to play games with him. I don't know what else to say about him. Oh, he went bald for a video we did together. So yeah, he's also bald. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna raid him. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for pooping in. And sayonara until tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
We're gonna do a nightmare on Willow. And I think this is gonna be my last one.
With those cards, you can get 2 lives if you